Chapter 522. It was precisely because of this divine pattern of the Great Path that Feng Zichen dared to call himself the authentic Pangu. Otherwise, did you think that anyone who obtained the inheritance of the Pangu could display the banner of the authentic Pangu? Only those like Feng Zichen who were personally recognized by the Great Path, or those like the 12 ancestors of the Witch Three Pure Ones, who were transformed from the origin of the Pangu, were qualified to call themselves the authentic Pangu. This was the orthodox of the primordial world. Boom! An extremely pure Pangu aura surged out from Feng Zichen's body and resonated with the Pangu's left eye. In an instant, the Pangu's left eye moved, as if it had come to life. Its entire body rose into the air. A vast and mighty aura bloomed from his body and shrouded Feng Zichen in an incomparable manner. In this sudden change, Feng Zichen only felt that its will was constantly sinking. It was about to head to a mysterious and unknown area. At the same time, grotesque images appeared in front of his eyes one after another, explaining the ancient legends for him. Finally, Feng Zichen's sinking will stopped. It had arrived at its destination. After coming back to its senses, Feng Zichen looked around and saw that all it could see was nothingness. It was vast and boundless. This was a space of chaos and nothingness. The great chaos of the outer realm. Looking at the slightly familiar scene in front of him, Feng Zichen was a little surprised and uncertain. The space of chaos and nothingness in front of him was clearly the same as the great chaos of the outer realm in his memory. As the place where he had once attained the Tao, Feng Zichen was naturally very familiar with it. He would never mistake it. Why am I here? However, before Feng Zichen could figure out what was going on, the space of chaos in front of him suddenly changed. Boundless visions appeared. The momentum was so great that it enveloped an unknown amount of chaos and nothingness. It was as if the entire chaos was celebrating. Then, the scene began to spin rapidly. Chaos demon gods of different shapes and sizes, but with boundless Tao runes, appeared in the chaos and nothingness. They were either sitting and discussing the Tao or fighting with each other to verify what they had learned. They were living happily. In addition to the chaos demon gods, there were also dangerous places and places of fortune. The dangerous places in the chaos were truly dangerous. If the primordial Daluo Jingxian fell into them, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of his skin. Dangerous places were dangerous places, correspondingly, the opportunities were also astonishingly great. There were even opportunities for the primordial Daluo Jingxian. Unfortunately, these good things could only be seen but not touched. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would have pounced on her regardless of the consequences. Although there were battles in the primal chaos, most of the time, it was still peaceful. After all, the chaos was too big. The god to meet them. After meeting to meet them meet, the demon Pangu unfortunately. Peace was meant to be broken in the end. Suddenly, one day, the chaos let out a loud wail. All the chaos demon gods pounced towards the same place almost at the same time. Then, it was an unprecedented battle. Just like that, it suddenly erupted. Beams of stunning axe light came from the void and killed the chaos demon gods that pounced on them one by one. At the same time, wherever the axe light passed, the chaos was cut open, giving birth to a clear and turbid aura. A vast world was faintly taking shape. Pangu split open the sky. This scene recorded that when Pangu split open the sky and earth in the chaos, 3,000 chaos demon gods came to stop him. These scenes are all what Pangu personally experienced in the past. They were recorded by his left eye. Seeing this, how could Feng Zichen not understand what kind of heaven-defying opportunity he had obtained? This was Pangu's left eye. It displayed everything that Pangu had experienced in the past in front of him. Pangu's life experience was so vast. Even a little bit of it was enough for Feng Zichen to benefit for the rest of his life, not to mention all his experiences. If he could digest all these memories, Feng Zichen's realm would not be improved, but it would be infinitely beneficial for his future. At the very least, his future path would be widened. Whether it was his foundation, experience, or comprehension of the great Tao, Feng Zichen had been greatly improved. From now on, primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was no longer his end point, but his new starting point. As long as he digested Panga's memories, he would definitely be able to reach the realm above primordial chaos. With the opening of the primordial world, the memories contained in Panga's left eye also stopped abruptly. The entire chaos space also collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen's environment changed drastically. He came to another space, a mysterious purple space. In the center of this space, there was a circular ball of light completely formed by the patterns of the Great Tao. Countless runes of the Great Tao flowed on it, and its entire body emitted a rich aura of the Great Tao. It was extremely mysterious and magical. It made people unable to help but be addicted to it and swim in the ocean of the Great Tao. This is curious. Feng Zichen released his divine consciousness and carefully came into contact with it. Immediately, all kinds of insights about the great Tao of the Sun, as well as some unfathomable eye techniques, followed Feng Zichen's divine consciousness and surged into his sea of consciousness. Feeling that the information transmitted was a little messy and varied, Feng Zichen hurriedly cut off his connection with the ball of light. The origin of Panga's left eye. After closing his eyes and sorting out the information he had obtained for a while, Feng Zichen understood the origin of this object. The true core of the sun star was also where its origin was. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen immediately imprinted his imprint on it. Because of Panga's aura, the core of the sun star did not resist Feng Zichen and fell into his hands easily. In this way, the sun star was set. Condense. The first thing Feng Zichen did after controlling the sun star was to fulfill his promise to the Fusang tree and condense an innate god-fiend body for it. This wasn't particularly difficult for the Sun Star Master. Rumble. In the depths of the Sun Star's origin was restless and gathered towards the Fusang tree, gradually condensing into the embryonic form of the innate Tao embryo. It was very easy to condense the innate Tao embryo, but it would take a long time for it to truly take shape and even mature. At any time, the birth of the innate god-fiend required time. Of course, if Feng Zichen did not hesitate to consume the sun star's origin on a large scale, it might speed up the process. But why would he do that? After condensing the innate Tao embryo, Feng Zichen would have fulfilled his promise to the Fusang tree. As for the rest, the Fusang tree would have to worry about it. Thinking about it, the Fusang tree had planned for a long time for this day. It definitely had a way to speed up the birth of the innate Tao embryo. However, all of this had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. The sun star had fallen into his control. It was time for him to leave this place and head to his next target. Fellow Fusang, don't forget the oath that day. Before leaving, Feng Zichen sent a voice transmission to the Fusang tree. This was a reminder and a warning. I won't forget. Don't worry, Star Master. After my incarnation is born, I will definitely leave the Sun Star as soon as possible. I will not stay here. On the other side, the Fusang tree, who was pulling the innate Tao embryo down, hurriedly promised after hearing Feng Zichen's voice transmission. That's good. After saying that, Feng Zichen left the Sun Star. However, just as he left, the Fusang tree's voice came from afar. Thank you for today's matter, Star Master. In the future, if Star Master has any orders, I will do my best to do it. Hearing this, Feng Zichen could not help but smile. This would be a great help to him in the future. With a thought, the galaxy rotated. Feng Zichen's figure had already disappeared from the Sun Star. When he reappeared, he was already outside the South Pole Star. The South Pole Star was one of the most powerful main stars in Zhoushan apart from the three supreme stars. Only the Gaochen star could be compared to it. Of the 4 celestial emperors who ruled the heavens in the future, 3 of them came from the boundless starry sky. Other than Emperor Ziwei who represented the Ziwei star, there was the South Pole Longevity Emperor who represented the South Pole star, and the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor who represented the Gaochen star. From this, it could be seen how respected the South Pole star was. Its importance was self-evident. There was a saying that the Big Dipper was in charge of death, while the Southern Dipper was in charge of life. In ancient legends, the 6 star lords of the Southern Dipper were the heavenly officials who managed all the humans, demons, spirits, gods, immortals, and other living beings in the world. The well-being of all living beings was in the control of the South Pole Star. Therefore, the South Pole Star was in charge of life and had a particularly respected status. Because the South Dipper specialized in survival, it was also known as the prolonging life. Think about it, a star that symbolized luck, fortune, lifespan, and so on, occupied an important position in the operation of the heavenly path. The South Pole Star must not fall into the control of outsiders. Especially when the South Pole Star Lord was still alive. The in-name disciple of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, the South Pole Immortal Elder, was the South Pole Star Lord and the future South Pole Longevity Emperor. If Feng Zichen did not control the South Pole Star in time, with the support of the Heavenly Lord of the primordial beginning, the South Pole Immortal Elder would definitely become an existence that the saint could check and balance. At that time, no matter how strong the forces of the boundless starry sky were, as long as the South Pole Immortal Elder caused trouble, they would definitely not be able to contend against the saint. Therefore, the South Pole Star. He had to get it. With a step, Feng Zichen arrived at the core of the South Pole Star. During this period, only the imprint of a demon saint came to stop him. But how could a demon god that was not born in the South Pole Star be a match for Feng Zichen? With a wave of his hand, he crushed it. After all, the South Pole Star was far inferior to the Sun Star. The arrangement of the demon race against him could not be compared to the Sun Star at all. Therefore, his resistance was far inferior to the Sun Star. As long as I control the South Pole Star, this Shouxing will all fall into my hands. Imprinting his imprint on the core of the South Pole Star, Feng Zichen seemed a little excited. His wish for many years had finally come true. Who could remain calm at such an exciting moment? Speaking of which, Feng Zichen had to thank the demon race for being able to control the boundless starry sky so quickly. If it weren't for the fact that the demon race had killed most of the innate star gods in order to control the heavenly cycle star gods. Today, Feng Zichen would have to fight with those star gods. Although Feng Zichen was not afraid, it was still troublesome and would affect his reputation. But now, they were all almost dead. It saved Feng Zichen a lot of effort. Who is it? Who is stealing the poor Wei's South Pole Star? Just as Feng Zichen was about to control the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal's shocked and angry voice suddenly came from Kunlun Mountain. As the biological son of the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal naturally noticed the changes that happened on the South Pole Star immediately. This really shocked and angered him. It was not easy for him to wait for the demon race to be destroyed, and he was about to regain control of the South Pole Star. But at this critical moment, someone actually beat him to it and took control of the South Pole Star before him. How could the South Pole Immortal accept this? He was about to explode with anger. He had waited for countless years for hope. Before he could be happy for long, it was shattered again in the blink of an eye. The difference in this was enough to make people collapse in an instant. It was only because the South Pole Immortal cultivated the righteous path of the celestial sect that he managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death. Even so, he did not feel good at this moment. He only felt that the blood in his body was surging, and he wanted to vomit on the spot. Fortunately, he suppressed it. What a thief! How dare you steal the poor Wei's life foundation? The poor Wei will never let you have an easy time. He made up his mind to give the thief retribution. The South Pole Immortal roared in grief and indignation, "Disciple South Pole, please uphold justice for me, teacher." His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire Kunlun Mountain. The misery contained in it made people cry. Hearing this voice, all the living beings on Kunlun Mountain stopped what they were doing and looked at the South Pole Immortal. They did not know what had happened to make him, a disciple of the Chan school, so miserable. The South Pole Immortal was not a fool. He knew that the person who could snatch the South Pole Star at this time was definitely a big shot that he could not afford to offend. If he wanted to give him retribution or even take back the South Pole Star, there was probably no hope for him in this lifetime. Therefore, it was better to ask his teacher to make a move. Wasn't this the purpose of his apprenticeship? As a Khanate god fiend, the South Pole Immortal did not lack Tao scriptures, magical powers, and Dharma treasures. What he lacked was a huge backer who could stand up for him at the critical moment. The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was in line with this. As for whether the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning could snatch back the South Pole Star, the South Pole Immortal was still very confident about this. The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was a saint. Unless other saints made a move, he would definitely be able to snatch back the South Pole Star. He would even teach the person who dared to snatch the South Pole Star a lesson and ruthlessly embarrass him to vent his anger. Just as the South Pole Immortal was fantasizing, the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning also made a move. No, it was not just the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning. It could be said that other than Nuwa and the Hutu, the other 5 saints all made a move and looked at the South Pole Star. Chapter 523. The request of the South Pole Immortal was naturally sensed by the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning. He frowned slightly, and with a thought, he deduced the cause and effect of this matter. Then, his expression changed. With his strength, he naturally guessed who had taken away the South Pole Star at the first moment. The boundless starry sky was completely enveloped by the Milky Way cosmic light array, and outsiders could not enter at all. The one who attacked the South Pole Star was naturally the Ziwei Star Master. What did he want to do? What did he want to do? The Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning was shocked and angry. The Ziwei Star Master controlled the South Pole Star. Other than wanting to get his hands on Zhouxing, what other reason could he find? This was something that the saints would never allow. Di Jun had just left, and now the Ziwei Star Master had come. Wouldn't what they had done before become a joke? How dare you? Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning did not hesitate to attack. He raised the 3 Jade Rui and attacked the Ziwei Star. The Milky Way cosmic light array sealed the boundless starry sky and could block many magic treasures, but the 3 Jade Rui was an exception. What was the 3 treasures? The sun, the moon, and the stars. The 3 Jade Rui had the same origin as Zhouxing, so how could the Milky Way cosmic light array stop it? Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, you've gone too far. On the Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen retracted his spiritual sense and controlled the Pangu Divine Being. With a flick of his finger, he sent the 3 Jade Rui flying. After all, he had taught him for a period of time. Feng Zichen did not want to cause too much trouble with the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, so he secretly held back. He only sent the 3 Jade Rui flying and did not take the opportunity to plot against him. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen held back, but the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning might not appreciate it. After he took back the 3 Jade Rui, he took out the Pangu banner and came to the boundless starry sky. The Pangu banner was transformed from the blade of the sky-splitting axe. It was the top innate merit treasure and had the power to split the heavens and earth. If the Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning really used the Pangu banner with all his strength, he could definitely split the Milky Way cosmic light array. Heavenly Lord of the Primordial Beginning, what is the meaning of this? At this moment, Feng Zichen's face darkened. Because of Xianqing, he could be somewhat courteous to the 3 pure ones. However, there was a bottom line to this courtesy. And the boundless starry sky was his bottom line. This was the foundation of his path, and no one could touch it. If you move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, the South Pole Star is the birthplace of the Poor Wei's disciple, the South Pole Immortal. So, fellow Taoist, please do me a favor and give this place to the disciple of the Poor Wei. After the blow just now, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin had almost tested the strength of Feng Zichen. With the support of the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen might not be inferior to the Heavenly Lord. Therefore, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin was afraid of Feng Zichen. He did not want to fall out with Feng Zichen directly and planned to talk to him first. If negotiations were to fail, it wouldn't be too late to make a move then. Ha! Hearing this, Feng Zichen laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist, why are you laughing? Seeing Feng Zichen laugh, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin felt that he was losing face, so he suppressed his anger and asked. I'm laughing at your big face. When the demon clan controlled Zhousing, why didn't you, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, ask for it? Now you're asking me for it. You're clearly bullying me because I'm weak. You sound so righteous, but in fact, you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Hey! The so-called saint is nothing more than this. For some benefits, you don't even care about your face. What's the difference between you and all living beings? Looking at the Heavenly Lord of the Origin, Feng Zichen said mockingly. What was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? That was it. When the demon clan was powerful, they didn't dare to speak. Now that he had just appeared in the world, he couldn't wait to come and ask for benefits. Although this was human nature, when it came to a saint, his table manners were particularly ugly. You, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's face turned red when he heard Feng Zichen's words. He wished he could leave on the spot. However, this matter concerned the boundless starry sky, and he couldn't really leave. For a moment, he was in a dilemma, and his face turned even redder. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen was extremely happy. He had been holding these words in his heart for a long time. As a saint, he should naturally seek benefits for the world. But what about these saints? For some personal benefits, they ignored their responsibilities and schemed all day long to steal the origin of the world, causing the primordial world to decline more and more. If the saints didn't die, the bandits wouldn't stop. The saints were the greatest bandits in the world. They never took their responsibilities seriously. They only wanted to use everything to help themselves become stronger. That was why Feng Zichen mocked them. He tore off the hypocritical masks on their faces and exposed the saints' selfish, ugly faces of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. As for whether he would offend them because of this, Feng Zichen didn't care at all. When he decided to become the Lord of the boundless starry sky, he had already offended the saints. It didn't matter if he offended them a little more or less. Of course, what gave Feng Zichen the most confidence to say these words was that the saints had no way to deal with him now. With the boundless starry sky and Zhousing behind him, he was no weaker than the saints in terms of strength. In addition, he had contributed a lot in this apocalyptic calamity. He could be called the savior of the world and had already received the favor of the world. The heavenly Tao wouldn't let him die. He had just saved the world, and the saints couldn't wait to kill him. In the future, who would dare to work for the world? Therefore, no matter what, the Heavenly Tao wouldn't let Feng Zichen die. At the very least, the Heavenly Tao would always protect him before he was exhausted. Moreover, Feng Zichen's background was too noble. He was the Lord of the Stars the moment he was born, and his status was enhanced. If there was no suitable reason, how could he be killed so easily? Did he still want the outline of heaven and earth? All of these were the reasons why Feng Zichen wasn't afraid of the saints. At this moment, the other saints looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. As for those great divine abilities, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had seen fierce people, but they had never seen such fierce people. Although what you said was the truth, and everyone knew it. But you said it so bluntly, where did you put the saints? Did you really think that the saints didn't care about their face? Strong, really too strong. Since the birth of the saints, there was only one person who dared to slap the saints in the face like this. If the saints didn't give him retribution today, they would probably lose all face from now on and lose all prestige in the primordial world. Hee hee. At this moment, Nuwa suddenly laughed. She didn't establish a sect, the Taoist field was in the chaos beyond the heavens, she never participated in the disputes of heaven and earth. It could be said that Feng Zichen's ridicule had nothing to do with her. Of course, she was happy to see a joke at this moment. Moreover, she was one of the few people in the primordial world who knew the identity of the Ziwei Star Lord. Now that she had appeared, she had the intention of supporting Feng Zichen. Hearing Nua's laughter, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' face turned even uglier. He even had the tendency to not be able to suppress his anger and wanted to teach Feng Zichen a lesson. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, your words are a little too much. At this moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. As the leader of the saints and the eldest senior brother of everyone, he had to speak at this moment. Otherwise, the dignity of the saints would really be ruthlessly trampled under others' feet. Hearing this, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning silently retreated and left everything to the Grand Pure One to handle. Oh. What I said was a little too much. May I know what advice the Grand Pure One has? Feng Zichen smiled, showing a humble attitude of asking for advice. I don't dare to accept your advice. However, there's one thing that I should let you know. The demons are too domineering. First, they killed the heavenly cycle star god. Then, they occupied Zhousing. That led to today's calamity. Fellow Taoist, please take note of this. The Grand Pure One narrowed his eyes and said slowly. After all, he was the eldest senior brother. His realm was different. He did not mention the matter of bullying the weak and fearing the strong at all. Instead, he used the fate of the demons to threaten Feng Zichen. It was really brilliant. However, Feng Zichen clearly did not fall for it. The Grand Pure One is indeed the leader of the saints and the eldest direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. His words are indeed different. Feng Zichen nodded and agreed. What the Grand Pure One said really makes sense. The demons acted recklessly in the boundless starry sky and massacred their fellow Taoists. As a result, the heavenly cycle star god was almost wiped out. That's why today's calamity happened. However, at this point, Feng Zichen paused and changed his tone. Zhousing of the demons has long been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the liches and demons. I used all my means to repair the current Zhousing. It has nothing to do with the star gods from before. Moreover, when they gave up on the stars that nurtured them and fled to the primordial world, they were no longer qualified to call themselves star gods. Now, the demons no longer have the power to control Zhousing. I will succeed them. Instead, they appeared one by one to take back the stars. How shameless. What were you doing earlier? The demons are powerful. It's understandable that they don't dare to go forward in order to protect themselves. But why didn't they show up to help me when I was repairing the heavenly cycle of stars? After I finished everything, they appeared and came to pick the fruits. Why? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The more Feng Zichen spoke, the more agitated he became. His voice was so loud that the entire primordial world could hear it. The South Pole immortal on Kunlun Mountain blushed and couldn't raise his head. However, it was impossible for him to give up the South Pole star. Compared to the future path of Tao, what was face? However, no matter what, after Feng Zichen's announcement, the entire primordial world knew what had happened. Those star gods who dared to have designs on the stars would probably not be able to raise their heads in the primordial world in the future. Their reputation would be completely ruined. Even the saints who supported them would not be any better. Although the living beings did not dare to be disrespectful to the saints, they would inevitably complain in their hearts. It was fine if one or two people complained. It would not affect the saints. However, if countless living beings complained together, the human Tao would definitely sense it. At that time, the saints would suffer. Damn it! At this moment, the saint's face was completely black. He was extremely furious. What was wrong with this person? Why did he dare to say anything? He was really not afraid of death. Was he really going to fight them to the death? Killing intent, uncontrollable killing intent, rose in the saint's heart. At this moment, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Feng Zichen. If not for the obstruction of the galaxy cosmic light array, they would have been able to tear Feng Zichen into pieces with just their eyes. Yes. The saint's eyes could really kill. To be honest, the Grand Pure One and the others were also very wronged at this moment. They had not done anything yet, but they had been labeled as such. This person's mouth was really poisonous. Of course, even if the saints were wronged, there were others who were even more wronged than them. That was the great divinities present. What sins had they committed that they would continue to stay here and watch the Ziwei Star Master scold the saint? Although, this was really satisfying. But it was satisfying. Trouble came with it. Today, the saint's face could be said to have been torn off alive and placed on the ground to be stepped on. It was extremely embarrassing. And they were just watching the show from the side. They watched the entire process of the saint losing face. At first, the great divine abilities did not care. But when they thought about it carefully, they realized that something was wrong. *CK, the saint's embarrassing scene was seen by them. Then, after the incident, with the saint's pride, would he silence them? If it were them, they would most likely do it. It was really terrifying to think about it. When the great divine abilities thought of this, their expressions changed on the spot. Only then did they feel lingering fear. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to leave. They could only force themselves to stay. However, there was one thing that made these great divine abilities very glad. That was that there were enough people who saw the saint lose face. In this way, it would not be so easy for the saint to silence them. Perhaps he would give up. The so-called law could not punish the masses. This was the case. Fortunately, there were enough people who saw this scene. If there were only 2 or 3 of them, then they would probably never see them again in the future. Everyone, let's do it. Unable to bear it any longer, the saints finally decided to take action. Although they could not kill the person, they could seal him on the Ziwei star so that he would never be able to be born. If this was a little too much, then they would restrict him to the boundless starry sky and let him dominate there and cultivate in peace. In short, they would never let him touch the primordial world. As for what the living beings who saw this scene thought, the saints no longer cared. At most, they would directly modify spacetime and frame the Ziwei Star Master for everything. In this way, all the problems would be solved. Modifying spacetime was definitely something that would not be successful in the past. But now, with the collapse of Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime had lost its suppression and seemed to be restless. As a result, everyone had a feeling that they could enter the river of spacetime and travel through spacetime with a thought. Daluo Jinxian's ability to control spacetime seemed to have returned. This was also the reason why the saint was confident that he could complete the end after suppressing Feng Zichen. History was often written by the victors. As long as they won, wouldn't they be able to fabricate the reason for this matter? At this moment, the knowledge of all living beings about the saint would be transferred to Feng Zichen without a trace at the moment of their victory. Chapter 524. A momentary loss was nothing. Only the one who controlled the future could obtain true victory. Galactic Cosmic Light Formation, Rise. Seeing the saint's expression, Feng Zichen knew that something was wrong. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to attack, he took the initiative to attack. He controlled the god of Pangu to attack the primeval lord of heaven. Boom! In an instant, the void shook, and all Daos wailed. An undetectable fist with unparalleled power blasted toward the primeval lord of heaven. Feeling this power, the primeval lord of heaven's expression changed on the spot. He subconsciously took out the Wutu apricot yellow flag and raised golden lotuses to protect himself. But unfortunately, it was useless. The power of the god of Pangu was too strong. The explosion of pure power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. The Wutu apricot yellow flag, which was known to have the strongest defense, couldn't even hold on for a breath before it was defeated. The golden lotus that rose up was shattered and sent flying by the Pangu god's fist. Along with it, the primeval lord of heaven was also sent flying. He crashed into the void, destroying hundreds of millions of miles of space. You're courting death. Climbing up from the void, the primeval Lord of Heaven looked at Feng Zichen with murderous intent. Under this attack, although he was not injured, he looked extremely embarrassed. It could be said that he had lost a lot of face. How could the proud primeval Lord of Heaven tolerate this? In his hand, the Pangu banner suddenly appeared, releasing a shocking chaotic sword chi as if to destroy everything. Die! Accompanied by a voice full of killing intent, the primeval Lord of Heaven waved the Pangu banner in his hand and shot out a vast chaotic sword chi. In a rage, the primeval Lord of Heaven used all his strength. The power of the Pangu banner was released. This attack alone was enough to destroy the world. Without a sound, the void was destroyed and all living things ceased to exist. Only a pitch-black chaotic sword chi was heading toward the boundless starry sky. Second brother, elder brother. Primeval Lord of Heaven, X3. Are you crazy? Hurry up and stop. The primeval Lord of Heaven's attack did not frighten Feng Zichen. Instead, it gave the saints such as the Grand Pure One a fright. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to destroy the boundless starry sky? The great calamity of Armageddon had just passed. Was the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning going to start another great calamity? It was no wonder that the saints were flustered. The primeval Lord of Heaven had lost his head in anger. The boundless starry sky had just suffered a great calamity and had yet to be completely repaired. How could it withstand the attack of the heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning? He was afraid that this strike would shatter it once more. In this way, the heavenly Tao would never let them off. Last time, it could be said that it was a dereliction of duty, but this time, there was no excuse. Therefore, without waiting for Feng Zichen to resist, the other sages all made their moves in an attempt to block this attack. But they were fast, and Feng Zichen was faster than them. Good timing. Feng Zichen laughed loudly. Using his supreme divine ability, the Buzhou seal, he activated the section of Mount Buzhou that he had previously collected and blasted it towards the chaotic sword chi. Rumble. The universe shook. The divine mountain of Buzhou reappeared in the world, standing majestically between heaven and earth. Its vast divine might filled the air, suppressing the past, present, and future. Immediately, the space-time near Mount Buzhou froze. The pitch-black chaotic sword chi was first frozen in the void, and then it quietly shattered. The fragment of Mount Buzhou can be used like this? Seeing this scene, the primeval Lord of Heaven was extremely regretful. If he had known that the section of Mount Buzhou had such great power, he would not have given it to Feng Zichen. Suppress the Emperor Star Master first. Seeing that the attack of Pangu's banner did not hurt the boundless starry sky, the Grand Pure One and the other saints immediately changed their target and attacked Feng Zichen. 10,000 Gods Tribulation. With a thought, Feng Zichen's Milky Way cosmic light burst out and changed. There was chaos chi born, and the power of spacetime surged. Gods and demons with powerful auras were born from the starry sky. They used all kinds of mysterious divine abilities and attacked the saints together. Boom! A torrent completely composed of divine abilities surged forward in a mighty manner. The Milky Way gave birth to 10,000 gods. Zhouxing had different attributes, each representing a mysterious and unfathomable connate path. Feng Zichen used the Milky Way cosmic light formation to operate the power of spacetime, distorting the past and the future, condensing the power of these connate paths and turning them into powerful gods and demons. The boundless starry sky. It contained unparalleled power. Mastering this power was enough to be comparable to a saint, or even surpass him. In terms of cultivation, Feng Zichen was not as good as Di Jun. However, in terms of the use of the boundless starry sky, Di Jun was obviously not as good as Feng Zichen. Therefore, he could use the power of the boundless starry sky to fight with a saint. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths, Feng Zichen and the saints had fought several times. Terrifying power raged and almost collapsed the heavenly realm again. Crack! 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 Suddenly, a shattering sound came from the boundless starry sky. It was some stars that had cracked again. The stars had not fully recovered after all. They were not in their peak state and could not support Feng Zichen's high-intensity battle for a long time. After a few exchanges, they had reached their limits and were about to shatter again. Not good. Feng Zichen was shocked. The saints were not any better. If the boundless starry sky really shattered again, they, the culprits, would definitely be punished by the heavenly Tao. In an instant, Feng Zichen had the idea of stopping. At the same time, the saints were not prepared to fight anymore. Both sides looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They were about to stop fighting at the same time. But at this moment, Tiandao Hongjun suddenly appeared. A transcendent figure suddenly appeared in the center of the battle between the two sides. With a flip of his hand, he suppressed all 6 of them. Hiss, is the heavenly Tao so strong? This was the only thought that Feng Zichen, Tai Qing, and the others had when they were suppressed by Tiandao Hongjun. The heavenly Tao was really too strong. They did not even have time to react to what had happened before they were suppressed by Tiandao Hongjun with a flip of his hand. It was really just a flip of his hand. They saw Tiandao Hongjun suddenly appear. Then, with a flip of his hand, an irresistible force descended and suppressed them. During this period, no matter how they resisted, it did not have the slightest effect. It was too terrifying. Tiandao Hongjun's move shocked not to mention Feng Zichen and the others. Even the powerful beings who were watching the battle from the side were shocked. With a flip of his hand, he suppressed 5 saints and an existence that was not inferior to a saint. Was this really something that could be done at the primordial chaos level? Greetings, teacher. Shocked, everyone hurriedly bowed. Tiandao Hongjun ignored them and looked at Feng Zichen and the others. Are you going to destroy the primordial world? After looking at the 6 of them silently for a while, Tiandao Hongjun said expressionlessly. The heavenly Tao had no expression to begin with. We don't dare. Tao ancestor, teacher, we definitely don't have such thoughts. The aura emitted by Tiandao Hongjun brought great pressure to the 6 of them. They did not dare to act rashly and hurriedly lowered their heads to admit their mistakes. Then, what were you doing just now? Tiandao Hongjun still said expressionlessly. This time, the saints were speechless. They really could not say it. They could not say that they were afraid that Feng Zichen would control the boundless starry sky alone, so they attacked him to weaken his authority, right? If this were to be spread out, it would be embarrassing enough. But they had nothing to say. Feng Zichen had something to say. This matter, no matter what, he was in the right. Thus, Feng Zichen directly complained. Tao ancestor, please uphold justice for me. Today, there are saints 3 pure ones to receive Zhuan Ti and the others. They don't think about the well-being of all living beings in the world. Instead, they fight for power and profit all day long, ignoring all living beings in the world. Today, they relied on their powerful cultivation to forcefully seize the boundless starry sky. I had no choice but to resist and almost made a big mistake. Tao ancestor, please uphold justice for me. Feng Zichen was evil. While complaining, he also slandered the saint. Yes. Actually, it was not considered slandering. The saint was really to blame for the primordial world falling to such a state. You, slandering me. You were the one who made the first move. After hearing Feng Zichen's words, the faces of the Grand Pure One and the others darkened. No matter what, they could not admit it. Therefore, they seized on the fact that Feng Zichen was the first to make the first move and counterattacked. Regarding this, Feng Zichen was naturally unconvinced and immediately retorted. Next, both sides began to attack each other in front of Tiandao Hongjun. Shut up. They are all top figures of the primordial world. How can they make a ruckus here? Perhaps he was annoyed by their quarrel, Tiandao Hongjun said coldly. Both sides immediately stopped talking. They waited for Tiandao Hongjun's decision. Oh, both of you are at fault for today's matter. Since that's the case, I'll punish you to cultivate in seclusion. From now on, you are not allowed to interfere with the primordial world. After pondering for a while, Tiandao Hongjun said slowly. Oh no, I've been schemed against. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. How could he not understand that he had been schemed against by Tiandao Hongjun? Otherwise, why didn't he appear earlier or later? Why did he appear when they were about to stop? This was clearly because he was afraid that if he acted too late, he would not be able to find an excuse to cause trouble for him. Destroying the boundless starry sky, what a good reason. With just one sentence, Feng Zichen could not come out of seclusion, let alone interfere in the affairs of the primordial world, easily cutting off his hope of becoming the Heavenly Emperor. What a good scheme. As the Heavenly Emperor, he was bound to descend to the heaven realm and control the heavens. What was going on with him staying in the boundless starry sky? Tiandao Hongjun's casual words made Feng Zichen have no chance of becoming the Heavenly Emperor, but he could not resist. The reason he used was very legitimate. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Compared to Tiandao Hongjun, the methods of the saints fell to the bottom. Of course, Tiandao Hongjun was also more magnanimous than the saints. Although he had cut off his hope of becoming the Heavenly Emperor, he did not touch his foundation. He was still in charge of the boundless starry sky, allowing him to continue to shine for the primordial world. As for whether he could become the Heavenly Emperor, Feng Zichen did not have much hope. It was all because he was too strong. With Di Jun as a precedent, unless there was something wrong with the Heavenly Tao's brain, the Heavenly Emperor who succeeded the throne would definitely be the weakest among all the candidates. Only the weak could become the Heavenly Emperor. Only then would he not be a threat to the world. Feng Zichen was so strong, and he controlled the boundless starry sky. If he became the Heavenly Emperor, it would not be long before the entire primordial world would fall into his hands. At that time, the saints would also have to submit to him. Even the Heavenly Tao would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, as long as there was nothing wrong with the Heavenly Tao, it was impossible for Feng Zichen to become the Heavenly Emperor. Feng Zichen had expected this. Therefore, he was not very enthusiastic about the position of the Heavenly Emperor. However, Feng Zichen had never expected that he would lose in such a way. Yes, teacher. While Feng Zichen was in a daze, the three pure ones and the other saints had already bowed to receive their punishment. Tiandao Hongjun's decision could be said to be beyond their expectations. They had thought that they would be severely punished this time, but they did not expect to be let off so easily. This made them very happy. Especially the punishment for Feng Zichen, that made them even more satisfied. If he could not leave the boundless starry sky, so what if he was strong? The rule that one could not interfere in the primordial world for no reason was simply set up solely for Feng Zichen. The saints preached on behalf of the heavens, and they were definitely indispensable for the operation of the primordial world. How could they be fine? On the other hand, Feng Zichen was in the boundless starry sky, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to go out. Wouldn't he be trapped to death? Obey the decree of the Tao ancestor. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said expressionlessly. Did he really think that if he stayed in the boundless starry sky, he would not be able to interfere in the primordial world? How naive. One had to know that the Ziwei star was the star of the emperor. In the future, as long as an emperor was born, Feng Zichen would have a chance to interfere in the primordial world. For a moment, everyone had their own ulterior motives. After punishing the 6 people, Tiandao Hongjun looked at the primordial world. Then, he said leisurely, this great calamity was caused by the competitiveness of the cultivators. Therefore, heaven and earth decided to change the laws of the heavenly Tao so that everyone would know that cultivation is not easy. In the future, we can focus on pursuing the Tao and avoid disputes. As he spoke, Tiandao Hongjun formed a mysterious seal and applied it to the primordial world. Inexplicably, a change silently occurred in the primordial world. This is, everyone released their spiritual senses to sense for a while, and their expressions changed drastically. In their perception, all the spiritual veins in the primordial world were no longer producing innate qi, but acquired qi instead. It was not to this extent. Even the innate qi that was spontaneously transformed by heaven and earth, as well as the innate qi that Feng Zichen obtained from operating Zhousing, had spontaneously transformed into acquired qi the moment they entered the primordial world. Although, the amount of newly produced acquired qi was dozens of times more than innate qi. But how could the quality of acquired qi be compared to innate qi? It could be foreseen that as time passed, innate qi would eventually become history, and the entire primordial world would be filled with acquired qi. Fortunately, the process of transforming innate qi into acquired qi was not done overnight. It required a long time to transform. In the end, the countless living beings of the primordial world had to slowly adapt. Otherwise, all innate qi would instantly transform into acquired qi, which would bring a huge disaster to the primordial world. Chapter 525. Those living beings who grew up in an innate environment would definitely not be able to adapt to the postnatal environment immediately. In this way, if the transformation was completed in an instant, who knew how many innocent living beings would wither and die because they could not adapt to the change in the environment? With so many living beings dying at the same time, the negative karma brought about would probably be difficult for the heavenly Tao to bear. Therefore, they needed to leave a long period of time for the living beings of the primordial world to do their best to evolve themselves so that they could better adapt to the easier primordial world. The heavenly Tao had already left time for all living beings. If all living beings did not complete their transformation within this time, then they could not blame the heavenly Tao for their destruction. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Evolution had always been cruel. As time passed bit by bit, more changes in the world were sensed by everyone. In an instant, everyone's faces darkened. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth became more and more obscure. It was as if there was a thin layer of fog in front of the great Tao, making it difficult for people to see clearly. In other words, the difficulty of cultivation in the future would undoubtedly increase greatly. If cultivators wanted to comprehend the heavenly Tao, it would not be as simple as before. Of course, the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth were not overnight. Just like the transformation of connate qi into postnatal qi, it also required a long period of time for all living beings to adapt. However, according to the calculations of the powerful figures, when the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth reached their peak, the difficulty of attaining the Tao of Tai Jingxian in the future would probably be about the same as the difficulty of attaining the half-step Daoyuo Jingxian now. The situation was not optimistic. The scene of Daoyuo Jingxian walking everywhere and countless Tai Jingxian would probably not appear in the future. However, what made the powerful figures feel fortunate was that although the environment of heaven and earth was changing, their dojos were not affected and still maintained their original state. As long as they didn't suffer too great of a loss for their own interests, they felt very comfortable. They believed that after this great calamity of heaven and earth, the already extraordinary Holy Land would become even more extraordinary. After all, this was one of the few places in the primordial world that still maintained the ancient cultivation environment. Hee hee. Seeing everyone's excited look, Feng Zichen sneered in his heart. Of course, he knew what everyone was excited about. Although the blessed enclave was located in the primordial world, it was faintly surpassing the primordial world. Of course, the changes in heaven and earth would not affect them. However, if those powerful existences were to find out that their dojos had most likely been invaded by the chaos demon Celestial, would they still be able to laugh? Of course, Feng Zichen was very happy to see the changes in the world. The transformation of the innate environment to the acquired environment was undoubtedly a sign that the human race was about to prosper. How could Feng Zichen? As for the changes of heaven and earth, the heaven and earth of heaven and the heaven and earth of heaven, and to the heaven and to the connate to heaven and to retain connate to connate. However, the changes in the myriad Tao of heaven and earth were holistic. No matter where one was, as long as one was still in the primordial world, one would be affected. Among them, including the heaven and heaven to up. Heaven's heaven and by heaven. The change of heaven and earth did not cause much loss to the entire primordial world. However, for cultivators, the environment of heaven and earth was getting worse and worse. It was gradually becoming unsuitable for cultivation. From this, one could see the determination of heaven's heaven. The calamity of world destruction of the primordial world made heaven's heaven afraid of cultivators. It was too dangerous for heaven and earth to have too much power. Therefore, heaven's heaven was determined to weaken the power of cultivators. All the changes that happened in the primordial world were for this purpose. As heaven and earth changed, in the depths of the long river of destiny that no one paid attention to, an inexplicable change happened silently. Almost all the luck of the Khanate races was slowly gathering towards the luck of the human race. Heaven's heaven wanted to prosper the human race. To the primordial world, the human race was too special. They were the only postnatal race in the primordial world, and they were also the weakest race. The human race was not like the Khanate lifeforms, who had a long life. They were suffering from hunger, cold, sickness, and death. It could be said that they could die at any time. Because of this, the human race obtained the favor of heaven's heaven. The human race did not have the powerful combat strength of the liches. If this race became the main character of heaven and earth, there would be no need to worry that they would destroy the primordial world when a war broke out. In particular, the human race had a limit to their lifespan. Life and death were the principles of heaven and earth. That was the path of evolution of the world. Like the liches and demons, every clansman had an almost infinite lifespan. Even if heaven's heaven went crazy, it would not let them become the main character of heaven and earth. If everyone could live forever, the origin of heaven and earth would be exhausted sooner or later, leading to the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the only postnatal race, the human race, became the only choice of heaven's heaven. Apart from the human race, Feng Zichen's luck, the number one postnatal person, was also slowly increasing. Every time heaven and earth transformed into the postnatal era, his luck would increase a little. It could be expected that when the primordial world completely entered the postnatal era, Feng Zichen's luck would be extremely dense to an extremely terrifying level. It might be able to directly push his cultivation level to the level of primordial chaos. However, it was a pity that the direction of this luck was gathering in the small primordial world. For the time being, it could not be used by Feng Zichen. Otherwise, wouldn't the relationship between Ziwei Star Master and Feng Zichen be directly exposed? No matter how hard he tried to hide the flow of the primordial world's luck, he could not hide it from Dao ancestor Heng Jun. After all, he was the heavenly Dao. Therefore, as long as Feng Zichen did not want to expose the true identity of Ziwei Star Master, he could not touch this luck. He could see it but he could not touch it. It was really uncomfortable. Not to mention the primordial world's luck, after Tiandao Hengjun used the Dao seal, he looked at the world tree. The chaos spirit root is really extraordinary. After a long while, Tiandao Hengjun said in shock. The origin of the world tree could not be hidden from him. He was shocked because he knew the origin of the world tree. This was the foundation of the prosperity of the primordial world. As the world tree grew, the origin of the primordial world would definitely be strengthened. In the future, there might be a chance to take another step forward. Therefore, the heavenly Tao attached great importance to the world tree. Go! Heng Jun of the heavenly Tao used his fingers as a sword, drawing in the origin energy of the world and forming mysterious Tao patterns that enveloped the world tree. Suddenly, the world around the world tree changed drastically. A force of Vipralopa was born from the void and instantly drowned the surrounding space for hundreds of millions of miles. All spells were exhausted, the great Tao wailed, and the laws trembled. All magical powers and spells would lose their effect around the world tree. Even if a golden immortal came here, he would be corroded by this energy of the last days and fall completely into it. It caused the heavens and the earth to move towards decline, and the tribulation of the five decay of the heavens and earth to descend to annihilate oneself. This was Tiandao Hongjuan's protection for the world tree. The world tree was not as simple as a spirit root. If it was cut down, it could be directly refined into a Khanate cardinal treasure. If someone discovered this, it was hard to guarantee that they would not take the risk and commit such a heinous crime. Therefore, Tiandao Hongjun took action in advance to protect the World Tree, so as to prevent some people from having thoughts that they should not have. F***ck. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen really cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Tiandao Hongjun was thinking for the World Tree, he was still unhappy. One had to know that the surroundings of the World Tree could be said to be the best holy land in the primordial world. The changes in the primordial world could not affect that place at all. Over there, the laws of heaven and earth were extremely clear, and one could fall into enlightenment at any time. The Khanate Qi was extremely rich, almost turning into liquid. Among them, there was even chaos vitality that was of a higher level than Khanate Qi. The dew that dripped from the World Tree was also not inferior to the 10 great primordial waters of the primordial world. Occasionally, the origin of heaven and earth would manifest there. It could be said that cultivating around the Tree of World would make one's cultivation progress at a tremendous pace. It was impossible to find a better holy land than this in the primordial world. Originally, Feng Zichen intended to place a portion of the human race around the World Tree so as to foster some experts for the human race and improve the resources of the human race. However, with Tiandao Hongjun's actions, all of this was lost. The last day's domain around the World Tree was truly too strong, and it could be said to be the most dangerous place in the primordial world. If it wasn't for Feng Zichen being the owner of the World Tree and being able to rely on its strength, even he wouldn't dare guarantee that he would be able to walk to the World Tree's side alive. This clearly showed how dangerous the last day's domain was. Even if Feng Zichen tried his best to send his clansmen to the World Tree's side, they would still be unable to survive in the last day's domain. This plan could be considered to be useless. However, Tiandao Hongjun couldn't be blamed for this. No matter what, he had good intentions. It was just that their standpoints were different. One was for his clansmen, and the other was for the entire primordial world. Hiss, how formidable! When the group of great mediums saw this, they were all shocked speechless. Tiandao Hongjun's actions had fiercely shocked them once more. As they gazed at the last day's domain, they had the feeling that even if they were careless and fell into it, they would be in danger of perishing. It was truly too terrifying. Yes. Actually. These great experts. If they dared to enter the last day's domain. Even if the last day's domain didn't belong to them, the Heaven Tao would absolutely not let them off. If anyone really took the last day's domain to be the Heaven Tao's only ability to protect the World Tree, then that person would really be an idiot. If a great expert really entered the last day's domain, then the Heaven Tao would immediately sense it, and it would execute a thunderous strike to annihilate that expert. The last day's domain was mainly used to resist cultivators of lower realms of cultivation, and its true trump card was the Heaven Tao. The World Tree is the foundation of the heavens and the earth, and it absolutely can't be lost. So, all of you absolutely can't allow anyone to approach this tree in the future, and you can't allow anyone to harm it. Do you understand? Tiandao Hongjun withdrew his gaze, and then he turned around and spoke to the 6 saints and the other great experts by his side. We'll remember Master's orders. All of them didn't dare dally and hurriedly replied. Yes. When he heard this, Tiandao Hongjun didn't care if they were really sincere or not, and he nodded with satisfaction. After that, he led all of them towards the heaven dimension. Outside the heaven dimension, everyone looked over, and they saw that the enormous 9 heavens had already shattered into numerous enormous fragments. This was even the result of a portion of Nua's natural quintessence flowing towards the heaven dimension when she used her body to mend the heavens, and it repaired a portion of it. Otherwise, who knew what the situation in the heaven dimension would be like? The 9 heavens have shattered, and the heaven dimension should be rebuilt. As he gazed at the miserable state the heaven dimension was in, Tiandao Hongjun spoke in a low voice. After that, he didn't seem to have made any movements, yet the fragments of the heaven dimension that floated in space started to tremble, and they converged towards a certain place under the control of the energy of the heavens and the earth. Rumble. The heaven dimension started to be rebuilt. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged, the energy of the five elements became restless, the light of creation flickered, and boundless auras of the Tao appeared. Layer after layer of vast heaven dimensions gradually rose before everyone, and an entire 33 levels of heaven dimensions rose before it stopped. 33 levels of heaven. This was the new heaven dimension. It was refined by Tiandao Hongjun using the 33 largest fragments of the 9 heavens fragments, as well as some important places in the 9 heavens, and the origin of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the new heaven dimension was refined from the fragments of the 9 heavens. In a short period of time, it couldn't be compared to before. Overall, the new 33 heavens weren't as big as the previous 9 heavens. However, even so, every day in the 33 heavens was even vaster than the upper-class world. With the foundation there, no matter how weak it was, it couldn't be that weak. After refining the 33 heavens, Tiandao Hongjun looked at the remaining fragments of the 9 heavens. However, after thinking for a moment, he didn't continue to make a move. Instead, he allowed it to evolve. In the heaven dimension of the later generations, there were many immortal islands floating in the air. They were formed from these fragments. The heavens and the earth had been set, and Tiandao Hongjun's mission could be considered completed. It was time for him to leave. I hope that all of you will take this as a warning in the future. You must not cause any more trouble and bring disaster to the primordial world. After glancing at everyone one last time, Tiandao withdrew his will. Immediately, the aura on Tao ancestor Hongjun's body changed drastically. A smile appeared on his face, and the cold and heartless aura was replaced by an amiable aura. This was the will of Tao ancestor Hongjun. He had returned. Taiqing, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Nuwa pay their respects to Master. Sensing the return of Tao ancestor Hongjun's will, his 4 direct disciples hurriedly went forward to pay their respects. Jieyin, Zhuanti, Zenyuanzi, Mingyi, pay their respects to Master. After that, it was Jieyin, Zhuanti, and the group of mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. Looking at the people who greeted him, Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed to be in a daze and completely ignored them. The Tao ancestor didn't say anything, and no one dared to get up. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. All of you, dispense with the formalities. After a long time, Tao ancestor Hongjun said. Chapter 526. Thank you, Master, Teacher. When everyone heard this, they stood up as if they had been pardoned. You, what a good disciple of the poor way. You really know how to scheme. Tao ancestor Hongjun said in an inexplicable tone as he looked at Zhuanti and the others. Obviously, these people's scheme against the magi and demons did not escape Tao ancestor Hongjun's eyes. Teacher, what do you mean? Daoist Zhuanti's heart trembled as he forced a smile and asked. He had contributed the most to the current situation of the magi and demons, so he deserved the most credit. The rest of them were at most adding fuel to the fire. It was not a big mistake. Therefore, if Tao ancestor Hongjun really wanted to settle the score, his problem was the most serious. You all understand what the poor way said. In the future, you will receive your retribution. Tao ancestor Hongjun glanced at the few of them expressionlessly before saying. Retribution? When everyone heard this, a bad feeling arose in their hearts. However, when they thought about it carefully, they did not find anything wrong. Therefore, they all looked at Tao ancestor Hongjun, wanting to get an answer from him. Unfortunately, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not even look at them, let alone help them solve their doubts. To be honest, Tao ancestor Hongjun did not object to his disciples scheming against the magi and demons. It could even be said that he supported it. After all, the existence of the magi and demons was not in the interest of the heavenly Tao. The reason why he was angry was that these disciples were too useless. They had the ability to scheme against the magi and demons, but they did not have the ability to back them up. As a result, they almost destroyed the entire primordial world. In the end, they had to let others clean up the mess to solve the crisis. How could Tao ancestor Hung Jun not be angry? If it were not for the dignity of the saint, Tao ancestor Hung Jun would have cursed them on the spot. After this time, the celestial sect of wonders could be said to have lost a lot of points in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps, it would not be long before the celestial sect of wonders was punished. That was truly unbearable. Tao ancestor Hung Jun had spent countless efforts to develop the celestial sect of wonders to its current state. However, after the manipulation of his disciples, the celestial sect of wonders would definitely face a calamity. Sigh. What a sin. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Tao ancestor Hung Jun decided to teach his disciples a lesson. With that thought in mind, Tao ancestor Hung Jun extended his hand and grabbed the heads of the 3 pure ones. Immediately, the 5 of them felt that with Tao ancestor Hung Jun's grab, a layer of luck was snatched away from their bodies. That's right, the lesson that Tao ancestor Hung Jun taught them was to take away a layer of luck from them. Although this lesson did not hurt their foundation, it was enough for them to remember for a long time. Master, teacher, please calm down. The 5 of them panicked and hurriedly knelt down. However, Tao ancestor Hung Jun waved his hand and directly released a thick dermic power that lifted the 5 of them up, causing them to be unable to bow down. This time, the great tribulation of heaven and earth. Mount Buzhou has collapsed. The boundless starry sky and the heavenly realm have also collapsed one after another. The earth has been torn apart. The entire world is in danger of being destroyed. However, thanks to everyone's help, I was able to repeat myself. Everyone has made great contributions to the world. Ignoring the 3 pure ones and the others, Tao ancestor Hung Jun looked at everyone and said, "We don't dare, we don't dare." Although everyone was very happy in their hearts, they all revealed a humble expression on their faces and repeatedly said that they did not dare. Tao ancestor Hung Jun ignored them and continued, "During this tribulation, Di Jun sacrificed himself to block the sky. Although he was loyal, the dead have already passed away. The heavenly court cannot be without a master for a day." After laying the groundwork for a long time, Tao ancestor Hung Jun finally revealed his true purpose and established the heavenly emperor again. When everyone heard this, they were all tempted. However, after seeing the saint, they all extinguished their thoughts. Although the position of heavenly emperor was good, once one sat on it, they would be targeted by the saints. Just thinking about it made one shiver. Di Jun was an example. He was so strong, but he was still schemed to death by the saints. Everyone asked themselves, their strength was not even comparable to Di Jun's, so they would not be able to defeat the saints. Everyone did not dare to accept it, but Feng Zichen dared. Hence, he stared at Tao ancestor Hung Jun with bright eyes. He almost stood up and said, "I'll do it." Unfortunately, Tao ancestor Hung Jun acted as if he could not see him and automatically blocked his gaze. What do you think? Seeing that everyone was silent, Tao ancestor Hung Jun looked at the 6 saints with a questioning gaze. Reporting to Master, "I have a..." Nua's heart skipped a beat. She was about to recommend Feng Zichen, but just as she spoke, the Grand Pure One interrupted her. "Master, the position of Heavenly Emperor is very important. It concerns all living beings in the world. How can it be decided so easily? In my opinion, it's better for us to find a time and carefully choose the most suitable candidate." The Grand Pure One's words were really for the sake of all living beings in the world. Perhaps he had some selfish motives, but it was definitely not much. That was because the position of Heavenly Emperor had nothing to do with him. He only had one disciple under his name. It was where his inheritance was. He could not let him go to the Heavenly Emperor. What the Grand Pure One said makes sense. When this matter is over, go to the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss it. At that time, just hand the candidate over to me. Nodding, Tao ancestor Hung Jun's figure disappeared from the spot and returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. After Tao ancestor Hung Jun left, everyone immediately looked at a certain void. There were 2 connate cardinal treasures facing each other. The Chaos Bell and the Primordial World Map. After the world was reset, the two of them each occupied a void and confronted each other. Khanate cardinal treasures. Who would not be tempted? Previously, with Tao ancestor Hung Jun around, no one dared to snatch it. However, now that the Tao ancestor had left, how could they suppress the greed in their hearts? Who else could be the first to attack other than Taoist Jun Ti? He rolled his eyes and raised the wonderful 7 treasures tree, brushing it towards the 2 Khanate cardinal treasures. He was greedy enough. The moment he attacked, he wanted to take the 2 Khanate cardinal treasures. There was not a single Khanate cardinal treasure in the Western sect. If he could take away the 2 Khanate cardinal treasures, it would definitely increase the luck of the Western sect. Perhaps the Western sect would prosper because of this. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Jun Ti, you're from the Western sect. Why are you coveting my Eastern cardinal treasures? The Grand Master of Heaven raised the Qingping sword and blocked the wonderful 7 treasures tree. The Grand Master of Heaven was also very covetous of the Chaos Bell. Although he had the Khanate cardinal treasures, the 4 immortal vanquishing swords, their killing intent was too strong to suppress luck. If he could obtain the Chaos Bell, he could make up for the shortcoming of Jie's school. Moreover, Pangu's axe had transformed into a total of 3 heaven-splitting treasures. 2 of them were in the hands of his eldest brother and second brother. The 3rd heaven-splitting treasure, the Chaos Bell, should fall into his hands to complete the friendship of the 3 pure ones. Eastern cardinal treasure. Hee hee. You're talking as if the 4 immortal vanquishing swords in your hands are not Western cardinal treasures. Hearing the Grand Master of Heaven's words, Taoist Jun Ti laughed in anger. The 4 immortal vanquishing swords were clearly Khanate cardinal treasures nurtured by Mount Meru. They were genuine Western treasures. Now that the Grand Master of Heaven was holding it in his hand, he said that there was a difference between the items. He was really shameless. So, only the people of the East can take the treasures of the West, but the people of the West are not allowed to take the treasures of the East. Fellow Taoist Jun Ti, the 4 immortal vanquishing swords were given to you by Master. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to go to the Purple Cloud Palace and tell Master. The Grand Master of Heaven was not angry. He encouraged Taoist Jun Ti to go to the Purple Cloud Palace to complain. Taoist Jun Ti was so angry that he could not speak. If he had the ability to seek justice from the Tao ancestor, he would not have to snatch the treasures from everyone here. Fellow Taoist Jun Ti, you should return to the West. At that moment, the Grand Pure One and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning walked forward at the same time and stood together with the Grand Master of Heaven. They threatened Taoist Jun Ti together. At that moment, the God-confirmant tribulation had yet to erupt. The relationship between the 3 pure ones had yet to be broken. It could be said that they were so close that they were wearing the same pants. Now that the Grand Master of Heaven wanted to snatch the Chaos Bell, they would naturally help. You're going too far. Saint Jia took a step forward and stood together with Taoist Jun Ti, facing the 3 pure ones. Nuwa also walked forward and pointed at the Chaos Bell. Since everyone is interested in the Chaos Bell, let's see what happens. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji painting. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning activated the Pangu banner. The Grand Master of Heaven activated the Immortal Vanquishing Array and swept towards the Chaos Bell. On the other side, Jun Ti, Nuwa, and the other 2 also attacked. The 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, the Green Treasure Lotus Flag, and the Cosmic Cauldron flew out almost at the same time. However, their goal was not the Chaos Bell, but the Primordial World Geomancy map. Clearly, they did not think that they had the ability to snatch the Chaos Bell under the combined forces of the 3 pure ones. Clang! Sensing the danger, the Chaos Bell resisted. Terrifying bell waves spread and suppressed everything. However, the Primordial World Geomancy map was not as powerful as the Chaos Bell. Even if it unleashed its full strength, it gradually could not defeat the combined suppression of the 3 saints. Fellow Taoists, you've gone too far. Seeing that the Primordial World Geomancy map was about to be grabbed by the saint, Huda's cold voice suddenly came from the Netherworld realm. Then, the primordial world geomancy map suddenly erupted and shook away the 3 spirit treasures in one fell swoop. It tore open the void and went to the netherworld realm. The Magi still had Hutu. How could they let the treasure fall into the hands of outsiders? However, when the 3 saints saw the primordial world geomancy map leave, they did not chase after it. Instead, they went to snatch the chaos bell with the 3 pure ones. Fight! Fight! On the side, while the saints were fighting for the Khanate cardinal treasure, Feng Zichen was not idle. He quietly came to the place where the Magi had fallen. He formed a seal with his hands and summoned 10 flags from the void. It was the 12 heavenly divine banner. It was the natal spiritual treasure that Feng Zichen had given to the 12 Magi. After being refined by the 12 Magi, the 12 heavenly divine banner, which was previously a Khanate Dharma treasure, was now a middle-grade Khanate spirit treasure. What a treasure! Whether the Magi can return as soon as possible depends on you. After putting away the 12 heavenly divine banner, Feng Zichen thought to himself. As the natal spiritual treasure of the 12 Magi, besides being powerful, they could also help the 12 Magi gather their true spirits and speed up their return. This was also the reason why Feng Zichen had given the 12 heavenly divine banner to the 12 Magi. Knowing that the Magi would fall in the battle between the Magi and the demon, how could Feng Zichen not make preparations? This was his staunchest ally, and he could not allow him to fall so easily. While Feng Zichen was collecting the heavenly divine banner, the other great mediums also started to move. The 6 saints were fighting for the chaos bell. They did not have the strength to fight for it, so they set their sights on the treasure vault of the heavenly court. There were hundreds of millions of years of accumulation of the demon clan. There must be many treasures there. Feng Zichen did not care about this. The demon clan had many treasures, but there were also many of them. They were about to enter the final battle with the Magi. The demon clan would definitely not leave their treasures in the treasure vault to collect dust. They would definitely use as much as they could. According to this calculation, no matter how rich the demon clan's treasure vault was, it could not withstand such consumption. Now, there weren't many treasures left. In terms of the truly precious treasures of the demon clan, it was Di Jun and Tai Yi's treasure vault. There were definitely many good things in it. If he wanted to find something, he would look for them. It was useless to look for the demon clan's treasure vault. As for Di Jun and Tai Yi's treasure vault, although Feng Zichen did not know their exact location, he was sure that it must be on the Sun Star. Therefore, Feng Zichen was not in a hurry at all. The Sun Star was already in his bag. In the future, he would have plenty of time to look for Tai Yi and Di Jun's treasure vault. Time passed slowly. The Chaos Bell had also produced a result. It was Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti. When they saw that there was no hope of obtaining the Chaos Bell, they secretly found an opportunity to throw the Chaos Bell into the void. At this point, the Chaos Bell had completely disappeared. Even the saint. He could not find any traces of him. The 3 pure ones were about to explode from anger. They were about to obtain the Chaos Bell, but someone had interfered, causing them to miss out on the treasure. This kind of situation where a cooked duck flew away was really unbearable. However, at this point, there was no other way. They could only grit their teeth and swallow this loss. When they found an opportunity in the future, they would give the 2 of them from the Western sect retribution. Everyone, it's time to get down to business. After a moment of silence, the Grand Pure One said. This was business. Naturally, it referred to tampering with the past. Recently, they had completely lost their face. They had almost become the joke of the primordial world. If they did not erase everything that had happened previously, how could they have the face to preach the primordial world? That's how it should be. The few of them nodded and used their mystical abilities to draw the river of spacetime. As expected, without Mount Buzhou, the river of spacetime that had previously rejected them was easily summoned by them. Let's go in. When they saw this, they were even more overjoyed. They hurriedly flashed into the river of spacetime. Whoosh! The river of space-time was vast. There was no end in sight as it flowed forward endlessly. They were not unfamiliar with the river of space-time. After all, they had been there several times. When they became saints, the first thing they had to do was to transcend the river of space-time. Without Mount Bujo, the river of space-time is indeed not the same as before. This is what a saint should be able to do. Standing in the sky above the river of space-time and looking down at the changes of time, everyone said excitedly. Chapter 527. If it was before, when Mount Bujo was still around, the saints wouldn't even be able to enter the river of space-time, let alone look down at it. They would have been suppressed by Mount Bujo long ago. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and act. After a while, everyone said excitedly. Altering space-time. What a desirable ability. Speaking of which, this was the first time they had entered the river of space-time and tried to change the past since they started cultivating. In the past, although controlling space-time was Daluo Jinxian's basic ability, due to the suppression of Mount Bujo, this ability was completely useless. Until today, when Mount Bujo collapsed, they had the chance to step into the river of space-time and display Daluo Jinxian's strongest ability. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. Let's go. The few of them nodded and followed the river of space-time upstream, heading from the present to the past. However, the moment they moved, the entire river of space-time began to tremble violently, erupting with supreme power, setting off huge waves. Wave after wave slammed towards the five of them. This was the backlash of the river of space-time. Reversing space-time could be said to be an enemy of all living beings in the world. How could it be done so easily? They would definitely have to pay a huge price. In fact, they might even die. It's just a small matter. The five of them smiled lightly. The power of primordial chaos surged on their bodies and spread to the surroundings. They easily suppressed the huge waves that surged over. They didn't even use their magic treasures. Was the backlash of the river of space-time strong? Yes. Actually, it wasn't strong. Daluo Jinxian could easily suppress it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the saying that Daluo Jinxian could reverse space-time. Since Daluo Jinxian could do it easily, then the stronger primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian could do it easily too. Let's go. As they chatted, the five saints suppressed the backlash of the river of space-time and were about to continue walking towards the past. However, they suppressed the backlash from the river of space-time, but the backlash from the world also followed and pounced on them. Boom! 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 The river of time and space trembled, and the power of time surged. Terrifying figures came over on the waves, facing the five saints from afar. This was Daluo Jinxian. All the Daluo Jinxian in the untainted land. Every Daluo Jinxian occupied a timeline. The aura they emitted was like a nail firmly nailed into the long river of time and space, fixing the past. Therefore, in order to reverse time and space, the first thing to do was to suppress all the traces left behind by the Daluo Jinxian in the primordial world in the river of time and space. Due to the characteristics of the Daluo Jinxian, every additional Daluo Jinxian in the world would increase the difficulty of reversing time and space. Come to think of it, when the first Daluo Jinxian was born, he was simply an invincible existence in the long river of time and space. If it wasn't for Mount Bujo, he could do whatever he wanted. It was not impossible for all the living beings in the primordial world to be unable to prove themselves as Daluo Jinxian. His authority was even greater than that of the saints. It was precisely because of this that Panga left Mount Bujo behind to prevent future experts from obstructing others from attaining the Tao in the long river of time and space. The trouble of the saints had arrived. Think about it, since the beginning of the primordial world, how many Daluo Jinxian had been born? There were at least tens of thousands of them. They might have fallen now, but in the past, they were still alive and still existed in the long river of time and space. Now, the saints wanted to reverse time and space. Under the stimulation of the long river of time and space, all the Daluo Jingxian that had existed in the history of the primordial world appeared. They charged towards the saints to stop them from reversing time and space. A great battle erupted. Yes. Saints? Past? The long river of time and space. The change in the long river of time and space was immediately sensed by all the Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world. That was because at the moment the great battle broke out, a memory that no one had any impression of suddenly appeared in their minds. It was the scene that happened in the long river of time and space. Hiss, is the long river of time and space so terrifying? Looking into the depths of the void, everyone's expressions revealed some shock. They had thought that after Mount Buzhou collapsed, the past would be at their disposal. However, reality had slapped them hard in the face. That was, tens of thousands of Daluo Jingxian attacked together. They were afraid that they would be reduced to ashes as soon as they went up. For a moment, everyone extinguished the thoughts that they should not have. Although controlling time and space was tempting, no matter how tempting it was not as important as their lives. Tens of thousands of Daluo Jingxian could scare the great divine abilities of the primordial world, but they could not scare the saints. That was because these Daluo Jingxian were no match for them. Saints were the strongest combat strength of the primordial world. The Grand Pure One shook the Taiji painting, and the yin-yang qi surged out. In the blink of an eye, it devoured countless figures of Daluo Jingxian. The Pangu banner destroyed everything, the 4 immortal swords were unparalleled, the green treasure lotus flag enveloped the surroundings, and the wonderful 7 treasures tree wiped out everything. The figures of Daluo Jingxian were harvested by the saints. Not long after, the entire long river of time and space was cleared. Reversing time and space is really not easy. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning sighed. Killing tens of thousands of projections of Daluo Jingxian in one go, even with his cultivation level, he could not help but feel a little tired. That's how it should be. If reversing time and space is so simple, every Daluo Jingxian can come over and change it. Then, the primordial world will be in chaos in the future. The Grand Pure One nodded in satisfaction. Reversing time and space and turning karma into karma was not a good thing for the world. It should be eliminated. Today, if not for the fact that he had no choice, he would not be willing to enter the long river of time and space and tamper with the past. That was contrary to the duty of a saint. Let's go. Only this time. There won't be a next time. In the end, the Grand Pure One reminded everyone before continuing to walk forward. Senior brother, don't worry. There definitely won't be a next time. If the Ziwei Star Lord hadn't gone too far, why would we have to take the risk to enter the long river of time and space and do something as disgraceful as tampering with the past? Daoist Juan Ti seemed to have thought of something and said hatefully. Saints had the responsibility to maintain the order of the primordial world. Such tampering with the past was completely within their range of attack. It could be said that their actions today were at the risk of being punished by the heavenly Tao. Knowingly breaking the law was an additional crime. However, they had no choice but to tamper with the past. Feng Zichen's words could be said to have exposed their ugliest faces in front of all living beings. If they did not do anything, how could they have the face to stand in the primordial world? Therefore, they had to grit their teeth and do it. Rumble. Following the saints' actions, the long river of time and space changed again. A vast and mighty force emerged from the distant past and came crashing down on the 5 saints. This is, in an instant, the expressions of the 5 saints completely changed. They were too familiar with this force. It can't be wrong. This is definitely the power of Mount Buzhou. But didn't it collapse? Why would it still appear in the long river of time and space? The saints were terrified to the extreme. The shadow that Mount Buzhou had left on them was too great. To be honest, those who could cultivate to the level of Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world had all suffered at the hands of Mount Buzhou. They had already cultivated to the level of Daluo Jingxian. It would be unreasonable not to go to the long river of time and space to take a look. Then, they experienced the power of Mount Buzhou. Don't panic. This is just a mark left behind by Mount Buzhou in the past. Its power is far less terrifying than we imagined. Saint Taiching's cultivation was the highest. He quickly reacted and recognized the origin of Mount Buzhou in front of him. Phew, when everyone heard this, they gradually calmed down. That was true. Although Mount Buzhou had collapsed, the Mount Buzhou of the past still existed. Now that they were going against the long river of time and space, they would naturally encounter Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou doesn't have the present and the future, only the past. It's equivalent to breaking the realm of primordial chaos. How much strength can it retain? If we join forces, it will definitely not be able to stop us. Saint Jiayin composed himself and said. Mount Buzhou was indeed very powerful. Even saints could not compare to it. However, it was not a cultivator after all. It did not have the characteristics of immortality. If it was destroyed, it would be destroyed. The past and future would be affected. Yes, let's join forces. After getting rid of the fear in their hearts, the fighting spirit of the five of them suddenly rose. They wanted to join forces to break the pressure of Mount Buzhou. In fact, if the five saints joined forces, they could really sweep through the entire primordial world. With a decision in their hearts, everyone moved forward again. Boom! 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 An inexplicable rhythm came from the distant past. A vast power descended, and the long river of time and space even showed signs of stagnation. A towering divine mountain came from the past, pressing down on the present. Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou that suppressed the ancient times and supported the world. Kill. Without any hesitation, the five saints directly used their strongest technique and attacked Mount Buzhou. At this moment, the long river of time and space completely stagnated. The world also lost its color. Terrifying fluctuations appeared in the past and future, alarming countless experts. After a while, the long river of time and space returned to normal. The five saints were still standing in their original positions, but Mount Buzhou was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, the saints had won this battle. Ha! The poor Wei won. After defeating Mount Buzhou, the five of them laughed out loud on the spot. They felt extremely carefree, and even their realms had improved slightly. They had broken the shadow that had shrouded their hearts for many years. Naturally, they would obtain a lot of benefits. This was called the sublimation of their mental state. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long before it was shrouded by an even bigger shadow. After Mount Buzhou was destroyed, the long river of time and space completely returned to calm. There were no more waves. The past also appeared in front of the five saints one by one. Then, they saw a scene that scared them out of their wits. It was a figure that was enough to fill their hearts. It was so majestic that it was unimaginable. Without the obstruction of Mount Buzhou, it was possible to see an imposing figure standing at the origin of time, holding an axe in his hand. It was Pangu. Although he was dead now, he was still there in the past. When the five saints joined forces and wiped out everything in the long river of time and space, what greeted them was not the joy of tampering with time and space, but the fear of facing Pangu directly. Father, Father, Father. God. Even someone as powerful as the Grand Pure One was trembling at this moment. Under Pangu's axe, he really felt the fear of death. That was death, not sleep. It was true death. All traces of existence would completely disappear, as if they did not exist. He was afraid. He was really afraid. What primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, immortal and indestructible. It was all fake. It was all a lie. That was because they had not met Pangu. Pangu used facts to tell him that as long as he was strong enough, he could even kill primordial chaos. If the strongest Grand Pure One was like this, the others would be even worse. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their bodies could not help but tremble. As for Zhuan Ti, he had long collapsed to the ground. It was not that their mental states were inferior to the three pure ones, but the pressure they were under was greater than the three pure ones. Pangu, who was the source of time and space, could be said to be at his peak state. His strength was second only to the great Tao. Just the pressure emitted from his body was enough to make primordial chaos tremble. As the three pure ones were formed by Pangu's primordial spirit, they came from the same source as Pangu. Their fear only came from their hearts. Pangu's pressure could not hurt them. However, Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti were different. Their relationship with Pangu was not as close as that of the three pure ones. Therefore, they were in a tragedy. If they faced Pangu directly, they would have to bear all his pressure. Therefore, that was why they were crushed to the ground. Leave quickly. They bowed respectfully to Pangu. Regardless of whether he saw it or not, the three pure ones hurriedly left the river of time and space. As for Zhuan Ti, under such circumstances, it was already good enough that he could take care of himself. How could he have the time to take care of others? Moreover, there were two people who did not have a good relationship with them. There was no need to care about them. Seeing that the three pure ones did not even look at them and left directly, Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti were so angry that they could not speak. They wanted to curse, but in front of Pangu, no matter how much courage they had, they did not dare to say anything indecent. Let's go. After secretly glancing at Pangu and seeing that he had no intention of pursuing the matter, Zhuan Ti hurriedly left the river of time and space. In the future, they would probably not think of reversing time and space even if they were beaten to death. Who would have thought that Pangu would exist at the source of time and space? This was much more intimidating than Mount Buzhou. That was not right. They should have thought of it long ago. Pangu must exist at the source of time and space. The beginning of Pangu's creation of the sky was the beginning of the primordial world and the source of the river of time and space. If he was not there, where could he be? Thinking about it, it was the existence of Mount Buzhou that made everyone ignore this point. After all, with Mount Buzhou suppressing the river of time and space, who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying existence behind it? Perhaps, the existence of Mount Buzhou was not only suppressing the river of time and space, but also protecting them. One had to know that without Mount Buzhou, after they entered the river of time and space, they would have to face Pangu. If they angered Mount Buzhou, they would at most be suppressed for a period of time. If they angered Pangu, they might be directly given an axe. The sharpness of Pangu's axe. Just thinking about it made them despair. Chapter 528. In the entire primordial world, no one would be able to stop it. That was the true death of those who touched it. The source of spacetime, perhaps it was because the sky was being split open, or perhaps it was because he was dealing with the chaos fiend god, or perhaps the five saints were too weak in front of him. They were like ants and were not worthy of his attention. In short, Pangu acted as if he did not notice the five saints and allowed them to leave the river of spacetime. In the outside world, the five saints hurriedly rushed out of the river of spacetime. They looked slightly disheveled, which surprised everyone who saw this scene. What exactly happened in the river of spacetime to make the saints so disheveled? After all, that was five saints working together. Their strength was enough to sweep through the primordial world. But even so, they still suffered a great loss in the river of spacetime. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the river of spacetime was. However, logically speaking, without the suppression of Mount Buzhou, even if the river of spacetime was dangerous, it should not be difficult for the saints. Could it be that there was an existence in the river of spacetime that was more dangerous than Mount Buzhou? For a moment, everyone was curious about the river of spacetime. If not for the fact that the time was not right, they would have gone in to investigate. However, the saints' next action completely destroyed their thoughts. The river of spacetime is the foundation of the primordial world. It cannot be lost. Therefore, Poor Wei and the others have decided to join forces to seal it to prevent anyone from shaking the foundation of the primordial world. Looking at everyone, the Grand Pure One said in a deep voice. He was saving people. If the river of spacetime was not sealed, with the personalities of these great divine abilities, they would definitely be unable to suppress their curiosity and secretly go to spy. It was fine if one or two went, but if too many people went, it would inevitably annoy Pangu. They were like a group of insects that swayed in front of you from time to time. It was inevitable that they would cause you to be upset. At that time, Pangu would chop down with his axe. Who knew what would happen and how much of an impact it would bring? Therefore, it was better to seal the river of spacetime and end it once and for all. Senior brother is right. The Grand Pure One's words were unreasonable, and no one would object. What's more, what he said was very reasonable, so no one would object. Even Nuwa, who seemed to have nothing to do, walked forward and stood with the Grand Pure One and the others. They wanted to work together to seal the river of spacetime. Sealing the river of spacetime was to maintain the order of the primordial world. The saints were duty-bound to maintain the order of the primordial world. Attack! As soon as they finished speaking, the 6 sages moved in unison. They drew the power of the heavenly Tao from the depths of the world, forming a vast heavenly Tao seal that enveloped the river of time and space. This seal had already surpassed the capabilities of a saint and was at the level of the heavenly way. In other words, if one wanted to break the heavenly Tao seal, one had to have the power above primordial chaos. In this way, the river of time and space would be completely stable, and no one would be able to barge in. Well, actually, it wasn't a big deal to barge in. Wasn't he just struck by Pangu's axe? It shouldn't be much, to be honest. The sage had already sealed the river of time and space at all costs. If anyone still wanted to barge into the river of time and space, they would really be courting death. There was no need to stop him. Pangu's axe would make him pay the price. After sealing the river of time and space, the 6 sages did not head to the Purple Cloud Palace. Instead, they stayed where they were. They still had a very important thing to do, and that was to eliminate the memories of the living beings of the primordial world about them. With Pangu around, the gentle method of tampering with the past would not work. Since that was the case, they would be more violent and directly erase everyone's memories of this matter. If the sages joined forces, they could completely do that. However, this way, it would seem a little unsightly. However, since things had come to this point, they had no choice but to do it. Sigh. If they had known earlier, they would not have gone to the river of time and space. They would have directly used a thunderous method to erase the memories of all living beings in the world. They had really gone around in a big circle and came back again. The thoughts of the Grand Pure One and the others naturally could not be hidden from Nuwa. However, as a saint, she would definitely help. In fact, regardless of whether they were willing or not, after becoming saints, their relationship was closely linked. In the small direction, there was a lot of friction between them. However, in the general direction, they definitely had to be external. Even if they were unwilling, the heavenly Tao would force them to be willing. Just like now, if the saint lost the hearts of the people, how could he preach on behalf of the heavens? Therefore, from the standpoint of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa had to help no matter what. Let's do it. The 6 sages joined forces, and a supreme power spread out, enveloping the entire primordial world. In the next moment, all the living beings in the primordial world who had not become Daluo Jinxian silently lost a part of their memories. At the side, Feng Zichen watched all of this quietly. He wanted to go forward and cause trouble, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was meaningless. He might as well find a suitable opportunity in the future to show everything that had happened now to all living beings. Thinking about it, at that time, the saint's expression would definitely be quite interesting. Fellow Taoists, everything here is over. Let's hurry to the Purple Cloud Palace and choose the next celestial emperor. After doing all this, the 6 sages rushed to the school of the Emperor Star without looking back. Forcefully erasing the memories of all living beings in the world in front of everyone like this, even with the saint's face, he could not bear it. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Everyone smiled and hurriedly followed. Even Feng Zichen followed. Although he could not become the celestial emperor, he could go and cause trouble. At the very least, he could make the saint feel uncomfortable. Just as everyone was heading to the Purple Cloud Palace, in the northern primordial world, where the Thunder Lake was, Feng Zichen's Gaochen incarnation finally came into being. Clang, 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 a thunder god shook the Hongmeng Daozhong crazily. Wisps of Hongmeng Qi fell, suppressing and refining the Thunder Demon God's true spirit. This Thunder Demon God had the same plan as the Star Demon God. He wanted to possess the Gaochen divine fetus and use it as a foundation to nibble away at the primordial world step by step. The Gaochen divine fetus was indeed not his match. If Feng Zichen had not sent the Hongmeng Daozhong over in time, the Thunder Demon God would have already succeeded. It was because of the Hongmeng Daozhong that the Gaochen divine fetus could barely resist the Thunder Demon God. Judging from this, the Gaochen divine fetus was no match for the Thunder Demon God at all. But things always changed unexpectedly. Sensing the invasion of the Chaos Demon God, the entire Thunder Lake became restless. A connate Dao fruit covered in lightning flew out from the depths of the Thunder Lake and merged with the Gaochen divine fetus. This was the supreme Dao fruit that had been nurtured since the Thunder Lake was born, the connate Thunder Lord Dao fruit. Anyone who consumed it would immediately cultivate to the complete realm of Daoyuo Jingxian and attain the connate Thunder Lord Dao fruit. With the help of the connate Thunder Lord, the Gaochen divine fetus that was still nurturing entered the mature stage. With Daoyuo Jingxian's complete strength, the Gaochen divine fetus was born. For a moment, the Thunder Lake trembled. Countless bolts of lightning appeared and turned into a purple eye that entered the Gaochen divine fetus's forehead. This was the supreme treasure nurtured by the Tao of lightning, the eye of heavenly tribulation. It was a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure that contained 45 connate divine seals. It even contained a trace of the heavenly Tao's origin. It was the symbol of heaven and earth's punishment authority. Wielding this treasure was equivalent to wielding a portion of heaven and earth's punishment authority. It was truly one of the best spiritual treasures in the primordial world. But even so, the Gaochen divine fetus should not be much stronger than the Thunder Demon God. But after the Gaochen divine fetus was born, the Thunder Lake's origin had something to entrust itself to. It surged into the Gaochen divine fetus's body and raised its strength to the limits of a quasi-saint. With this, the Gaochen divine fetus wielded the Hongmeng Daozhong and fought evenly with the Thunder Demon God. After that, things became a lot simpler. As peace returned to the world, Feng Zichen freed up his hands and directly used the Gaochen star to support the Gaochen incarnation, causing his power to skyrocket and suppress the Luai's demonic god in one fell swoop. This was how the previous scene happened. What kind of treasure is this? It can wield the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong? I can't accept this. Amidst the Thunder Demon God's unwilling screams, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled and completely refined him, turning him into a part of its body. One could see that the Thunder Demon God's mark on the Hongmeng Daozhong's bell had completely materialized. It was as if it had come alive, vivid and lifelike. At the same time, the Hongmeng Daozhong's power increased by several notches. It even had the aura of a connate supreme treasure, but it still did not advance to a connate supreme treasure. The requirements to advance the Hongmeng Daozhong were very strict. If one could not find the connate 5 essences, even if its power could continue to increase and even surpass a connate supreme treasure, its level would not be able to advance. It could only be said that most precious items had their own special characteristics. Fortunately, Feng Zichen had already found a feasible way to obtain the connate 5 essences. Now that he was confined in the boundless starry sky, he could give it a try and see if he could advance the Hongmeng Daozhong to a connate supreme treasure. With the birth of the Gaochen, Feng Zichen had another great help. The plan that he had prepared earlier could also be carried out. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered. Clearly, he was planning something. It would not be long before the Celestial Emperor's candidate was decided. That was Dao ancestor Hongjuan's boy, Hao Tian. In this way, even if the saint did not say anything, he would definitely be dissatisfied. The Dao ancestor was old and shrewd. In order to take care of the saint's emotions, he took advantage of the situation and set up another 4 deities under the Celestial Emperor to help the Celestial Emperor control the primordial world. Yes. To put it bluntly, it was to weaken the Celestial Emperor's power. In this way, the saint would gain benefits, but it would not be good for Hao Tian to become the Celestial Emperor. To Hao Tian, although the Celestial Emperor's power had been weakened, it was precisely because of this that he was qualified to ascend to the limitless position. Otherwise, the complete position of the Celestial Emperor was a treasure that was even more noble than the position of the saint. How could he give it to others so easily? Not to mention Hao Tian, who was just a boy, even Di Jun was not qualified. Establishing the 4 deities not only satisfied the saint, but also weakened the Celestial Emperor's power. Apart from the Celestial Emperor, there were 4 more karmic positions of heaven and earth. It could be said to be killing several birds with one stone. Dao ancestor Hung Jun could be said to be scheming. Feng Zichen's goal. It was the position of the 4 deities. He had no chance of becoming the Celestial Emperor, so he could only take a step back and take the position of the 4 deities first. This way, it would be in line with his initial plan to develop wretchedly. First, he would occupy the position of the 4 deities and secretly take over the Celestial Emperor. On the surface, he would help the Celestial Emperor dominate the primordial world to attract firepower while he hid behind the scenes to develop wretchedly. When the time was ripe, he would do the matter of abolishing Hao Tian and becoming the Celestial Emperor. Yes. The plan was perfect. He was also well prepared. If nothing unexpected happened, his chances of success were very high. However, the situation in the primordial world changed too quickly, and his own strength increased very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became one of the top experts in the primordial world. Powerful strength gave birth to even greater ambition. Feng Zichen directly put aside his plan to develop wretchedly. He planned to use his powerful strength to forcefully ascend to the position of the Celestial Emperor. However, reality was often more exciting than novels. Feng Zichen never expected that he would be kicked out of the list of candidates for the Celestial Emperor by the Heavenly Tao because he was too powerful. He was too powerful. He was so powerful that even the Heavenly Tao was afraid of him. He was unwilling to let him, the Ziwei Star Master, who was most qualified to become the Celestial Emperor, become the Celestial Emperor. Therefore, the Heavenly Tao deliberately schemed against him and destroyed his hope of becoming the Celestial Emperor. Fortunately, Feng Zichen's wretched development plan was still there. Since he could not force it, he would continue to carry out this plan and try his best to occupy the position of the 4 royals. As for why it was the 4 royals and not the 6 royals, it was because the 6 royals were deliberately set up by the 3 pure ones to take revenge on Hao Tian after the God Investiture Tribulation. There was no Celestial Emperor among the 4 royals. In terms of status, they were lower than the Celestial Emperor. They assisted the Celestial Emperor in commanding the primordial world, not sharing the world with the Celestial Emperor. However, the 6 royals were different. Among them, the Celestial Emperor was included. He represented the power of the Celestial Emperor and further weakened. He fell from half a level higher to an existence of the same level. East, west, south, top, bottom, 6 great emperors symbolized the 6 directions. As for the 6 directions, there was no distinction between high and low. From the establishment of the 6 royals, it could be seen that the 3 pure ones were indeed the direct disciples of Tao ancestor Hung Jun. This method was simply inherited in the same vein. A good celestial emperor's position was divided into 6 parts by this pair of master and disciple. In the future, Hao Tian called himself the Jade Emperor because he knew that he was no longer qualified to call himself the Celestial Emperor. He directly changed his title to avoid being laughed at. However, Feng Zichen was still very happy to see this. If he were the Celestial Emperor, of course, he would not be happy. However, the problem was that he was not the Celestial Emperor. Different standpoints naturally led to different perspectives on the problem. The more the Celestial Emperor's power was reduced, the more benefits he would receive. He would definitely be happy to see this happen. If the celestial emperor's power was not reduced, where would the position of the 4 royals come from? Where would the position of the 6 royals come from? How would his plan be carried out? Therefore, the celestial emperor's power must be reduced, especially the more the better. Feng Zichen was now thinking about how to obtain the position of Emperor Tian Huang for the North Star. With the identity of Ziwei Star Master, the position of Emperor Tian Huang had to be given to him no matter what. Even if he died now, it would still be the same. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the position of Emperor Tian Huang. However, the position of Emperor Tian Huang was a bit troublesome. He needed to plan carefully. Chapter 529. If one wanted to become one of the 4 heavenly emperors, one had to be extremely noble, just like Feng Zichen. Or, one had enough merit that the heavenly Tao had no choice but to let him be, just like Hudu. Or, like the old man of the South Pole, he had a strong background with a saint supporting him. What about the North Star? In terms of status, he was not as noble as the North Star Lord. In terms of merit, he did not have as much as Hutu. In terms of background, he was also not as good as the old man of the South Pole. The only thing that could be compared to him was his background. The top Khanate god fiend that was born in the Thunder Lake was the Khanate Lightning Lord. Such a background was not considered low. He was completely qualified to become the heavenly emperor. However, there were many qualified people in the primordial world. The North Star had no strength, no merit, and no background. How could he defeat his competitors and ascend to the limitless position of the heavenly emperor? One must know that even a saint would want to help his disciple obtain the position of one of the 4 deities and use all his merit and virtue. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to obtain the position of heavenly emperor for the North Star. That was equivalent to snatching food from the saint's mouth. That was not a simple matter. Fortunately, Feng Zichen already had a complete plan for how to make the North Star become the heavenly emperor. Especially the appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation, he was full of confidence. It did not matter if he did not have a background. He would just follow the heavens and do something with great merit. He would then ascend to the throne with supreme merit. Have you all come to a conclusion? In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hengjun suddenly appeared and asked everyone. Yes, for a moment, everyone fell silent. How could they have come to a conclusion? Apart from the Grand Pure One, every saint had their own plans. They all wanted the future heavenly emperor to come from their sect so that they could gain the upper hand. Therefore, they crazily recommended their disciples, praising them as if they were the only ones in the world. No one would give in to the other. As such, after arguing for a long time, they still did not come to a conclusion. Master, I have a disciple under me, Guangchengzi. He has outstanding talent and profound cultivation. He has the bearing of a heavenly emperor. I would like to recommend him as the heavenly emperor. After a while, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning spoke first. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words could be said to be like a stone that stirred up 10,000 ripples. After he finished speaking, the other saints were afraid that Tao ancestor Hengjun would directly nod in agreement, so they also spoke one after another. Senior brother, junior brother thinks that this is inappropriate. Guangchengzi's poor Wei has also seen him. His talent is indeed excellent. But his strength is a little weak, and even Daluo Jingxian has not succeeded. If he were to become the celestial emperor, without the strength to suppress the heavens and earth, how would he be able to convince the masses? If the masses were to revolt and Master Guangcheng was unable to suppress them, wouldn't he end up in a sorry state? At that time, how can the heavenly courts have the face to rule the primordial world? Taoist Kundi smiled and retorted. After all, the celestial sovereign was the nominal ruler of the untainted land. If a cultivator who was not even Daluo Jingxian ascended to the throne, the celestial sovereign would become a joke in the untainted land. Yes, even that heavenly emperor probably wouldn't live for long. Did he really think that no one would dare to kill a sage's disciple? Kundi, you, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked at Taoist Kundi with extreme hatred. If not for the fact that this was the Purple Cloud Palace, he would have long raised the Pangu banner and attacked Taoist Kundi. One had to know that he did not have a disciple who had become Daluo Jingxian. In other words, Taoist Kundi's words had completely destroyed his disciple's hope of becoming the Celestial Emperor. Junior brother, don't be anxious. If Guangchengzi is really lucky to become the Celestial Emperor, the poor Wei will give him a 9 revolutions golden pill to help him become Daluo Jingxian. At that moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. To him, it did not matter who the Celestial Emperor was. As long as he was from the 3 Pure Ones, it was fine. Anyway, he only had one disciple. It was impossible for him to give the Celestial Emperor away. It was also at that moment that the Grand Pure One missed the Zichen clan of the human race. If he had agreed to acknowledge him as his master back then, the position of the Celestial Emperor would have been his. Was there anyone more qualified to become the Celestial Emperor than the great Taoist priests of the primordial world? I thank you on behalf of Guangchengzi, senior brother. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the Grand Pure One sincerely. That gift was a little too big. The 9 revolutions golden pill that could allow people to directly become Daluo Jingxian was even more precious than supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Even the Grand Pure One did not have many. Looking at the words of the two of them, it seemed that they had already determined that Guangchengzi was the next Celestial Emperor. Taoist Kundi was inexplicably unhappy and continued to obstruct them. Eldest senior brother. This is very inappropriate. That's the Celestial Emperor. The most honorable position of the primordial world can be obtained infinitely. If Guangchengzi needs to rely on external forces to become Daluo Jingxian, how can he be qualified to become the Celestial Emperor? The new Celestial Emperor might not be as capable as Di Jun. At the very least, he can't be too different. In order to destroy the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's plan, Taoist Kundi directly used Di Jun to talk about it. He felt that Guangchengzi was too inferior to Di Jun and was not qualified to become the Celestial Emperor. Everyone nodded when they heard that. Taoist Kundi's words made sense. The Celestial Emperor. He should have some of Di Jun's elegance. Otherwise, they would respect a brat as the Celestial Emperor and listen to his orders. If word got out, wouldn't they be laughed at? Even if it was only in name, everyone could not accept it. Therefore, they secretly made a decision in their hearts. No matter who the saint nominated as the Celestial Emperor, as long as it was a 3rd-generation disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders and had not reached the realm of a great divine ability, they would all oppose it. If they wanted the Celestial Emperor to be above their heads, at the very least, they had to have the same strength and seniority as them. As for the younger generation, it was better for them to stay where they were. Everyone's expressions could not be hidden from the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's eyes. In an instant, he guessed everyone's thoughts. He could not help but snort coldly and did not speak anymore. At this point, he already understood that the battle for the Celestial Emperor this time had nothing to do with his Chan school. Thinking of this, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was furious. He looked at Taoist Kundi with a murderous gaze. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, he had to give Taoist Kundi retribution on the way. At this moment, Taoist Kundi was immersed in the joy of successfully destroying the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's plan. He did not notice that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had already planned to ambush him halfway. Perhaps even if he knew, he would not care. Compared to destroying the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's plan, what was a beating? Master, regarding the Celestial Emperor, I have a suitable candidate here. Seeing that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not speak, the Grand Master of Heaven thought that the opportunity had come and hurriedly said. After all, they were biological brothers. Seeing that the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning wanted to scheme for the position of the Celestial Emperor, the Grand Master of Heaven could not step forward to compete with him to prevent any conflicts between the brothers. But now, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had been kicked out of the game. It was inevitable that the position of the celestial emperor would fall to someone else. It was just right for the Grand Master of Heaven to make a move. Who? Looking at the Grand Master of Heaven, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun asked with a smile. Old people always favored the young. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun was still a little biased towards the Grand Master of Heaven and Nuwa. For example, the Grand Master of Heaven had the most connate spirit treasures among the saints. Although the treasures on Nuwa were not as good as the three pure ones, she could go to the Purple Cloud Palace to visit the Tao Ancestor at any time. That was the difference. Master also knows this person. It's your grand disciple, the eldest direct disciple under my name, the first disciple of the third generation of the celestial sect of wonders, the nine heavens immortal venerable Xianqing. The Grand Master of Heaven said proudly. How could he not be proud? Xianqing was the first among the third generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders to cultivate the Daoyuo Jingxian, and he was at the perfected realm. Other than that, he had also achieved a series of brilliant achievements. He established the Qi Pill Dao, set the primordial currency, built the teleportation array disk, and then established the connate talisman Dao, becoming the ancestor of a Dao. Such a performance was extremely eye-catching even among the second generation of the celestial sect of wonders, let alone the third generation of the celestial sect of wonders. Few people could compare to him. If it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen had appeared in the human race and overshadowed Xianqing's limelight, the title of the number one genius of the primordial world would have fallen on Xianqing's head. Xianqing's performance was so eye-catching that the Grand Master of Heaven, as his master, naturally gained a lot of face. For this, there were already people who said that it was hard to say who was the strongest among the 6 saints, but in terms of the ability to teach disciples, the Saint of the Supreme Pure One was the leader. This made the Grand Master of Heaven overjoyed. After the Grand Master of Heaven said Xianqing's name, the eyes of the 2 saints lit up and they nodded secretly. Even Feng Zichen, who was in a daze, hurriedly came back to his senses and looked at Tao Ancestor Hong Jun with anticipation. Why didn't he think of it? His original body could not become the Celestial Emperor, but his incarnation could. If the Grand Master of Heaven really succeeded, then Feng Zichen would make a huge profit. Xianqing. Not bad. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun nodded and praised. Master, I also think that Xianqing has the bearing of a celestial emperor. Seeing that Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's tone showed signs of loosening, the Grand Pure One and the Jade Pure One hurriedly said at the same time. They wanted to take this opportunity to settle this matter. However, when Zhuan Ti, who was at the side, saw this, he was a little anxious. To them, anyone could become the Celestial Emperor, but the disciples of the 3 Pure Ones could not. Perhaps, before coming to the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhuan Ti still had some hope that his disciple could become the Celestial Emperor. However, after coming to the Purple Cloud Palace, they completely gave up on this idea. It was because the people of the East had gone too far and completely looked down on the West. When everyone was discussing, every time Zhuan Ti mentioned his disciple, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning would say, "The West is barren. What kind of talent can they produce?" He would be coldly rebutted. In this regard, whether it was the other saints or the great mediums present, none of them refuted. They all had expressions of agreement. Seeing this scene, how could Zhuan Ti not understand that this battle for the Celestial Emperor had nothing to do with them from the beginning? They had called them over just to be witnesses. They really did not mean to ask for their opinions. Therefore, in the following discussion, Zhuan Ti and the other began to look down and were indifferent to everything. This did not mean that they had given up. Instead, it meant that they had already made up their minds. No matter who the 3 Pure Ones proposed to be the Celestial Emperor, they would oppose it with all their might. In short, they could not let the 3 Pure Ones become the Celestial Emperor. Zhuan Ti's thoughts were probably that if he could not get something, he could not let the 3 Pure Ones get it. Master, Master. I have something to say. The position of the Celestial Emperor is extraordinary. Those who can take on this great responsibility need to have a sufficiently noble status, sufficient strength, and sufficient merit, is Xianqing qualified? Taoist Zhuan Ti said hurriedly. It was enough to grasp the point of strength. The three pure ones did not have a sage to be. Fellow Taoist Zhuan Ti, don't worry too much. Since the Poor Wei recommended Xianqing, he must be qualified. The Poor Wei's disciple was formed from the innate clear qi. He is of the same origin as the heaven realm. Is this background enough? Tang Tian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Taoist Zhuan Ti, being born from the innate clear qi is indeed not bad. What about his strength? Taoist Zhuan Ti thought for a while. Seeing that he could not bring himself to talk about this, he asked about Xianqing's strength. Strength. Although Xianqing is now in the realm of Daluo Jingxian, he has already reached perfection. He has bloomed 3 flowers, given birth to 5 qis, and understood the thoughts of good and evil. Tang Tian said with a smile. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew that Xianqing's strength was strong, but they did not expect that his strength had reached this level. Understanding the thoughts of good and evil meant that Xianqing's cultivation had reached the realm of killing 2 corpses. As long as he found a suitable object to kill 2 corpses, it would not be long before he could kill 2 corpses and cultivate to the late stage of the sage-to-be. And the late stage of the sage-to-be could be called a great medium. Disciple Nephew's strength has really improved. Taoist Zhuan Ti did not expect that Xianqing's strength had reached such a level. After a while, he came back to his senses and laughed dryly. The last time he saw Xianqing, he had just entered the realm of Daluo. Who would have thought that he would reach such a level in such a short time? It was normal that Taoist Zhuan Ti did not expect it. A trace of envy appeared in Taoist Zhuan Ti's heart. How could such a good disciple be met by Tang Tian and not by the Western sect? Even the almighty beings present began to discuss spiritedly after hearing sect leader Tongtian's words. They still knew about Xianqing. Other than his low seniority, he had also met the requirements to become a celestial emperor. Therefore, everyone was a little conflicted, not knowing whether to agree or not. Then merit. Taoist Kundi subconsciously wanted to ask about merit, but he swallowed his words before he could finish his sentence. What kind of joke was this? Would Xianqing lack merit? If he really asked, wouldn't he be ridiculed? Fellow Taoist, do you have any other questions? Tang Tian quickly asked when he saw that Taoist Zhuan Ti was a little speechless. He was very confident that Xianqing could become a celestial emperor. Chapter 530. Taoist Kundi really had no other choice. He had searched for all the reasons he could find. He really couldn't find any other reason. Could it be that he really wanted Xianqing to become the celestial emperor? Although he was a little unwilling, Taoist Kundi had to admit that among the 3rd-generation disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, there was no one more suitable than him. At this point, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion. But at this moment, Saint Jiayin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Teacher, Xianqing still needs to be in charge of the netherworld. He really can't leave. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the 3 pure ones changed drastically. Yes. How could they forget this? Xianqing was the only force of the celestial sect of wonders in the netherworld. If he ran to be the celestial emperor, then the situation that the celestial sect of wonders had created in the netherworld with great difficulty would be all gone. Therefore, Xianqing could not leave the netherworld. Although the position of celestial emperor was important, it was obvious that the celestial sect of wonders' plan for the netherworld was more important. In this way, Xianqing could not become the celestial emperor. As for sending an incarnation to the netherworld after becoming the celestial emperor? Stop joking. The incarnation of the celestial emperor actually ran to the netherworld to be a duke. Wasn't that saying that the heaven realm was inferior to the netherworld? Whose face was this slapping? Sigh. This child, what a pity. At this moment, Dao ancestor Hung Jun sighed and said with slight regret. This was to set the tone for this matter. They could not mess up the celestial sect of Wonder's plan for the netherworld. The Grand Master of Heaven's smug expression also began to become a little defeated. Just a little more. If it was for other reasons, the Grand Master of Heaven could still refute it, but there was nothing he could do about this matter. However, in his heart, he secretly hated Saint Jiayin. He planned to ask him for advice on the immortal slaying sword formation after leaving the Purple Cloud Palace. So that he would know that there were some things that could not be said. Even the way Feng Zichen looked at Jiayin had changed. He was hesitating whether he should secretly kill a few of his disciples to teach him an unforgettable lesson. He could not defeat Zhuandi, but Zhuandi's disciples could not defeat him either. If he could not deal with Zhuanti, he could deal with the Western sect. Ever since Zhuanti attacked the human tribe, Feng Zichen felt that he had been enlightened. When dealing with shameless people, you either have to be stronger than them, or you have to be more shameless than them. Feng Zichen could not do it for the time being, but he could do it more shamelessly than them. Feng Zichen said that he could give it a try. After understanding this, Feng Zichen realized that he was wrong. He had set the wrong target. Taking revenge on Zhuandi, it was not necessary to attack them. He could attack the Western sect and their disciples. The Western sect was where Zhuanti's efforts were. Only by destroying that place would the two of them feel pain and despair. Compared to the destruction of the Western sect, the physical injuries caused by Zhuanti were of no use other than embarrassing them. Saints would not die, nor would they be injured. Moreover, what was more satisfying revenge than destroying the enemy's efforts with one's own hands? These were taught to Feng Zichen by Zhuanti. If they had not attacked the human tribe, Feng Zichen would not have understood this penguin. If others did not follow the rules, why should he follow the rules? Since Zhuanti could attack the ordinary people of the human tribe, Feng Zichen could also attack the disciples of the Western sect. The weak followed the rules, and the strong made the rules. What a pity! Even everyone secretly felt pity for Xian Qing. How could a mere duke of the netherworld be compared to the celestial emperor? Xian Qing had suffered a huge loss this time. But how could his personal interests be compared to the interests of the Xian sect as a whole? In the future, Xian Qing will have his own benefits. After thinking about it, Dao ancestor Hung Jun also felt that Xian Qing had suffered a loss, so he promised. Dao ancestor is wise. Everyone hurriedly flattered. Dao ancestor, since there is no suitable candidate for the saint, what do you think of me? Do I have the qualifications to seek the position of celestial emperor? Suddenly, Feng Zichen stood up and recommended himself to Dao ancestor. Opportunities were fought for by oneself. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he had to give it a try. Only then would he not regret it. Otherwise, if he did not even try, how could he dare to say that he had worked hard? Besides, what if he succeeded? What if the heavenly Dao really wanted him to be the celestial emperor? Everything before was just his guess. What if he was thinking too much? Dao ancestor Hung Jun did not say that he could not be the celestial emperor. Therefore, he still had to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Even if he failed, he would not lose anything. But if he missed this opportunity because of his cowardice, then it would be a huge loss for him. Moreover, in the world, even if Di Jun was reborn, he would not dare to say that he was more qualified than Feng Zichen to be the celestial emperor. Under such circumstances, even if Dao ancestor Hong Jun rejected Feng Zichen's recommendation, he would have to give him a lot of benefits. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, everyone in the Purple Cloud Palace looked at Feng Zichen with an extremely complicated gaze. This scene was really too familiar. Countless years ago, there had been two people who had done the same thing in this place. They took the initiative to ask Dao ancestor Hong Jun if they could become the celestial emperor and rule the primordial world. Those two people were Di Jun, Tai. After that, the Tao ancestor nodded. The era that belonged to Dijun, Tai, had arrived. It was as if history was repeating itself. A familiar scene appeared in front of everyone again. The difference was that the protagonist of the story had changed. It had changed to a younger and more powerful god. The sad thing was that they were still supporting characters. It was also this scene that reminded everyone. How could the Celestial Emperor be chosen? Chosen? Could he become a qualified Celestial Emperor? Everyone retracted their gazes from Feng Zichen and looked at Tao ancestor Hong Jun. They were waiting for his answer. Was it the same as countless years ago? In terms of birth, the Ziwei Star Lord was born as the Lord of the Stars and ruled the boundless starry sky. He is also of the same origin as the heavenly Tao and has the noblest background. He is the most authentic Pangu. In terms of strength, his realm has even entered the half-step primordial chaos realm. Few people in the primordial world can defeat him. With the help of Zhouxing, he can even fight with a saint for a long time without falling into a disadvantage. He can be said to be the top great divine ability of the primordial world. In terms of merit, he has the merit of saving the world. If it weren't for the Ziwei Star Lord repairing the boundless starry sky, how could the apocalyptic calamity of the primordial world be resolved so easily? According to this, the Ziwei Star Lord's background, strength, and merit can be said to be perfect. He is simply the best candidate for the Celestial Emperor. Even if Dijun comes back to life, he might not be able to compete with him. While Tao ancestor Hong Jun was silent, everything about the Ziwei Star Lord was slowly told by everyone. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that there was no need to fight. Wasn't the most suitable candidate for the Celestial Emperor always here? Ziwei. Speaking of which, you are the most suitable candidate for the Celestial Emperor. It can even be said that you are a natural Celestial Emperor. After a long silence, Tao ancestor Hong Jun said to Feng Zichen. This was the truth. But Feng Zichen was not willing to listen. Because the meaning in his words was already very obvious. The Tao ancestor did not want him to be the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, couldn't he just agree directly? Why did he have to talk so much nonsense? Didn't he see that after Tao ancestor Hong Jun said this, the three pure ones and the others all heaved a long sigh of relief? If that's the case, why didn't Tao ancestor choose me? Feng Zichen was angry, so he did not prepare anything and asked directly. It's not that I don't want to, but I really can't. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was not angry. He understood Feng Zichen's current mood very well. Why? At this point, Feng Zichen really wanted to know what reason Tao ancestor Hong Jun could come up with. Because of Zhouxing. In the battle between the liches and demons, Zhouxing was too damaged. Even the heavenly Tao did not have enough strength to repair it. As for you, you can forcefully plunder enough strength from the chaos outside the realm to repair Zhouxing without consuming the origin of heaven and earth. You even have extra strength to repair the broken world. Do you know? How surprised was the heavenly Tao when he saw this scene. Therefore, from then on, he decided to leave you in the boundless starry sky. Because the heavenly Tao needs you to repair Zhouxing, so before Zhouxing is repaired, he does not want you to leave the boundless starry sky. In fact, when you fought with the saint, the heavenly Tao probably schemed against you to keep you in the boundless starry sky. Therefore, you can't leave the boundless starry sky. And being unable to leave the boundless starry sky means that you are not qualified to become the Celestial Emperor. Tao ancestor Hong Jun's voice sounded in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, explaining all of this to him. Because the answer was too shocking and involved the heavenly Tao's plan, Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not announce it. Instead, he used his spiritual will to tell Feng Zichen. What? Feng Zichen was really shocked. He had never thought that the reason why the heavenly Tao did not let him become the Celestial Emperor was because of this. It sounded ridiculous, right? But Feng Zichen believed it. This seemed to be something that the heavenly Tao would do. That was because the heavenly Tao did not have intelligence and only relied on instinct. The distinction between good and evil, right and wrong, were all imposed on the heavenly Tao by later generations. The heavenly Tao itself did not have these. What good and evil, what right and wrong, in front of the heavenly Tao, there were only things that were beneficial to the primordial world and things that were harmful to the primordial world. As long as it was beneficial to the primordial world, regardless of whether it was good or evil, right or wrong, the heavenly Tao would support it. By the same logic, as long as it was harmful to the primordial world, even if it was just, the heavenly Tao would oppose it. In the simple thoughts of the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen could repair Zhouxing, so he was beneficial to the world. Since that was the case, he naturally had to think of a way to keep him in the boundless starry sky. For this, sacrificing some of Feng Zichen's interests was nothing. The heavenly Tao was the most selfless and selfish. For the interests of the world, he could give up everything. Sacrificing Feng Zichen was nothing. The heavenly Tao is fair. Since you want me to repair the boundless starry sky, you will definitely give me some benefits, right? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen already understood that unless he could repair Zhouxing immediately. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the boundless starry sky before Zhouxing was repaired. Therefore, he had no chance of becoming the Celestial Emperor. Since that was the case, he had to ask for some benefits to make up for his losses. Benefits? The best place in the primordial world and the entire boundless starry sky have been given to you. What other benefits do you want? Tao ancestor Hung Jun said unhappily. That was the boundless starry sky, one of the most important places in the primordial world. It could be said that if one controlled this place, they would have the capital to dominate the primordial world. Di Jun relied on this place to make a fortune to fight against the wizard race. It was not an exaggeration to say that the Lord of the boundless starry sky was half a celestial emperor. The Lord of Ziwei Star could have such a noble status because he was the Lord of the boundless starry sky. How about the position of the Deputy Lord of the Heavens and Earth? It's second only to the Celestial Emperor and also represents the next Celestial Emperor. Tao ancestor Hung Jun scolded with a smile, showing the sincerity of the heavenly Tao. That's it. Feng Zichen was very disdainful of this. How could these things be compared with the position of the Celestial Emperor? Forget it. The poor Wei will give you a copy of her cultivation experience over the years. After that, I will give you a fragment of the creation jade disc. What do you think? From Feng Zichen's expression, one could see his dissatisfaction. Tao ancestor Hung Jun was a little helpless about this and could only say again. Cultivation experience. Creation jade disc fragment. Tao ancestor, you're really generous. I'll be polite then. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation experience of the Tao ancestor or the fragment of the creation jade disc, they were all first-class treasures. The former could let Feng Zichen see the path ahead, and the latter was even more impressive. It was a fragment of the heavenly Tao treasure that contained all the principles of the primordial world. It could allow one to get closer to the Tao. Tao ancestor Hung Jun was able to integrate the Tao because of this item. From this, one could see how extraordinary the creation jade disc was. Take it. With a wave of his hand, Tao ancestor Hung Jun gave his cultivation experience and the creation jade disc to Feng Zichen. The cultivation experience of the Tao ancestor was recorded in a jade book. The jade book was pure white and flawless, filled with connate Tao runes. It was at least a superior grade connate spirit treasure. At a glance, one could tell that it was produced by the Tao ancestor. The fragment of the good fortune jade disc was a small piece of purple jade. It was covered with complicated patterns, which made people feel dizzy just by looking at it. Feng Zichen did not dare to look at it anymore. He put away the two treasures and left. He knew the principle of going too far was as bad as falling short. The Tao ancestor had even given out the fragment of the creation jade disc. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. If he wanted more, he would not be able to get anything good. Instead, he would offend people. It was better to take a step back. With this favor, he could not refuse Tao ancestor Hong Jun if he needed help in the future. Overall, this deal was still a loss, but it was not too much. Returning to his seat, Feng Zichen thought silently. As for what had happened just now, he did not know what method Tao ancestor Hong Jun had used. In short, no one saw anything. They only knew that the Tao ancestor had rejected Feng Zichen. Chapter 531. Master, the position of Celestial Emperor is of great importance. We don't dare to make a decision. It's better for Master to make a decision. Not long after Feng Zichen left, the Grand Pure One stepped forward and said. Since the candidate they recommended could not obtain the approval of everyone, they would let Tao ancestor Hong Jun decide personally. In this way, who would dare to have any objections? Yes. Haotian Yao Qi, the two of you come forward. Hearing that, Tao ancestor Hong Jun nodded and called the Haotian Yao Qi over. The Haotian Yao Qi, who was watching the show at the side, clearly did not expect that there would be something between them. Therefore, after hearing Tao ancestor Hong Jun's words, they were clearly stunned. When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly ran forward and bowed to Tao ancestor Hong Jun, disciple Haotian, Yao Qi, greets Master. May I know what instructions Master has for us to come here? Thinking of the content of the conversation just now, the Haotian Yao Qi clearly sensed something. Her heart was a little bumpy and she asked excitedly. The poor Wei wants to make the two of you the Celestial Emperor and Empress to rule the primordial world. Are you willing? Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not stand on ceremony and said bluntly. Whoosh, as soon as these words were said, the entire place was in an uproar. Who was the Haotian Yao Qi? She was just a child beside Tao ancestor Hong Jun. How could she become the Celestial Emperor with such a status? How could everyone be convinced? Although the Haotian Yao Qi had also listened to the Tao when the Tao ancestor preached and was considered one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. However, because of their status, who would take these two seriously? Who would treat them as fellow Taoists? No. They were just child Taoists. How could they be compared to them? Even Zhuanti, who was the least like back then, looked down on Hao Tian and Yao Qi. One had to know that when the Tao ancestor first preached the Tao, Zhuanti was late. If the Haotian Yao Qi had not taken pity on him and reopened the Purple Cloud Palace for the two of them, the two of them would not have been able to get the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, let alone the position of saint. It could be said that Haotian and Yao Qi had become Zhuanti. Logically speaking, with this relationship, the relationship between Zhuanti and the Haotian Yao Qi should be very good. But that was not the case. There was no relationship between them at all. In the view of Zhuanti, Haotian Jade Lake was a Taoist child. It was her duty to open the door for them. They did not owe the two of them anything. Wasn't it because he looked down on them that he had such thoughts? If it was some other innate god that opened the door for them, would Zhuanti be like this? Most likely, he had already accepted this favor. Zhuanti didn't think that they were late first. Even if the Haotian Jade Pool didn't open the door for them, no one could find fault with them. On the contrary, the Haotian Jade Pool was taking a huge risk to open the door for the two of them. But even so, they did not receive a word of thanks from Zhuanti. What greeted the two of them was still the same contemptuous attitude. Are you willing? Tao ancestor Hong Jun's casual words brought an unimaginable shock to Haotian. He was almost stunned by the huge surprise that came out of nowhere. Previously, he was still guessing who would become the supreme ruler of the primordial world. However, in a flash, the flower landed on his head. Surprise! It really caught him off guard. Although he had long known that the Tao ancestor would arrange a good future for him, he didn't expect that the Tao ancestor would directly give him the position of Celestial Emperor. This was more than good. That was the position of Celestial Emperor. There was nothing more precious than this in the primordial world. He wouldn't even exchange it for a primordial treasure. Excited, Haoyan was about to agree. But just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere had suddenly changed. It became extremely solemn. Terrifying pressure, with an invincible aura, came from behind the Haoyan jade pool, oppressing them until they couldn't speak. At this time, everyone present made a move. The existence that they had looked down on in the past was now going to be above them. How could the proud people tolerate this? Therefore, they made a move. Even in front of Tao ancestor Hongjun, they did not hesitate to make a move. They wanted to use their powerful pressure to force the Haoyan jade pool to reject Tao ancestor Hongjun's proposal. Although Tao ancestor Hongjun had decided to let these two become the celestial emperor and empress, this was not forced. If the Haoyan jade pool took the initiative to refuse, Tao ancestor Hongjun could not force it. As for whether it would offend Tao ancestor Hongjun because of this, everyone was actually not worried. If Tao ancestor Hongjun was really so stingy, he would not have become the Tao ancestor that everyone admired. Pressure. An unprecedented pressure. The pressure brought by everyone's combined strength. It was as if the Kunlun divine mountain was pressing down on him. The Haoyan jade pool was almost out of breath. Haoyan's strength was extraordinary. He could still hold on for a while. However, the jade pool's strength was far inferior to Haoyan's. Under the pressure of everyone, he gradually showed signs of being unable to hold on. His face gradually turned pale, and drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Tao ancestor Hongjun did not say anything about this. If the Haoyan jade pool could not even overcome this little difficulty, then it was better to give up the position of celestial emperor and empress as soon as possible. One must know that after they became the celestial emperor and empress, any of the difficulties that they would have to face would be countless times more difficult than the current predicament. Without powerful strength, even if they were forcefully pushed to the position of celestial emperor and empress, they would not be stable and might even be in danger. There were too many lawless people in the primordial world. What could they not do? What was the big deal about killing a celestial emperor? Countless people died every day in the primordial world. Why couldn't there be a celestial emperor among them? A long, long time ago, the Haoyan jade pool had been by Tao ancestor Hongjuan's side. That seemed to be before they became saints. After so many years, even if they had a heart of stone, they would still have feelings for each other. Therefore, there was a huge opportunity now, and Tao ancestor Hongjun was willing to help them. But the opportunity was given to them. Whether they could seize it or not depended on their own choice. For a moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at Haoyan with a deeper gaze, like a bottomless abyss. He was looking forward to Haoyan's choice. It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, Feng Zichen was staring at the Haoyan jade pool with a very puzzled gaze. Among the people who threatened the Haoyan jade pool, he was naturally included. However, different from everyone else's goal, Feng Zichen's original intention was not to force the two of them to bow their heads, but to test Haoyan's strength. No matter how bad Haoyan's performance was in the future, he was still the celestial emperor. And how could someone who could become the celestial emperor not have some skills? Haoyan's strength must be unimaginably strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit firmly in the position of celestial emperor. This could be seen from the attitude of the three pure ones in the future. One had to know that the cause of the God-conferment tribulation originated from Haoyan. It was precisely because he complained to Tao ancestor Hongjun that the God-conferment tribulation broke out, causing the Chan school and Jie school to suffer heavy losses. After suffering such a huge loss, wouldn't the three pure ones hate Haoyan to death? But even so, they only thought of ways to reduce Haoyan's power, instead of finding an opportunity to kill Haoyan. From this, it could be seen that Haoyan must have something that the three pure ones were afraid of, so they did not dare to act rashly. The three purities were famous for their boldness. They even dared to destroy the primordial world, so a mere celestial emperor naturally could not scare them. However, they did not dare to attack Haoyan. The reason behind this was truly frightening to think about. Therefore, Feng Zichen had always felt that Hao Yan's strength was very, very strong. Even if he was not as good as Di Jun, he was not far away. Hao Yan, the vast heaven. Hao Yan dared to use the name heaven. Presumably, his strength was also very extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not be able to suppress this name. In the primordial world, the name of a god was not randomly given, it could, to a certain extent, reflect a person's future achievements. Moreover, if one's strength was not worthy of the name, they would be counterattacked by luck and fall into a calamity, leading to a fatal disaster. It was precisely because of the above considerations that Feng Zichen took the opportunity of everyone threatening the Hao Yan Jade Pool to test Hao Yan's strength. But the result was beyond his expectations. Hao Yan's strength was far from as strong as he had imagined. Under the pressure of everyone, he actually showed signs of being unable to hold on. This was very unreasonable. Could it be that Hao Yan had hidden his cultivation? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen exerted even more pressure on Hao Yan. He wanted to see if Hao Yan was really as weak as he appeared to be now. If Hao Yan was as Feng Zichen had guessed and had hidden his strength, then this pressure would not be able to hurt him at all. If Feng Zichen had guessed wrongly, Hao Yan's strength was not as strong as he had imagined. Although this pressure was not enough to kill Hao Yan, it was enough to seriously injure him. Then this was what he had asked for. Wanting to ascend to the position of Celestial Emperor with his insignificant strength was an act of courting death. In fact, in Feng Zichen's heart, he was more inclined to believe that Hao Yan's strength was low. In this way, he could take advantage of the opportunity to cripple Hao Yan. Don't blame Feng Zichen for being black-hearted, who asked the two of them to have enmity between them. No matter who became the Celestial Emperor, it was considered a great enmity with Feng Zichen. If all the candidates for the Celestial Emperor were killed, then his chance would come. Faintly, Feng Zichen had an unrealistic idea in his heart. Yes, or no. At this time, Hao Yan's heart was really tangled to the extreme. That was the highest karmic position in the untainted land, and it was just placed in front of him. As long as he nodded, he could ascend to the sky in one step and become the supreme celestial emperor respected by all the heavens. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Who did not envy Di Jun's prestige in the past? But every time Hao Yan wanted to agree, the terrifying gazes that came from behind him brought him great pressure, making him unable to speak. The position of the Celestial Emperor was tempting, but the hostility from many great magicians was also terrifying. Becoming the Celestial Emperor was certainly a step into the sky, but the price was to offend all the great magicians in the untainted land. In comparison, the position of the Celestial Emperor seemed a little light. After all, he had offended so many great magicians. Even if he really became the Celestial Emperor, it would be difficult for him to be stable. So, it was better to refuse. Under the great pressure, a thought of giving up gradually appeared in Hao Yan's heart. As time passed, it became bigger and bigger, and soon filled his heart. However, in the depths of Hao Yan's heart, there was a trace of unwillingness that slowly grew, causing him to be unable to make up his mind to give up the position of the Celestial Emperor. Why couldn't he and the Jade Pool become the supreme beings of heaven and earth and rule the untainted land? The Tao ancestor had clearly agreed. Why did those great magicians still come out to stop him? Especially Zhuan Ti, why didn't they come out to help? Or even join forces with them to pressure him? One had to know that if he and the Jade Pool hadn't taken the risk to open the door of the Purple Cloud Palace, how could the two of them have today's achievements? Did they really not care about the friendship of the past at all? One question after another appeared in Hao Yan's heart, causing the unwillingness in his heart to grow rapidly. Gradually, it was on par with the thought of giving up. You've gone too far. Hao Yan, who was in a dilemma, glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the Jade Pool, who was on the verge of collapse under the pressure of everyone. For a moment, his intuition was about to burst, and an indescribable anger surged in his heart. Endless years of companionship had long formed an indelible relationship between Hao Yan and the Jade Pool. It could be said that the current Jade Pool was Hao Yan's everything. Seeing the Jade Pool being forced to this point, how could Haotian not be angry? He could be wronged, but the Jade Pool couldn't. The Jade Pool and I were born as Dao children, so you don't like us? It's ridiculous. In the untainted land, identity is very important. But in the end, strength is everything. Didn't you look down on the Jade Pool and me? Then today, I will take the Jade Pool and become an existence above you. Driven by anger, the unwillingness in Haotian's heart burned crazily. It was as hot as the scorching sun, igniting the hot blood in his body. Hot blood flowed in his heart, stimulating his heroic spirit. At this moment, Haotian made up his mind. The Heavenly Emperor, no matter what, he was determined to be. Not for himself, but for the Jade Pool. The reputation of a Dao child was not so good after all, and he was looked down upon everywhere. Even the Dao child of the Dao ancestor was the same. Therefore, Haotian wanted to give the Jade Pool an incomparably noble identity. And in the untainted land, was there anything more noble than the identity of the Heavenly Empress? An incomparably powerful aura slowly rose from Haotian's body, forcing back all the pressure that surged from behind him, and at the same time, protecting the Jade Pool. Teacher, Haotian is willing. Haotian is willing to be the Heavenly Emperor, rule the Heavenly Court, and sweep away the chaos of the untainted land. Under the pressure of everyone, Haotian straightened his back, looked straight into Dao ancestor Hongjuan's eyes, and said word by word. Boom! After Haotian said this, his aura also reached its peak. An aura that belonged to the great perfection of sage-to-be suddenly poured out, fiercely colliding with the pressure of everyone, stirring up a terrifying wind in the purple cloud palace. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, invisible waves of air spread, forming gusts of wind that rippled in the purple cloud palace, blowing everyone's hair and rolling up their clothes. Chapter 532. But at this moment, no one cared about this. That was because they were all shocked by the strength that great heaven had displayed. The great perfection of the sage-to-be. Haotian, a little Taoist child, actually had the strength of the great perfection of the sage-to-be. It was really too shocking. One had to know that this kind of strength, even among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, was also the top batch, stronger than most people. How could it be? Among the people present, those powerful figures whose cultivation level was lower than Haotian's could not help but feel ashamed at this moment. In vain, they thought that their status was noble and looked down on Haotian, who was born as a Taoist child. But in the end, their cultivation level was actually inferior to his. It was really embarrassing. At this moment, no one dared to come out and suppress Haotian. It was not because they were afraid of him, but because after Haotian nodded, if they attacked him, they would not give face to Dao ancestor Hongjun. If they offended Dao ancestor Hongjun because of this, how could they survive in the primordial world in the future? That's more like it. Seeing this, Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction and gradually withdrew his pressure. He was not surprised that Haotian had such strength. One had to know that the one who accompanied the Dao ancestor the longest was not the three pure ones, but the Haotian Jade Pool. Even a pig could become a sage-to-be if it stayed by Dao ancestor Hongjuan's side all year round. Moreover, Haotian was not a pig. On the contrary, his talent was very good, and he could be ranked in the upper class among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud mortal world. Haotian's background was also very big. He was formed from the Chaos Jade and could be called a top Khanate god-fiend in the primordial world, only inferior to the three pure ones and the others. In the primordial world, those who could be related to Chaos were not simple. If not, why would Dao ancestor Hongjun recommend Haotian to be the celestial emperor? He was not old and confused. How could he not know that without absolute strength, what was the difference between ascending to the position of celestial emperor and courting death? It was because he knew Haotian's strength and thought that he was qualified to lead the primordial world that Dao ancestor Hongjun recommended him. In the primordial world, although a background was important, strength was more important. Without strength, no matter how strong one's background was, it was useless. The great perfection of the sage-to-be, Haotian, you will have fun in the future. Looking at Haotian, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered. After knowing Hao Tian's true strength, it would be much easier to scheme against him in the future. Otherwise, just guessing Haotian's true strength would take up most of his energy. All right. Very good. Regarding Vast Heaven's choice, Dao ancestor Hung Jun was very gratified. Everyone was threatening Haotian, so why didn't he do anything? He was waiting for Hao Tian to explode. He naturally knew Hao Tian's strength, but the others did not. Without showing extraordinary strength, how could everyone be convinced that he had ascended to the position of Celestial Emperor? Although, with Dao ancestor Hongjuan's prestige, he could completely forcefully push Haotian onto the throne of Heavenly Emperor, and everyone also did not dare to object. However, in that case, it would be disadvantageous for you Haotian to rule the primordial world in the future. Therefore, the Dao ancestor let everyone take action, forcing Haotian to have no choice but to reveal his strength. In this way, he would take the opportunity to settle this matter so that everyone would have nothing to say. Dao ancestor Hung Jun was still very satisfied with Haotian. Regardless of background, talent, or comprehension, they were all top-notch. But unfortunately, his personality was flawed, and he liked to hide his strength too much. Originally, it was a good thing to hide his strength. After all, the primordial world was still too dangerous, and it was always good to keep a trump card. However, it might not be a good thing to hide his strength too much. Just like how one would really become a pig after pretending to be a pig for a long time. Therefore, based on the above considerations, Dao ancestor Hung Jun did not want this disciple to be crippled just like that, so he decided to push him to the position of Celestial Emperor to temper his character. After becoming Celestial Emperor, he would not only have great power, but also unimaginable pressure. As long as he could withstand this pressure, Haotian would definitely undergo an unprecedented transformation. In the future, he might be able to cultivate to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Haotian, I'll give you this Haotian mirror to help you monitor the heavens. Dao ancestor Hung Jun waved his hand and gave the supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Haotian mirror, to Haotian. This mirror had the ability to search the heavens and earth. It could reflect everything that happened in the primordial world. It was a top-notch auxiliary treasure in the primordial world. Thank you, teacher. Haotian took the Haotian mirror and thanked him. Dao ancestor Hung Jun did not say anything and looked at Yao Qi. Yao Qi, I'll give you this golden hairpin and this Khanate spirit root immortality peach tree. I hope you can help Haotian well. As he spoke, a golden hairpin and a peach tree flew out of his sleeve and landed in Yao Qi's hand. Thank you, teacher. After receiving air bow, Yao Qi was overjoyed and quickly stood up to thank him. It was no wonder that Yao Qi was so happy. Both the golden hairpin and the Khanate immortality peach tree were top-notch treasures in the primordial world. The former was a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure and had the ability to cut through space. The latter was one of the top 10 spirit roots in the primordial world. It was not much worse than a Khanate spirit treasure. You may leave. Dao ancestor Hung Jun waved his hand to ask Haotian and Yao Qi to leave. Just as he was about to ask everyone to leave, a heavenly will suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Under the Celestial Emperor, there should be another 4 great emperors to rule the primordial world. As soon as this was said, the gods were in an uproar. Everyone was smart. How could they not see the true intention of the heavenly Dao's order? This was clearly to reduce the power of the Celestial Emperor. Regarding this, the Saint and Feng Zichen were naturally extremely happy. The rest of the people had the mentality that it had nothing to do with them. As for Dao ancestor Hung Jun, his expression was indifferent. No one could tell what he was thinking. As the person involved, Haotian's face darkened. His expression was extremely ugly. Clearly, he was suppressing his anger. He had not officially ascended the throne yet, but his power had been reduced. No one would be happy if they faced such a thing. It was already considered good that Haotian could hold back and not curse out loud. Sigh. This is the will of the heavens. How can a person go against it? Tao ancestor Hung Jun sighed and said slowly, do you have any candidates in mind for the position of the four royals? The will of the heavens could not be violated. It spoke of Hung Jun's helplessness. Even someone as powerful as him could not violate the orders of the heavenly Tao. May I ask, Master, what are the positions of the four great emperors? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One asked. They wanted to recommend him, but they did not even know what the four royals were going to do. How could they recommend him? The Lord of Myriad Stars, Great Emperor Ziwei, the Lord of Myriad Gods, Great Emperor Go Chen, the Lord of Myriad Thunder, Great Emperor Changsheng, and the Lord of Myriad Lands, Empress Hutu. Tao ancestor Hung Jun calculated for a moment and said to everyone. Hiss, hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The heavenly Tao was really ruthless. It had reduced more than half of the celestial emperor's power. In the future, if the four royals joined forces, they would probably be able to directly take over the celestial emperor. Heavenly Emperor Haotian was really a coward. He had not even taken office, but more than half of his power had been reduced. For a moment, everyone looked at Hao Tian with eyes filled with schadenfreude. Previously, they thought that he was lucky enough to become the celestial emperor in one step. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. Hao Tian's face was obviously darker. The aura on his body was fluctuating. It was obvious that he was trying his best to endure. If Yao Qi had not been holding him back, who knew what he would have done? Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the void rippled, and the will of heaven appeared again. Two talismans condensed out of thin air and floated in the middle of the purple cloud palace. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what the heavenly Tao was going to do and why it had to appear twice in a row. Tao ancestor Hung Jun reached out and took one of the two talismans. He opened it in front of everyone. On it was written, the Lady of Earth is, the heavenly Tao is great and virtuous, and the Lady of Earth is the Earth Emperor. Limitless and boundless, respected by heaven and earth. In this way, one of the four royals, the Lady of Earth, was decided. It was the Lady of Earth. In fact, the Lady of Earth was not worthy of the Lady of Earth. Although this deity position was noble and was one of the four royals of the primordial world, it could be said to be the highest karmic position in the world. However, what kind of identity was the Lady of Earth? She was the first saint of the Tao. She was even more noble than the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao and was second only to Tao ancestor Hung Jun. A mere four royals was naturally not worthy of her. It would be better if it was the celestial emperor. However, the heavenly Tao had no choice. The Lady of Earth was obviously prepared for the Lady of Earth. One had to know that the Lady of Earth had the title of Mother of Earth. She was the well-deserved ruler of the land. If the ruler of all lands, the Empress of Earth, were to be given to someone else, where would Empress Earth belong? How could there be two emperors on Earth? Wasn't this forcing the Lady of Earth to kill? Therefore, no matter what, the deity position of the Lady of Earth had to be given to the Lady of Earth. Go! After knowing the thoughts of the heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor Hung Jun directly sent the talisman to the netherworld. He could not be the master of the Lady of Earth. The choice was up to the Lady of Earth herself. In the netherworld, the Lady of Earth looked at the talisman in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, she chose to accept the talisman. However, the position of Empress Earth Emperor would not be taken by him, but by Ping Xian. A mysterious yellow light rose from the Lady of Earth's body and gradually turned into a woman who looked very similar to the Lady of Earth. It was her merit incarnation, Ping Xian. Back then, the heavenly Tao wanted to use the merit chi to reconstruct the Lady of Earth's physical body. But who knew that the Pangu bloodline in the Lady of Earth's body was too domineering and directly removed the merit chi from her body. Since she could not absorb it, the Lady of Earth refined it into an incarnation based on the principle of not wasting it, which was the current Ping Xian. After Ping Xian appeared, she did not stand on ceremony and directly stepped forward to take the heavenly Tao talisman. Then, with a boom, the heavenly Tao talisman scattered and turned into billions of light spots, covering Ping Xian's body. Swish, a divine light flashed, and a luxurious imperial robe appeared on Ping Xian's body. The Lady of Earth. The birth of the Lady of Earth, heaven and earth immediately reacted. Golden flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses gushed out from the ground. The mysterious sound of the great Tao resounded among the heavenly emperors, "Praise the Lady of Earth. Praise the sky-bearing empire's great virtue and the Earth Empress. 9 Splendor Jade Palace, 7 Treasures Imperial Room. The Lady of Earth is in charge of yin and yang. The Tao promotes honor and contains great light, and the virtue is stored in gentleness and purity. Imitate Haotian, and nurture the beauty of Kun Yuan. Flow of things, and form the benevolence of a mother. Yu is dependent, and the mountains and rivers form a shield. Great sorrow and great wish, great saint and great benevolence. Heaven-bearing technique, Earth Empress." Between heaven and earth, there were sounds of chanting. It was like the whispers of the gods, but also like the whispers of all living beings, congratulating the birth of a great and honorable existence. Praise the Lady of Earth. Praise the sky-bearing empire's great virtue and the Earth Empress. In a trance, a great figure seemed to appear in front of all living beings, making them subconsciously worship and offer their blessings. Purple Cloud Palace. Everyone was full of praises. The commotion caused by the birth of the 4 royals was comparable to when a sage achieved Tao. It was obvious that the heavenly Tao valued them. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, even those who did not value the 4 royals before could not help but re-evaluate them. The heavenly Tao had personally come to create momentum for them. Who would dare to underestimate the 4 royals? Swish! Retracting their gazes from below, everyone looked at Feng Zichen in unison. Obviously, the other heavenly Tao talisman was prepared for him. Because other than the Star Master of Ziwei, who else was qualified to become the great Emperor of Ziwei? If it was not for him, then a great battle was inevitable. The Star Master of Ziwei would never allow outsiders to taint Ziwei's star. Sure enough, Tao ancestor Hung Jun opened the heavenly Tao talisman. On it was written Feng Zichen, the Star Master of Ziwei is, Middle Heaven Great Emperor of North Pole Ziwei. Controls all things and commands all stars. Infinite and infinite, respected by heaven and earth. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Zichen stepped forward. Boom! The heavenly Tao talisman shattered with a loud bang. Tao light flashed all over the sky, turning into a purple imperial robe that draped over Feng Zichen's body. Middle Heaven Great Emperor of North Pole Ziwei. Heaven and earth shook again, and the phenomenon that had just dissipated reappeared. Heavenly flowers, golden lotuses, and Tao voices appeared one by one. Praise the Great Emperor of North Pole Ziwei. Middle Heaven Great Emperor of North Pole Ziwei. Daluo Celestial Palace, Ziwei Star Palace. He lives high in the North Pole, above the Middle Heaven. His Dharma name is Golden Will Blazing, and his Tao name is Jade Dipper Xian Zun. Jade Dipper, Qi Qizheng, and Qi Qizheng, the heavenly geography, the sun, moon, and star mansions, the ecliptic purple boundary, the master of all things. Ruler of all heavens, great sorrow and great wish, great sage and great mercy, myriad star sect master, limitless origin emperor, Zhongtian Ziwei, great emperor of North Pole. Between heaven and earth, the mysterious Tao seal once again resounded, celebrating the birth of great Emperor Ziwei. At the same time, Feng Zichen's Ziwei Emperor's shadow also appeared in the minds of all living beings, accepting the worship of all living beings. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Ziwei. In the Purple Cloud Palace, after the phenomenon ended, everyone congratulated Feng Zichen one after another. Listening to the Star Master's message, his power was simply shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a little celestial emperor. Of course, they had to befriend such a person. However, the way Haotian looked at Feng Zichen seemed a little strange. Thinking about it, the power of great Emperor Ziwei should have belonged to the celestial emperor. Seeing the person who had taken away his power talking and laughing in front of him, how could he be happy? In this regard, Feng Zichen did not care. The four imperials and the celestial emperor had an irreconcilable conflict. There are still 2 imperial thrones left. The Western Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity and the Southern Pole Longevity Emperor. Do you have anyone in mind? At this time, Tao ancestor Hung Jun spoke. He wanted to take advantage of this gathering to decide on all the imperial thrones at once. Chapter 533. The heavenly Tao had only appointed 2 great emperors, so the remaining 2 would naturally be decided by the Tao ancestor. Master, I have a disciple under my name, the celestial elder of the South Pole. He was born as the South Pole star god and is fated to be the South Pole longevity emperor. As soon as Tao ancestor Hung Jun finished speaking, the heavenly lord of the primordial beginning walked forward and said excitedly, "What a great fortune!" Hearing the name South Pole Longevity Emperor, he knew that this throne was prepared for his disciple, the celestial elder of the South Pole. This throne belonged to the South Pole star god. That does make sense. Tao ancestor Hung Jun nodded and was about to agree. The South Pole Longevity Emperor was originally prepared for the South Pole star god. The celestial elder of the South Pole was the innate star god born from the South Pole, so this throne naturally belonged to him. What a joke! The celestial elder of the South Pole is only a Tai Jingxian. What right does he have to become the supreme being of heaven and earth and be worshipped by all living beings? Isn't he afraid of the backlash of his luck and dying? However, before Tao ancestor Hung Jun could agree, Feng Zichen hurriedly stood up and objected. The boundless starry sky was his private land. How could he allow outsiders to interfere, not to mention the claws of a saint? What's more, what he said was very reasonable. He wasn't even Daluo Jingxian, but he wanted to be above everyone. Was that possible? Even if Feng Zichen agreed, how could the other great divine masters agree? Did they still want face? That's right, that's right. Brother Yuqing, although the identity of the celestial elder of the South Pole is enough, his cultivation is still a little weak. It's better to wait a few years. When his cultivation is higher, it won't be too late to make a fuss. Sure enough, after Feng Zichen finished speaking, everyone spoke up to persuade him. Even if they knew that Feng Zichen was using them, they still did so. They weren't fools. How could they not see the intentions of the heavenly Tao? They had just crowned Great Emperor Ziwei and now the South Pole Great Emperor. The meaning was very clear. They wanted to reduce the power of Great Emperor Ziwei. How could a boundless starry sky contain 2 great emperors? A fight was inevitable. Although the great mediums present didn't understand what the heavenly Tao was trying to do, it didn't stop them from watching the show. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with them. However, the primeval Lord of Heaven wanted the Old Man of South Pole to become the Old Man of South Pole Longevity Emperor. Was the primeval Lord of Heaven out of his mind? How could he let a Tai Jingxian become the supreme of heaven and earth? What was he doing? This was a slap to the face of all the Daluo Jingxian in the untainted land. If he succeeded, no one would have the face to come out and see others in the future. He did not see that even the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven did not stand up for the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. It could be seen how unpopular he was. Alas! It's Antarctica's own fault. We can't blame the poor Wei. Thinking of this, the primeval Lord of Heaven sighed and said helplessly, "Fellow Taoists, let's stop arguing. Let's settle this matter here." Under the agitation of the crowd, even the primeval Lord of Heaven had to give in. At the same time, everyone's attitude made him understand that even if he stubbornly pushed the Old Man of South Pole to the position of the Old Man of South Pole, with his strength, it would be difficult for him to live until he took up the position. The angry crowd would definitely let him die quietly. Next, the Purple Cloud Palace became lively. In order to prevent the saints from causing any more trouble, everyone began to recommend themselves to compete for the position of the Old Man of South Pole. The Celestial Emperor was not their game. However, why couldn't they be the 4 great emperors? Which one of them had not contributed to the untainted land? Had not contributed to the untainted land? It was also at this time that the primeval Lord of Heaven acted out of character. No matter who recommended themselves, he had to find a reason to object. The primeval Lord of Heaven's idea was very simple. The Old Man of South Pole could not become the Old Man of South Pole not because he was not qualified, but because his cultivation was not enough. Then he would drag it out until the Old Man of South Pole attained the Tao. At that time, no one would object if he recommended the Old Man of South Pole. Fight, fight. Later, I'll take drastic measures to deal with you all. Looking at the quarreling crowd, Feng Zichen's face gradually showed a hint of mockery. Then, his mind gradually sank and came to the Thunder Lake to take over the North Star incarnation. Sigh. North Star, North Star. I'm afraid I can't use this name in the future. After taking over the North Star incarnation, Feng Zichen felt a little melancholy. Originally, he planned to let this incarnation become the North Star Emperor. Therefore, he named it North Star. Unfortunately, plans could not keep up with changes. The identity of this incarnation would probably change in the future. From today onwards, I will trace back to the origin and change my name to Thunder Lake. Feng Zichen said to the sky as he walked out of the Thunder Lake. Then, he dispersed the North Star power in his body, leaving only the purest origin of the Khanate lightning. Boom! Feng Zichen's aura dropped by 30% in an instant. Although his realm did not change, his combat strength was far less powerful than before. Dispersing one's origin was not without a price. However, he had a reason to do so. It was because he suddenly remembered something. That was, the matter of him establishing the incense divine path was not a secret in the primordial world. If someone wanted to investigate, they could easily find out. Therefore, the North Star incarnation could not become the North Star Emperor. Otherwise, the relationship between the two of them would be exposed. At that time, the entire primordial world would know that the great Taoist priests were not dead. Instead, he was walking in the primordial world as the North Star Emperor. This was not good for his future plans. As such, he had no choice but to become the North Star Emperor. Fortunately, this incarnation came from the Thunder Lake and was the Khanate Lightning Lord. This gave Feng Zichen room to operate. It did not matter if the North Star Emperor could not become the Lord of Gods. He could immediately change his appearance and compete for the South Pole Longevity Emperor. That's right. Feng Zichen planned to let this incarnation born in the Thunder Lake become the South Pole Longevity Emperor. He could not compete with everyone in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, he could create a situation in the primordial world where the heavenly Tao had no choice but to choose him. South Pole Star, come. Waving his hand at the South Pole Star, Feng Zichen summoned the origin of the South Pole Star God that was giving birth to a new South Pole Star God. A ball of bright starlight appeared from the void and was swallowed by Feng Zichen. Boom! On Feng Zichen's body, the aura that had fallen due to the dispersal of the North Star's origin recovered in an instant. It broke through the previous limit and became stronger. A wisp of extremely pure aura of the South Pole Star God appeared on Feng Zichen's body and became stronger and stronger. Hee. The South Pole Star God. Now, I am one too. After completely mastering the unfamiliar power in his body, Feng Zichen discovered that he had formed an extremely strange connection with the South Pole Star in the sky. It seemed that he could mobilize its power. This was the authority of the South Pole Star God. After becoming the South Pole Star God, Feng Zichen did not delay and went directly to the South Pole Star. The heavenly Tao above. The poor way of the Thunder Lake has sensed that the cultivators of the world do not seek the Tao. Instead, they stir up disputes for some personal benefits and ignore the primordial world. Today, I specially set up the heavenly tribulation to test the living beings of the primordial world and let them know that it is not easy to become an immortal and to attain the Tao. From now on, any living being that has sensed the heavenly Tao and taken form, transforming into a Khanate Tao body, will have the heavenly tribulation of transformation. If you pass it, you will transform into a human form. If you fail to pass it, your 100 years of cultivation will turn into flowing water, and you will die and enter the cycle of reincarnation. From now on, any living being that has returned to the void, merged with the Tao, and ascended to immortality will have the immortal ascension heavenly tribulation. If you pass it, you will become a celestial immortal karma rank and enjoy a lifespan of 1 yuan. If you fail to pass it, your body will turn into ashes and your soul will enter the cycle of reincarnation. From now on, any immortal that has merged with the Tao and achieved Tai will have the Tao unification tribulation. If you pass it, you will become a Tao Lord Karma rank and live forever. You will live as long as the heavens and the earth, and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. You will be free and unfettered. If you fail to pass it, your body will die and your Tao will be destroyed. Your cultivation will turn into flowing water, your origin will return to the heavens and the earth, and your remnant spirit will enter the cycle of reincarnation. I use the supreme grade Khanate spirit treasure, the Eye of Heavenly Tribulation, to set up the tribulation on behalf of the heavens and hope that the heavens will judge it. As Feng Zichen's voice fell, it could be said that thunder rose from the ground. The entire primordial world darkened and deafening thunder sounded. The voices were like claps of thunder, exploding in the ears of all living beings, leaving an unforgettable impression on them. Of course, this was not Feng Zichen's doing. Perhaps his original body could do this, but with Lei Zhe's ability as Daluo Jingxian, it was impossible for him to do this. Therefore, this was the heavenly Tao's doing. Feng Zichen's action of setting up the heavenly tribulation was extremely in line with the general trend of the heavens and the earth. It could be said that the appearance of the heavenly tribulation was the inevitable result of the self-perfection of the world. As the number of cultivators increased, the heavenly Tao would definitely think of ways to reduce the number of cultivators, and the heavenly tribulation was the best and most reasonable way. Therefore, even if Feng Zichen did not exist, the heavenly tribulation would naturally appear. However, Feng Zichen made the heavenly tribulation appear in advance, and it was more complete. This became Feng Zichen's merit. He believed that with the merit of setting up the heavenly tribulation, the position of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor would belong to him. That's right. This was the method that Feng Zichen thought of. With the supreme merit, he forcefully broke the situation. What was the use of fighting in the Purple Cloud Palace? He directly used his actions to speak. Opportunity was won through fighting. Was not won through discussion. Rumble. The world shook as an extremely profound and mighty yet extremely cold aura appeared in the center of the sky. The heavenly Tao had appeared. What? In the Purple Cloud Palace, the great mediums who were arguing all became mutes. They stared blankly at everything that happened in the primordial world. With their cultivation bases, it was not difficult for them to guess what had happened. So, had they been intercepted? Everyone found it hard to accept. If they had known earlier, why would they have fought? Wouldn't they have been a joke the entire time? Everyone was fine. They did not care about the position of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. If he lost it, so be it. They did not lose anything. But the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. He could not accept it. After all, he really cared. Therefore, his face was livid the entire time as he coldly watched Lei Zhe's actions below. Today, he had lost a lot of face. The previous argument had all become a joke. Therefore, he naturally hated the culprit, Lei Zhe, to the core. If it were not for the Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning would have smashed down the 3 precious jade rui. After the Heavenly Tao appeared, the dark clouds that filled the sky slowly dispersed. However, although the dark clouds dispersed, the lightning did not disappear. Instead, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. The lightning hung in the sky. From afar, it looked like a sea of lightning that could fall at any time and destroy everything. Aloud. An extremely cold and emotionless voice suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. It was the voice of the heavenly Tao. He agreed to Feng Zichen's heavenly tribulation. When the heavenly Tao moved, the myriad Tao moved as well. Rumble. Endless lightning gathered in the sky under the power of the heavenly Tao. It merged with the myriad Tao and gradually evolved into a special power. The power of the heavenly tribulation. A power that had never appeared in the primordial world. Looking at the sea of lightning tribulation in front of him, Feng Zichen instinctively walked into it. Boom! The sea of lightning tribulation boiled, as if it was about to explode. It emitted dazzling lightning. Waves of the power of the lightning tribulation flowed through Feng Zichen's pores and poured into his body, washing his meridians and gradually changing his body structure, causing his physique to gradually transform into the sacred body of heavenly tribulation. Blood, bones, meridians, acupuncture points, bone marrow, internal organs. Everything that was the embodiment of the thunder lock was being transformed by the power of the lightning tribulation. It was constantly being destroyed and reborn. Fortunately, when one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, other than love, it was difficult for pain to shake his heart. Otherwise, just the intense pain caused by the transformation of his body would be enough to make Feng Zichen suffer so much that he would rather die. Buzz! Buzz! The eye of the heavenly tribulation was jumping happily. Compared to Feng Zichen, it was obvious that it liked this place more. With every beat, an endless amount of lightning tribulation power was absorbed and refined by him. His origin was gradually strengthening. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared on his body, causing the aura he emitted to become stronger and stronger. Even its external color had become deeper and deeper. It was so purple that it was somewhat dazzling. Its appearance was getting closer and closer to the eye of heavenly tribulation. It was believed that after this time, the eye of heavenly tribulation would usher in an unimaginable transformation. Even if it was not as good as a primordial treasure, it would not be far away. Perhaps, it was no longer suitable to be called a primordial spirit treasure since it could control the power of heavenly tribulation. It was more appropriate to call it a heavenly Tao artifact. Rumble. The Tao of heaven and earth was changing, and the laws were changing. A new law of heaven and earth was born, enveloping the entire world. That was the law of heavenly tribulation. The moment it was born, all the cultivators who had not become Tai Jingxian in the primordial world felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they were being targeted by a mysterious existence. It was the heavenly tribulation. They were being targeted by the heavenly tribulation. Inexplicably, a message appeared in the hearts of all living beings. That message was recorded. Was the tribulation that they were about to transcend. As soon as the heavenly tribulation was established, the heavenly Tao could not wait to test its power. Chapter 534. At the same time, chaotic and disorderly information crazily surged into Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness, causing him to feel dizzy. After a long time, Feng Zichen finally regained his senses. After sorting out the information for a moment, he realized that the information that surged in was the list of cultivators who were transcending the tribulation this time. With the size of the primordial world, there were more than hundreds of millions of living beings who were about to transcend the tribulation. With so much information surging in, it was no wonder that Feng Zichen felt dizzy. After sizing it up for a while, Feng Zichen blocked the information. There were so many living beings who were about to transcend the tribulation. If he ran over one by one, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Even if he wasn't tired to death, he probably wouldn't have time to deal with other things. Therefore, unless an extremely special person or object appeared, Feng Zichen wouldn't personally descend the tribulation. As for the tribulations of these people, it was better to leave it to the heavenly Tao. On the contrary, he was quite happy. Heavenly tribulation. That's a good method. Now that the cultivators in the world are not equal, fellow Taoist Lei Zhe has set up the heavenly tribulation at this time. It's really a mighty figure who follows the heavens. In the future, those who are unlucky and have shallow virtue will not be able to achieve anything if they don't get rid of their bad roots. That's right. Cultivation is against the heavens. If you can't even transcend a mere heavenly tribulation, how can you cultivate as an immortal and seek the Tao? It's better to face the tribulation as soon as possible and reduce the burden of heaven and earth. In the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone praised Lei Zhe for setting up the heavenly tribulation. Even Tao ancestor Hong Jun couldn't help but smile. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this. After the heavenly tribulation, cultivators would have scruples in their hearts when they acted in the future. They wouldn't dare to be as lawless as before. It would definitely reduce the number of disputes in the primordial world. As for whether the heavenly tribulation would affect their disciples, that wouldn't. To be able to become the successor of a great divine power, they must have extraordinary abilities. A mere heavenly tribulation naturally couldn't do anything to them. On the other hand, if a disciple of a great divine power really died under the heavenly tribulation, then this great divine power probably wouldn't admit that he had this disciple to avoid becoming the laughingstock of the primordial world. Sea of Heavenly Tribulation. After going through a lot of pain, Feng Zichen's sacred body of heavenly tribulation was finally transformed. Power, an incomparably powerful power surged within his body. Although his realm had not changed, he was still in Daluo Jinxian's perfect realm. However, his power had reached the pinnacle of sage to be under the support of the power of the heavenly tribulation. This was the benefit of the power of heaven and earth. As long as one grasped the power of the heavenly gods, even a mortal would be able to unleash unparalleled power. Moreover, if one cultivated in this realm, one's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It was as if one was using cheats. After familiarizing himself with his new power, Feng Zichen put away the remaining power of the Sea of Tribulation and returned to the Thunder Lake. Then, he carried Lei Zhe and flew to the South Pole Star region. Heavenly Tao above. Today, the Thunder Lock will transform the Thunder Lock into the 9 heavens in the South Star Field. We will establish the Tao of Thunder in the 9 heavens and establish the Tao of Thunder in the 9 heavens. Standing above the South Pole Star Field, Feng Zichen swore. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Zhe shattered into 9 huge fragments. At the same time, endless lightning appeared between heaven and earth and gathered here. There was also an inexplicable Taoist rhyme that appeared and merged with the shattered Lei Zhe. That was the Tao of Khanate lightning. He appeared in person, helping Lei Zhe transform into the divine 9 heavens. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz, the South Pole Star. And within the South Pole Star region, all the stars ruled by the South Pole Star. At the same time, they all shone brightly and released endless starlight that gathered toward the 9 fragments of Lei Zhe. Rumble. The void trembled and lightning grew. 9 vast heavenly palaces appeared layer by layer in the lightning and stood in the sky above the South Pole Star region. Lei Zhe was becoming history. And just as Lei Zhe was about to completely transform into the divine 9 heavens, 9 majestic divine abodes appeared one by one in the depths of Lei Zhe. 9 Heaven Thunder Palace. The Khanate spiritual treasure that Lei Zhe nurtured. Each divine abode was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. When the 9 divine abodes were combined, they were the top Khanate spiritual treasure of the primitive world. Rumble. 9 Heaven Thunder Palace flew out, each presiding over a heaven, announcing the establishment of the divine 9 heavens. Crack. In the primitive world, thousands of thunder roared together. Accompanied by countless Khanate divine thunder, the Tao of Khanate lightning appeared and verified with the divine 9 heavens to celebrate its birth. There were divine runes from the heavenly Tao that turned into endless rays of light and evolved into 9 Khanate Tao patterns that named the divine 9 heavens. They were divine 9 heavens, green heavens, jade heavens, red heavens, bright heavens, jade heavens, clear heavens, purple heavens, and supreme heavens. Among them, the divine 9 heavens was the most respected. Lei Zhe lived in the Divine Nine Heavens Thunder Palace in Divine Nine Heavens and commanded the lightning of the heavens. Although the Thunder Tao of Nine Heavens was completed, Feng Zichen did not stop there. Instead, he mobilized all his Dharma power and used the Supreme Void Shift. First, he captured 36 fragments of the heavenly realm from the 33 heavens. Then, he took 36 fragments of the earth from the primitive world. Refine. Looking at the 72 fragments of heaven and earth in front of him, Feng Zichen raised his hand and struck out billions of thunderbolts that turned into connate thunder fire and blasted towards them. Rumble. The thunder fire boiled and surged with endless power, wreaking havoc around everything and shattering the 72 fragments of heaven and earth. The fragments of the heavenly realm shattered and turned into connate chi. The fragments of the earth shattered and turned into connate chi. The meeting of connate chi gave birth to creation. Earth, fire, water, and wind were born, yin and yang boiled, and chaotic chi surged. The mystery of the boundless world was undoubtedly displayed here. Huff. When the fragments of heaven and earth were completely shattered, Feng Zichen seized the opportunity and used the thunderbolts as an axe to hack at the connate chi, trying to create a grotto heaven. Swish. Lightning flashed and circulated the power of yin and yang. The connate chi separated again and created many magical small worlds that fell into the divine nine heavens and merged with the origin of connate thunder. This was not a small world, but a grotto heaven, also known as a thunder prison, or heavenly prison. The 36 small grotto heavens were the 36 thunder prisons. The 36 heavenly prisons were specially created by Feng Zichen. Henceforth, as long as someone was born to cause chaos in the world, after killing them, their indestructible true spirit would be suppressed here. This was to prevent them from continuing to create chaos in the primordial world after their resurrection. The divine nine heavens were born. The 36 thunder prisons were opened. At this point, Feng Zichen's trip could be considered to have been completed. Next, it was time for merit to descend. With the 3 matters of merit added together, Feng Zichen naturally received a lot of merit. A golden light flashed between heaven and earth, and merit fell like rain. However, Feng Zichen did not accept the merit. Instead, he divided it into 9 portions and sent them into the depths of the divine nine heavens. There were 9 extremely illusory true spirit marks. They were the 9 thunder lords of the 9 heavens who had their vitality devoured by the black lotus of destruction and died prematurely. At that time, in order to condense the thunder lock incarnation, Feng Zichen had promised them to avenge him. However, even though he had managed to severely injure the world devastator Taoist time and time again, he was still unable to kill him. Even though his current strength was almost at the peak of the primordial world, it was still the same. Because he could not find any trace of the world devastator Taoist. The demon sect had hidden themselves too deeply. That was true. If they had not hidden deeply, they would have been found by the experts of the celestial sect and completely exterminated. There was no other way. If the oath could not be completed, it would hinder one's Tao heart and affect the advancement of one's cultivation. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought about it and thought of a compromise. That was to help the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens revive and use this to end the karma. No matter how great the karma was, it could not make up for the debt of saving one's life. As long as the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens was revived, there was no need for Feng Zichen to take revenge. Wouldn't it be better and more satisfying for them to take revenge themselves? Moreover, the 9 Thunder Lords of the Nine Heavens represented 9 top-notch connate god fiends. These were all future golden immortals, and they were also Lei Zhe's subordinates. The Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens was born in the divine firmament and formed an inseparable connection with Feng Zichen. He automatically belonged to his faction. The 9 Daluo Jingxian could be considered a powerful force in any era. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the will of heaven appeared again, and a talisman gradually took shape. Tao ancestor Hung Jun casually opened it. On it was written the conferment of Lei Zhe. The god of Lei Zhe is, the southern extremity longevity emperor, heavenly lord unifying the heavens. Among the 10 extremities, he dominates all things. He is the ancestor of thunder, the origin of the thunder god. He is infinite and boundless, respected by heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Lei Zhe has established the heavenly tribulation and has contributed greatly to heaven and earth. He is the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. We are sincerely convinced. No one had any objections to the heavenly Tao's conferment of Lei Zhe as the Longevity Emperor. After all, the merit was too great. The heavenly Tao talisman shattered, and specks of Tao light spread out. They passed through the layers of space and turned into an emperor's robe that draped over Lei Zhe's body. Boom! Between heaven and earth, an extremely noble aura spread out, and all kinds of phenomena appeared. Praise the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Praise the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Heavenly Lord unifying the heavens. High above the Shinshao Mansion, Radiant Illumination Palace. Huiyuan ancestral qi separates the true from the true, and develops according to the Tao of nothingness. Above the 9 heavens, he rules the heavens. Among the 10 extremities, he dominates all things. Using the golden talisman to help the poor, using the huais to help the people. Benevolence to the origin, benevolence to the calamity, great sorrow and great wish, great saint and great benevolence. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Heavenly Lord unifying the heavens. The sound of the talisman echoed between heaven and earth, praising the greatness of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. At the same time, a vast palace appeared on the South Pole Star. It was the residence of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. It was formed by the Tao of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious, just like the heavenly court. Although it wasn't an innate spiritual treasure, it was even more mysterious than an innate spiritual treasure. All 4 heavenly emperors had it. It was prepared for them by heaven and earth. Following the confirmation of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the atmosphere in the Purple Cloud Palace became even more solemn. That was because at this moment, everyone realized that none of the 3 newly appointed heavenly emperors were from the Xian sect. This truly shocked everyone. What was going on with the Xian sect? Was it going to decline? One should know that ever since the Taoist ancestor preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, the authority of the Eldritch world had always been in the hands of the Xian sect. However, the current situation was that none of the 3 heavenly emperors were from the Xian sect. Was this a sign of something? The prosperous Xian sect couldn't escape from the law of heaven and earth. Was it going to decline after reaching the peak of prosperity? For a moment, everyone was worried about the future of the Xian sect. Almost at the same time, everyone made a decision. No matter what, the position of the Heavenly Emperor of the North Star must not fall into the hands of an outsider. 3 of the 4 Heavenly Emperors had already been lost. If the last one was lost, it would definitely be a huge blow to the prestige of the Xian sect. Do you have anyone in mind for the position of the North Star? Taoist ancestor Hung Jun was still calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Whoosh, for a moment, everyone looked at the 3 pure ones. This time, as long as the person recommended by the 3 pure ones was a little more reliable, they would grit their teeth and accept it. However, at this moment, the 3 pure ones were also at a loss. They were there. There was really no suitable candidate. Just the fact that their cultivation was higher than Daoyuo Jinxian's had blocked all the choices of the 3 pure ones. Yi Eng's cultivation had reached the level. However, as the only disciple of the Grand Pure One, he was the continuation of his orthodoxy. It was impossible for him to be the Heavenly Emperor. Pfft! At this moment, Nuwa suddenly smiled and stepped forward. Master! I have a candidate here. Whether it's identity, strength, or merit, he's the best candidate. Not to mention the position of the Emperor of the North Star, even the Heavenly Emperor is qualified. When she said these words, Nuwa glanced at Feng Zichen from the corner of her eyes, as if she was signaling to him. Feng Zichen was stunned and guessed what Nuwa meant. If he guessed correctly, the person recommended by Nuwa was, who? Without waiting for Taoist ancestor Hung Jun to speak, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning asked in confusion. Even the rest of the people looked over with puzzled gazes. It was no wonder that everyone was like that. Nuwa had gone too far. In their long memory, there were not many people in the primordial world who could deserve such praise from Nuwa. Could it be Fushi? A thought appeared in everyone's minds. Thinking about it, it was very possible. Firstly, Fushi and Nuwa were brother and sister, and their relationship was enough. Secondly, Fushi was indeed a talent that transcended the heavens and the earth. He was qualified to become the Emperor of the North Star. Thirdly, Fushi had already fallen in the witch-demon tribulation. If he wanted to revive, he would need a long time to recover. However, if he ascended to the position of the North Star, with the support of the heavens and the earth, he would probably be able to revive and return very quickly. It was completely possible that Nuwa recommended him. Thinking of this, everyone made a decision in their hearts. If that was the case, then don't blame them for not giving Nuwa face. Because of the witch demon, everyone had suffered a great loss and almost became sinners who destroyed the world. With this karma, how could they not hate the demon clan? As the demon emperor, Fushi was naturally among their enemies. How could they let him return so easily? Sigh. It seems that brother won't be able to return for the time being. How could everyone's thoughts be hidden from Nuwa? She only needed to think for a moment and guessed most of it. Fortunately, the candidate she recommended this time was not Fushi, but someone else. Chapter 535. Zichen Clan. Great Taoist Priests, Panga Zichen Clan. Nuwa calmly said a name that everyone was very familiar with. How could they not be familiar with it? Before the battle between the lichas and demons broke out, this person's name often resounded in the primordial world. The primordial world was because of him. Too many changes had happened. Panga Zichen Clan. It was the youngest Daluo Jinxian in the primordial world. It was also the strongest Daluo Jinxian in the primordial world. At the same time, he was also recognized by all living beings in the world as the #1 genius in the primordial world. He was simply too stunning. He was so powerful that everyone in the same era as him completely lost their color. If the geniuses were like stars, then he was the boundless starry sky. The existence of all the geniuses was just to embellish him and set off his greatness. Not to mention anything else, the Zichen clan was only a postnatal living being, but they could obtain the approval of the Pangu. They changed their fate and became the most noble Pangu in the primordial world. Just this point alone was unparalleled in the primordial world. Even Dao ancestor Hung Jun could not do it. If he had not died accidentally, everyone had no doubt that there would be another primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian in the primordial world soon. It's the great Taoist priests. With the identity of the great Taoist priests, the position of the Emperor of the North Star country is indeed enough. Not to mention anything else, just based on the identity of the Pangu, a supreme karmic position must be given to him. After knowing that the candidate recommended by Nuwa was Feng Zichen and not Fushi, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. After all, Feng Zichen's identity was there, and no one had any reason to refuse. Not to mention his noble background, he was also a member of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Was there a more suitable candidate than him? What? Feng Zichen was not a member of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Wasn't this a joke? As everyone knew, Feng Zichen was Nuwa's disciple. Who was Nuwa? The 6 sages of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the direct disciples of the Tao ancestor. His disciples, naturally, he was a disciple of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Everyone agreed, but Juanti was anxious. It was also well known that they had a grudge against Feng Zichen, a grudge that could not be resolved. Fortunately, now that the heavenly Tao was flourishing, the heavenly secrets of the human race were not obvious. Even the saints could not calculate that the heavenly Tao wanted the human race to become the protagonist of the world. Otherwise, Juanti would not be anxious. One had to know that before Feng Zichen died, he had given a death order that all humans who joined the Western sect would be treated as traitors. With fellow Taoist Zichen's status, he is indeed qualified to be the emperor of the Gochen Heavenly Emperor. But unfortunately, he has fallen. We can't possibly let a dead person become the supreme ruler of the world, right? Although Taoist Zhuan-Ti was helpless, he still stepped forward and said. To him, since there was already an irreconcilable conflict between the two of them, there was no need to hold back. He had to think of all ways to suppress the other party. Therefore, Taoist Zhuan-Ti and Taoist Zhuan-Ti had to object to everything that could benefit Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist Zhuan-Ti, you must be joking. When one's strength reaches our level, how can there be death? Moreover, is the great Taoist priests really dead? As the primordial sword ancestor, Daluo Jingxian, the invincible great Taoist priests died just like that. Fellow Taoist, don't you think it's a little fake? Even if he wants to die, the heavenly Tao won't let him die. In short, the poor Wei doesn't believe that the Zichen clan will fall. Perhaps he deliberately used Taiyi's hand to fake his death and escape to get rid of the karma on him. Without waiting for Nuwa to refute, the great divine abilities present refuted one after another. The great Taoist priests, to a certain extent, it was even more powerful than a saint birth. Therefore, none of the great divine abilities of the primordial world believed that Feng Zichen had died. That day, the great Taoist priests died. Heaven and earth mourned and rained blood. Everyone saw it, right? This can't be fake, right? Taoist Zhuan-Ti had no choice but to insist. Uproar. As soon as he said that, the entire hall was in an uproar. Fellow Taoist Zhuan-Ti, why are you pretending to be confused? Who doesn't know how to deceive the heavens and cross the sea? Thinking about it, with the great Taoist priest's ability, if he wants to fake his death, there are many ways to deceive the heavenly Tao. Moreover, even if he really dies, when he becomes the great Emperor Gaochen Tianhuang, the power of heaven and earth can pull him out of his deep sleep. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning sneered and said. At that moment, the three pure ones and Zhuan-Ti had almost fallen out with each other. They were about to knock each other out. How could their relationship be good? Now that Taoist Zhuan-Ti had left behind something to talk about, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning seized the opportunity to mock him. You, Taoist Zhuan-Ti's face alternated between green and white when he heard the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's words. He could not find any words to refute. He could only snort coldly and leave with a flick of his sleeve. The Panga Zichen clan is indeed the most suitable candidate. Everyone agreed, and Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not object. The matter was settled. Hence, the will of heaven appeared and the decree reappeared. The Panga Zichen clan is conferred as the Great Emperor of the Upper Palace of the North Star, the Great Emperor of the Western Sect of Supreme Polarity. Master the spirits, wield the myriad gods diagram, and always control the myriad gods. Boundless and boundless, respected by heaven and earth. Bang! The decree shattered and turned into starlight that filled the sky. However, this time, it was different from the previous 3 times. No matter how the power of the decree searched, it could not find Feng Zichen's aura in the primordial world. Whoosh! After a short silence, layers of ripples suddenly appeared in the void. An extremely vast power suddenly descended. Rumble. A powerful pressure spread and covered the entire primordial world in the blink of an eye. This was the heavenly Tao searching for Feng Zichen's traces. Where is he? At this moment, not to mention the great mystical abilities, even the saints could not help but be excited. They stared intently at the heavenly Tao decree and waited for the final result. Where was Feng Zichen? The small primordial world. Something unexpected happened. The power of the heavenly Tao surged and spread to every corner of the small primordial world, wanting to condense Feng Zichen's indestructible true spirit again. Buzz buzz buzz, under the power of the heavenly Tao, specks of spiritual light rose from various parts of the small primordial world and gradually gathered into a blurry human figure. It was Feng Zichen's fake true spirit, back then, in order to deceive the heavenly Tao, Feng Zichen used incense crystals and various supreme treasures to refine a true spirit that could pass off as the real one. This fake true spirit, after many years of polishing by Feng Zichen, had already defied the Khanate heavens and become a Khanate indestructible spiritual light. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a real true spirit. As Feng Zichen created the world, this fake true spirit was also shattered. He had thought that after this fake true spirit was shattered, its mission would also come to an end. However, he did not expect that when the emperor's throne descended, the power of the heavenly Tao would descend and condense it again. Since the heavenly Tao was so kind, Feng Zichen was not prepared to be polite. He planned to continue using this incarnation and do things in the primordial world. The treatment of the Supreme of Heaven and Earth was extraordinary. In order to condense Feng Zichen's Tao body again, the natural source of heaven and earth actually overflowed from the void. It was really shocking. Unfortunately, with the isolation of the Sun God's seal, no one could see this scene. No, I can't revive like this. Suddenly, Feng Zichen frowned and felt that this was not a good time for him to revive. In this world, the most terrifying enemy came from the unknown. As long as he was still in death, anyone who had a grudge against him would always be afraid of him and be wary of him. They would guess what he was hiding in the dark and what he was planning. However, if he revived, everyone's vigilance against him would be greatly reduced. This way, his resurrection would be meaningless. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought about it and felt that he should not revive so hastily. He had to leave a suspense for all living beings in the world so that they could not figure out his true situation. Disperse. With a thought, Feng Zichen directly sacrificed the Tao body that had just formed to obtain a powerful strength. He forcefully broke through the seal of the Sun God's seal and arrived at the outside world. In the next moment, Feng Zichen's true spirit flashed and arrived at the Gaochen planet. Rumble. As soon as Feng Zichen appeared, the heavenly Tao talisman tore through the air and turned into an emperor's robe that draped over his body. At the same time, an extremely majestic emperor's shadow appeared in the hearts of all living beings in the world, accepting their worship. Praise the Gaochen Shengguan Heavenly Emperor. Praise the Western Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Ziwei Qinji, Gaochen Heavenly Palace. In the Nine Lights Treasure Garden, above the 5 Qishuandu. The body of the primordial emperor and the Zhuo Si Xianhua, there are always 2 extremes and 3 talents. He presided over the balance of the military revolution and widely promoted great virtue. He controlled the entanglement of the stars and did not make any mistakes. The upper elephant was majestic, and his vital essence was vast. Great sorrow and great wish, great sage and great mercy, Gaochen Upper Palace, Heavenly Emperor. The Gaochen returned to its position, and the precious message resounded between heaven and earth. However, the changes between heaven and earth were far from over. After the 4 emperors returned, the order of the primordial world, it became more and more stable. This also meant that the primordial world had been further perfected. The indistinct purple gold palace, the majestic green jade palace. He controlled the 7 political powers of Ziwei and was the master of a dynasty. The 3 flowers Yuxiu, the 5 latitudes Nianjing. He was the pivot of creation and the great handle of the human gods. In the Daluo sky, in the Golden Palace, the 4 emperors, Heavenly Lord Jinrong Yuxiang. Suddenly, the cold voice of the heavenly Tao resounded in the primordial world. This was the heavenly Tao personally coming out to praise the greatness of the 4 emperors. At this point, the matter of the 4 emperors had come to an end. The great Taoist priests are indeed not dead. Sensing Feng Zichen's aura, everyone immediately looked at the Gaochen planet. However, they were disappointed. They did not see Feng Zichen. Where is he? Where is the Zichen clan? On the Gaochen planet, everyone only saw an emperor's robe. The emperor's robe of the Gaochen Great Emperor. The shocking emperor's might was emitted from it. As for Feng Zichen, no one saw him. On the Gaochen planet, there was no aura of him. It was as if the emperor's shadow that they saw earlier was a complete illusion. But no one would think so. It seems that the Zichen clan is really not dead, and they have escaped from the sun god forbidden ground. But why didn't he show up? Or is he planning something? For a moment, all kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's minds. In fact, Feng Zichen did not leave the Gaochen planet. He was hiding here to recover his strength. However, his existence was completely hidden by the god Pangu. Naturally, no one could see him. However, the more Feng Zichen tried to hide his tracks, the more everyone thought. Because smart people were like this. They thought too much. After the 4 emperors, Haotian Yaoqi succeeded. A momentum that was even greater than the 4 emperors descended on the primordial world. The entire primordial world was trembling. Excitement spread to every corner of the primordial world, celebrating the birth of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor. His identity was there. Of course, it had to be grand. Not to mention the 4 emperors, even the 6 saints could not compare to him when they attained the Tao. The laws of heaven and earth became more and more active. Even the Khanate Qi that was transforming into acquired Qi stopped transforming. The spiritual veins that should not be producing Khanate Qi began to breathe in and out Khanate Qi again. It was not that the world was no longer changing. It was to celebrate Haotian's ascension to the throne. The heavenly Tao had temporarily suspended this process. They still had to give face to the Celestial Emperor. Praise the Celestial Emperor. Praise the Celestial Emperor Haotian. The Supreme Meruah Heaven, the mysterious realm. The indistinct purple gold palace, the supreme jade pure official. The Wuji supreme saint, emitting light. The silent vast sect, the mysterious fan 10 directions. The silent true path, the vast great divine ability. The jade great heavenly Lord Emperor, the mysterious sky high emperor. On this day, Haotian ascended the throne. Heaven and earth produced an incomparable phenomenon. All living beings prostrated themselves in worship to celebrate the birth of the Celestial Emperor. This marked, the era of the Lich was completely over. The Lich had become history. In the blink of an eye, a Yuanhui passed. The Celestial Emperor's grace dissipated. The primordial world once again began to transform into the acquired world. On this day, on the shore of the East Sea, in the ancestral land of the human race, once again, it welcomed its master. Feng Zichen had returned. However, he did not alarm anyone. In fact, even if he was alarmed, it was not a big deal. After all, no one could recognize him. The people now were not so much humans, but ape men. Because, under the seal of the demon race, the humans who stayed in the primordial world had all lost their intelligence. It was Feng Zichen. There was no way to save them. It was because the seal left behind by the demon race was too strong. However, after the demon race declined for a Yuanhui, things took a turn for the better. The bloodline seal that they left in the bodies of the humans had already declined to the extreme as time passed. Therefore, Feng Zichen came. He wanted to teach the humans the method to unlock the seal of the demon race. Yes. That's right. He did not directly unlock the seal for the humans, but taught them the method to unlock the seal. After learning the lesson from back then, Feng Zichen decided that he would not interfere in the affairs of the humans unless he had no other choice. Humans. In the end, they had to rely on themselves. They could not become great if they were always under the protection of others. They had to constantly strive for self-improvement and conquer the heavens. This was what the human race should do. Therefore, that was why Feng Zichen made this decision. Want to unlock the seal? Sure, work hard to become stronger. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Next, the human race was going to compete with the 10,000 races of the primordial world for hegemony. They needed to defeat the 10,000 races and gather their luck to establish the foundation of becoming the protagonist of the world. Although the heavenly Tao had appointed the human race as the protagonist of the world, if the human race did not work hard, it was not impossible for him to change people. Therefore, the future of the human race would be very difficult. There were countless difficulties waiting for them to overcome. Without great perseverance, it would be difficult to persevere. Chapter 536. Relying on their own strength to break the seal was the test that Feng Zichen gave them. If they couldn't even solve this problem, then there was no need for the human race to compete with the myriad races. They would die if they went up. The Tao of the God Fiend is to refine essence into Qi, refine Qi into spirit, refine spirit into the void, return to the void, and refine into the Tao. Words of the great Tao came out of Feng Zichen's mouth. They were mysterious and wonderful, explaining the mysteries of the Tao of the God Fiend for the human race. The way to break the seal of the demon race was hidden in the Tao of the God Fiend. The demon race had set up 9 seals in the bloodline of the human race, each stronger than the last. As a result, the human race's bloodline had degenerated to the extreme and they had become beast-like existences. The foundation of the Tao of the God Fiend was to transform one's bloodline. It was the nemesis of the demon race's seal. When the demon race was powerful, Feng Zichen didn't dare to help the human race for fear of attracting trouble. But now that the demon race had declined, it was time for the human race to rise again. The Tao sounds were faint. Through the bloodline of the human race. It resounded in the hearts of all the humans. But now, the human race had no intelligence at all. No matter what Feng Zichen said, other than feeling that it sounded good, there was nothing else. They couldn't understand at all. But it didn't matter. Feng Zichen didn't intend to let the clansmen understand immediately. This was unrealistic. It didn't matter if the clansmen couldn't understand now. These Tao sounds would be hidden deep in their bloodline. As the clansmen continued to improve, they would continue to echo in their sea of consciousness, helping them to comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of the God Fiend. This was the innate inheritance that Feng Zichen had prepared for the human race. It was unique to the human race. Every innate race. They all had their own innate inheritance. As an innate race, the human race didn't have such an inheritance. But now, the human race had it. Although Feng Zichen didn't intend to help the human race too much, if there was a chance, he couldn't let the human race lose too much at the starting line. If he could make up for it, he would try his best. The sound of the Tao reverberated in everyone's hearts, revealing all sorts of profound truths. However, the humans were completely unmoved. This was because they couldn't understand him at all. However, Feng Zichen didn't seem to notice it and continued to preach the way of the gods and demons. As time gradually passed, the blood of the humans began to boil under the influence of the Tao sound. That was. His ancient fiend god bloodline was awakening. Most of the humans who had survived until now were the descendants of the Tai Jingxian. The human Tai Jingxian had cultivated the Tao of fiend gods for many years. Their bloodline had undergone multiple transformations, and they were infinitely close to becoming innate fiend gods. Their descendants naturally benefited as well. Their bloodline carried a trace of the fiend god's might. Although the fiend god bloodline was weakening under the seal of the fiend gods, weakening did not mean that it had disappeared. Now, Feng Zichen explained the Tao of gods and devils. It resonated with the fiend god bloodline in their bodies and awakened it, allowing the human race to once again possess the talent to cultivate. His blood was burning, and his blood was boiling. Roar, 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 incomparably exuberant energy erupted in the bodies of the clansmen, driving them to roar and shout to vent the excess energy in their bodies. However, the energy from the bloodline was too exuberant. No matter how they vented, they could not exhaust it. Instead, it became more and more intense, as if it was about to explode. Bang, 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 driven by instinct, a portion of the clansmen inexplicably waved their hands and performed a set of fist techniques to digest the exuberant energy in their bodies. Speaking of which, they had never learned this set of fist techniques before, nor had they come into contact with it. However, for some unknown reason, they managed to learn it naturally, and were able to beat it out of them. This was a basic fist technique. During the age of witches and demons, every clansman had to learn a fist technique to temper their chi and blood and temper their foundation. The reason why those clansmen could perform this fist technique meant that the bloodline in their bodies was gradually awakening. The power from the ancient times was awakening. Humph. Ha, humph. Ha, as the fist technique was performed, the rhythm of everyone's breathing naturally changed. Their internal organs trembled, their tendons and bones sounded at the same time. Wisps of essence energy were refined and fused with their limbs and bones, strengthening their bodies. Becoming stronger. They were becoming stronger. Ever since they were sealed by the demon clan, the human race had begun to become stronger. Ah! Finally, someone succeeded in body refinement and used his chi and blood to blast open the divine sea. He entered the divine sea realm and opened his spiritual wisdom again. With the first one, the second one was not far away. After that, like bamboo shoots after a rain, more and more humans cultivated to the divine sea realm and regained their spiritual wisdom. In this way, 100 years later, Feng Zichen stopped preaching. After passing down some simple divine abilities, he directly left the ancestral land and did not meet the new human race. Once they met, it would be difficult to part with them. Since that was the case, it was better not to see them. After Feng Zichen left, a little torch slowly appeared in the ancestral temple of the human race. That was the torch. The fire of civilization. The fire of inheritance. The torch was reignited, it marked a new beginning for the human race. Although the current Xianhua was like a small spark compared to the ancient times, the current Xianhua was like a small spark. But his body was filled with vigorous vitality. The human race had a lot of potential. The human race rose again, the other races of the primordial world were not calm either. Without the pressure of the two great mountains of liches and demons, the ambitions of some innate races began to grow, and they had the idea of dominating the primordial world. If the liches could do it, why couldn't they? Especially the current primordial world, which was in an unprecedented change. It was changing from the innate era to the postnatal era. Chaos. Chaos. Incomparable chaos. A chaotic world was coming. A chaotic world would produce heroes. This was destined to be an era where heroes would come out in large numbers. The law of the jungle was bound to be played out vividly and vividly. In the era of great competition, the strong would be strong, and the weak would die. The world had changed greatly, and it was unknown how many geniuses would come out of the great era. In recent years, among the various innate races, the talent of the newborns could be said to be stronger and stronger. That's right. In this era where the innate chi was deteriorating and the postnatal chi was gradually spreading, not only were the descendants of the innate races not weakened, but they were becoming stronger and stronger. It was like adding oil to the fire. The innate races were unwilling to let the innate era pass just like that. They planned to fight hard and forcefully use their luck to produce a large number of geniuses, hoping to reverse the trend of the world. As a result, in the current era, the geniuses of the various races were fighting to rise. It was like a group of stars competing for brilliance. And the human race was their enemy. The only enemy. Friends, the times have changed. Previously, in the innate era, the human race, as postnatal life forms, was despised by the world. It was difficult for them to even do the simplest cultivation. But now, the era that belonged to the postnatal era had arrived. As postnatal life forms, the human race had become the favorite of the world. They were loved by the world and were the absolutely righteous party. And those postnatal races who wanted to reverse the trend and restore the glory of the postnatal era had become traitors in the eyes of the world. They were the most evil forces. Justice and evil were destined to be irreconcilable. Even if the human race didn't want to be enemies with the myriad races, they had no choice but to face them. It was all for survival. The myriad races were busy, and the demons weren't idle either. That was because they were facing a big problem: they had no successors. They had been cursed. To be precise, they were cursed by the stars. As a result, the newborn demons were getting weaker and weaker. Not to mention the innate bloodline, even their intelligence was almost unable to be preserved. After returning from the human race, Feng Zichen looked at Zhou and couldn't help but think of everything the demons had done to the human race. Hee. Karma reincarnation, retribution is not good. Don't you like to seal? Then I'll let you have a taste of the feeling of your bloodline being sealed. After finding the location of the demons, Feng Zichen said coldly, "Demons, your retribution has arrived." In the next moment, Feng Zichen used his supreme divine ability and activated Zhou. Boom! 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 In the depths of the stars, invisible resentment surged and rushed towards the demons. This was the resentment of the stars. First, the demons killed his son, and then he was suppressed for so many years. How could Zhou not have resentment towards the demons? Normally, it would be fine if no one triggered it. However, once Feng Zichen guided them, they immediately rushed towards the demons crazily, vowing to make them pay the corresponding price. There was no need for Feng Zichen to personally make a move. Just the resentment of the stars was enough to make the demons suffer. The deterioration of their bloodline and the weakening of their intelligence was only the beginning. Being hated by the stars, in the future, the path of cultivation of the demons would definitely become more and more difficult. In the future, the reason why the demons were getting worse with each generation was not only because they were secretly suppressed, but also because they were hated by the stars. After doing all this, Feng Zichen also entered seclusion, striving to become a primordial chaos as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. The human race was becoming more and more prosperous. They had already begun to walk out of the ancestral land and spread around. At this moment, the leader of the human race was a woman, known as the Yanzi clan. She reignited the fire of the human race's civilization from the ashes. She was one of the founders of the human race's civilization. At the same time, she was also the reincarnation of the human ancestor Zi clan. It was precisely because of this that she was able to cultivate to Tai Jingxian in just 10,000 years. She was able to fight against 10 Tai Jingxian alone and kill 7 invaders of the human race in succession, making the human race famous. It was not an exaggeration to say that the reincarnation of Daluo Jingxian was extraordinary. 10,000 years after the Yanzi clan's reign, the Queen Mother of the West, the Master of West Kunlun, came to the human race at the invitation of Nuwa. She accepted the Yanzi clan as her disciple and gave her the name of the Nine Heavens Mystic Maiden. After that, another 30,000 years passed. A Khanate crocodile clan walked out of the East Sea and gathered 300 Tai Jingxian and a Daluo Jingxian to attack the human race. The human race was no match for them and retreated in defeat. They had no choice but to retreat to the shore of the East Sea. At the critical moment, the Yanzi clan awakened the true spirit of her previous life and her cultivation recovered to the Daluo Jingxian realm in one fell swoop. She fought with the crocodile clan's Daluo Jingxian and the crocodile ancestor in the East Sea. The crocodile ancestor was no match for them and fled in panic. The human race took the opportunity to counterattack and defeated the Khanate crocodile clan. For a time, the human race dominated the eastern coast of the untainted land and no one dared to invade. Another 10,000 years passed. The crocodile ancestor joined forces with 2 Daluo, a total of 3 Daluo Jingxian, to attack the human race again. Unexpectedly, the Yi-Ang clan happened to come out of seclusion. After hearing about this, she immediately left Mount Shouyang and rushed back to the ancestral land. She joined forces with the Yanzi clan and killed the 3 Daluo Jingxian. After this battle, the untainted land was shaken and no one dared to underestimate the human race anymore. Because of this, the human race officially became one of the major races of the untainted land. Because of the death of the 3 Daluo Jingxian, the Aqua clan was furious. A patriarch-level figure ignored the warning of the Dragon clan and attacked the human race brazenly. To be called a patriarch by the Aqua clan and not be afraid of the Dragon clan, he could only be a quasi-saint mighty figure. The human race was naturally no match for him. In the Gaochen Palace, Feng Zichen's Thunder Lock incarnation was about to teach the quasi-saint of the Aqua clan a lesson. But who knew, in the palace of Empress Hua, someone was faster than him. It was Ao Shui. After so many years, she had also cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. With the appearance of the granddaughter of the ancestral dragon, the patriarch of the Aqua clan did not dare to fight with her. After a while, he retreated with an ugly expression. After this battle, the human race's power skyrocketed. For 1,000,000 years, no one dared to offend them. And after 1,000,000 years of accumulation, the human race's strength could be said to have been fully developed. Another Daluo Jingxian was born. Sangshan clan. It was also at this time that the Khanate clans could not hold back anymore. They were afraid that the human race would become stronger and make the Khanate era completely become history. Therefore, they joined forces and invited a late-stage quasi-saint mighty figure to kill the human race. Unfortunately, this mighty figure was severely injured by a beam of moonlight from the sky before he could reach the human race. He had to return to the dojo to recuperate in seclusion. No, it was Wang Shu who attacked. At this time, Wang Shu had already reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm. Therefore, he was able to severely injure a late-stage quasi-saint powerhouse with one strike. Wang Shu's attack made many great divines think of the same thing. That was, although the human emperor was no longer around, the divine empress was still around. After that, the human race enjoyed peace for another 1,000,000 years. But Daluo Jingxian was not born. Because the environment of heaven and earth was getting worse and worse. Cultivation was getting more and more difficult. However, the number of Tai Jingxian of the human race had increased by hundreds, and they had become a major force in the primordial world. At this time, the fact that the heavenly Tao wanted the human race to become the protagonist of heaven and earth gradually could not be hidden. The first to understand the mysteries of the heavens was Mother Nuwa. She was the founder of the human race, and all the changes of the human race could not be hidden from her. Nuwa was naturally excited about this. After the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth, it would bring her endless benefits. How could she not be happy? However, her happiness did not last long. Because Zhuan Yin had made his move. After Goddess Nviwa, the second person to understand the mysteries of heaven was Zhuan Ti. They had a grudge against the human race. That was why they knew about this before the three pure ones. At the moment when the heavenly secret was revealed, the luck of the Western sect fell by a few points. While Zhuan Yin was shocked, he also knew the reason. To be enemies with the protagonist of heaven and earth, one naturally had to pay the price. The fall of luck was only the beginning. When the human race really became the protagonist of heaven and earth, the fate of the Western sect would be even worse. Kill. Almost without hesitation, Zhuan Yin attacked. He planned to destroy the human race before the heavenly secret was completely revealed. For the Western sect. And for his own path of cultivation. They had no choice but to do it. Ah, Zhuan Yin, how dare you! Seeing this scene, Nuwa was shocked and angry. Chapter 537. How would they dare? They were the future protagonists of the world. If they really destroyed the human race, would the heavenly Tao let them off? Stop! Although she was anxious, Nuwa was not slow. After discovering Zhuan Ti's intention, she subconsciously took out the Khanate universe cauldron and blasted it at the two of them. Rumble. The mystical abilities of the three saints met in the void. In an instant, the world was in chaos, and the void collapsed. Terrifying fluctuations spread, instantly alarming the entire primordial world. At this moment, the heavenly secrets could no longer be hidden. Almost at the same time, the great mystical abilities of the primordial world sensed it. Zhuan Ti, how dare you! As soon as he obtained the heavenly secrets, the Grand Pure One attacked. He took out the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Taiji painting, and attacked Zhuan Ti. After all, the Grand Pure One was the sect master of Ren school. This person could be understood as the human race. Of course, it could also be understood as the human race. It could change with the situation. Therefore, after the human race became the protagonist of the world, the benefits that the Grand Pure One received might not be as great as that of Nuwa, but it would not be less. With such a relationship, how could the Grand Pure One watch the human race be destroyed? Therefore, after seeing Zhuan Ti attack the human race, even with his state of mind, he could not remain calm. Almost without hesitation, he attacked. After the Grand Pure One, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven also attacked. If the human race became the protagonist of the world, they would not be able to obtain any benefits from it. However, Zhuan Ti would definitely not obtain any benefits. He would even suffer a backlash from the providence of the world. Just because of that, the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had to attack no matter what. There were not many opportunities to suppress Zhuan Ti. There was no doubt about the result of 2 against 4. After a few moves, Zhuan Ti was beaten until his face was covered in dirt and he returned in defeat. On the other side, while the 6 saints were fighting, Feng Zichen was also furious. However, he did not attack Zhuan Ti. Instead, he took out the Zichen sword and slashed at Mount Meru. With the 3 pure ones and Nuwa taking action, Zhuan Ti would not end well for Zhuan Yin. It did not matter whether Feng Zichen took action or not. It would be better to make a scene on Mount Meru while Zhuan Ti was held back by the 4 saints to teach them a lesson. It was also a good way to let them know that humans were not to be trifled with. Swish, Zichen's sword traveled through the air and sliced off a part of Mount Meru's peak before slashing at the pond, flipping it over and allowing the innate liquid inside to flow out. Then, Zichen drew a sword flower in the air and swept away the pool of golden lotuses of merit planted by the Buddhists. At this moment, the disciples of the Western sect finally reacted and rushed towards Zichen. Unfortunately, the West was too barren. Apart from the 2 saints, Jieyin and Zhuanti, there was no one else who was worth mentioning. The West had only managed to find 3 Daluo Jingxian. How dare you make a scene in the saints' dojo? Do you want to die? The 3 Daluo Jingxian scolded loudly while activating their innate spiritual treasures. They planned to suppress Zichen's sword first and hand it over to the saint to deal with. However, they had overestimated themselves. Zichen's sword swept gently and boundless sword chi burst out from the void, killing the 3 Daluo Jingxian on the spot. Feng Zichen was now a half-step primordial chaos. Even an ordinary sage-to-be was not his match, let alone a mere Daluo Jingxian. It was normal for him to be killed in an instant. How dare you! Zhuan Ti naturally sensed the change in Mount Meru at the first moment. In an instant, the 2 of them changed their expressions and became extremely unsightly. Usually, they were the ones who raided other people's homes. They did not expect that the tables would turn. Today, it was their turn to have their homes raided. This caused the 2 of them to feel both furious and aggrieved. Qi, true qi. Then, Zhuan Yin and Zhuan Yin wanted to leave and return to Mount Meru to give Feng Zichen retribution. However, it was not easy to see these 2 people suffer. How could the 3 pure ones and Nuwa saints let them leave so easily? For a moment, the 4 of them attacked even more fiercely. Zhuan Yin and Zhuan Yin were worried about Mount Meru and did not want to continue fighting. They directly used their strongest means and revealed their Zhang 6 golden bodies with 12 heads and 24 arms. They used all kinds of mysterious magic to attack the 4 people. In this regard, the 3 pure ones' response was very simple. They directly took out hundreds of innate spiritual treasures and destroyed all the magic that was coming at them. They also broke the Zhang 6 golden bodies of Zhuan Yin and Zhuan Yin. Saint Zhuan Yin had no choice but to step forward and stand in front of the 3 pure ones. He did not care about being beaten until his skin and flesh were torn. He endured the attacks of the 3 people and fought for a chance for Saint Zhuan Yin to escape. Saint Juanti did not hesitate. He used the green lotus flag to send the cauldron of heaven and earth flying. Then, he endured a few of Nua's magic and forced himself to break out. He did not look back and attacked Feng Zichen. Poor Nua's strength had fallen greatly because of the matter of mending the sky. She had become the weakest of the 6 saints in one fell swoop. Even Juanti could suppress her. Saint Juanti had just returned to Mount Meru when he saw Feng Zichen killing 3 Daluo Jingxian with one sword strike. Ah! Zichen clan. You're courting death, do you know that? Taoist Juanti's face was distorted. He raised the wonderful 7 treasures tree and swung it at Feng Zichen. Boundless killing intent burst out from his body, and the world was dyed blood red. The 3 Daluo Jingxian could be said to be the only 3 Daluo Jingxian in the West apart from the devil cult. It was almost equivalent to half of the Western clans. But now, they had all been killed by Feng Zichen. The anger in Taoist Juanti's heart, one could imagine. Buzz buzz buzz, Zichen's sword hummed softly and emitted an unparalleled sword light. He controlled the power of the Khanate sword Dao and slashed at the wonderful 7 treasures tree. Boom! After the attack, the universe was in turmoil, and nothing existed. A terrifying power erupted. The wonderful 7 treasures tree flew back to Taoist Juanti's hand, while Zichen's sword was collapsed into the depths of the void. Feng Zichen did not use any external force in this battle. He only relied on his own strength. The result was self-evident. Feng Zichen was defeated. He was no match for Saint Juanti. Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. There was a difference of 1 major realm and 4 minor realms between half-step primordial chaos and the 4th heaven of the saint realm. If Feng Zichen could still defeat Saint Juanti without using any external force, that would be a problem. Hiss, the great mediums who were watching the battle gasped in shock when they saw this scene. They were not surprised by Saint Juanti's strength, but by Feng Zichen's strength. It had only been a short while, and Feng Zichen had the strength to contend against a saint. It was too shocking. Although Feng Zichen was defeated in the battle just now, wasn't he not injured? Saint Juanti attacked with hatred. Feng Zichen was defeated but not injured. Didn't this indirectly express his strength? The strength of a saint was obvious to all. It was normal for Feng Zichen to be defeated. It was abnormal for him not to be injured. Previously, Feng Zichen could also fight against a saint. However, that was relying on external forces after all. It was far less shocking than fighting against a saint with his own strength. His progress was too fast. Good. 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 Not only did the attack with hatred not work, but it also increased the other party's reputation. Saint Juanti was so angry that he laughed. Especially when he discovered that the 8 treasures merit pool was damaged. The pool water splashed all over the ground, and the merit golden lotuses in the pool had disappeared. He began to tremble as he spoke. His entire body was trembling. It was obvious that he was about to explode from anger. Zichen clan, if the poor way doesn't kill you today, how will I have the face to stand in the primordial world in the future? With a loud roar, Daoist Juanti once again used the Zhang 6 golden body and charged into the depths of the void. Obviously, he wanted to use the Zichen sword to track Feng Zichen's whereabouts. However, Feng Zichen saw that he had already taken advantage of the situation and had even figured out the saint's background. He had no intention of fighting with Daoist Juanti and planned to leave. With that thought in mind, Zichen's sword directly cut through the void and flew towards the Gaochen star. Thief, where are you going? Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to escape, Daoist Juanti was furious and hurriedly chased after him. The speed of the two was extremely fast. In a moment, they passed through layers of space and arrived in front of the boundless starry sky. Zichen's sword flashed and flew into the boundless starry sky, disappearing into the Gaochen star. When Saint Juanti saw this, he wanted to follow. However, just as he approached the edge of the boundless starry sky and had yet to step into it, he saw Zhouxing rotating with a loud bang. It automatically formed the Milky Way cosmic light array and evolved into the vast Milky Way, blocking him outside. Halt! In the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen's loud voice sounded. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, what do you mean by this? Knowing the power of the array in front of him, even with Saint Xuanti's strength, he did not dare to step into it easily. He could only stand outside the boundless starry sky and ask with a sullen face. Nothing. The boundless starry sky does not see any outsiders. Therefore, Saint, you should leave. Feng Zichen appeared from the boundless starry sky and said unhurriedly. At this moment, not to mention that he and Gaochen were the same person, even if the two of them had a grudge, he could not let Saint Xuanti step into the boundless starry sky. Not to mention him, even any great divine ability in the primordial world could not enter the boundless starry sky without a suitable reason. It was because Zhouxing had not been repaired. Any large vibration could cause Zhouxing to shatter again. If Saint Xuanti were to make a move here, the Zhouxing that had just been repaired would probably shatter again. Therefore, no matter what, Feng Zichen could not let Daoist Xuanti, who was filled with killing intent, enter the boundless starry sky. Fellow Daoist Ziwei, poor Wei knows that you have a good relationship with Emperor Gaochen. But are you really going to stop poor Wei for the sake of Emperor Gaochen? You have to know that poor Wei is a saint. After being humiliated again and again, Daoist Xuanti was furious to the extreme. He stared at Feng Zichen with killing intent and said. Rumble. When the saint was angry, the world changed color. A heavy pressure filled the air, causing the laws to distort. However, with a light snort, the Pangu Celestial shattered this formless pressure. Saint Xuanti, you don't have to threaten me. Don't talk about my relationship with Gaochen. You remember? That's fine. Come, why don't the two of us go to the Purple Cloud Palace now? If the Dao Ancestor agrees to let you in, I won't stop you and will immediately let you in. What do you think? Feng Zichen walked in front of Saint Xuanti and said with a smile. When the demon race attacked the humans, Feng Zichen had borrowed the power of Ziwei Star. It was also at that time that everyone came to the conclusion that he had a good relationship with Feng Zichen. Now, Saint Xuanti was chasing after Emperor Gaochen. It was completely reasonable for Great Emperor Ziwei to help. Saint Xuanti pointed at Feng Zichen and was so angry that he could not speak. Go to the Purple Cloud Palace to see the Dao Ancestor. Not to mention whether the Dao Ancestor would care about such a small matter, he had just wanted to destroy the human race. If the Dao Ancestor saw him, he would probably directly suppress him in the chaos outside the heavens. If he went to see Dao Ancestor Hung Jun now, wouldn't he be courting death? Since you want to die, poor Wei will fulfill your wish. Daoist Xuanti was so angry that he actually had a desperate thought. He completely lost his mind and directly activated the wonderful Seven Treasures tree with all his strength to attack Gaochen. Why else would it be said that saints were very scary? If they were really wrong to the extreme, saints could directly flip the table and destroy the primordial world. Then, they could establish the earth, fire, water, and wind and rebuild the world. In any case, they would not die and would not be tainted by karma. As for the karma of destroying the world, if the world was gone, how could there be any karma? It had long been destroyed with the destruction of heaven and earth. Moreover, the merit obtained from re-establishing heaven and earth was enough for them to pay for everything. Therefore, rational saints were not scary. What was scary was saints who had lost their rationality. Because no one knew what they would do when they were angry. Just like Saint Xuanti now. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he did not hesitate to destroy Gaochen. It was too crazy. Xuanti, how dare you? At this moment, Feng Zichen was really frightened. He did not expect Saint Xuanti to be so crazy and dare to directly attack Gaochen. Shocked and angry, Feng Zichen was about to activate the Galaxy Cosmic Light Array to block this attack. However, before he could do anything, a shocking change happened. Gao Chen sensed the danger and suddenly burst out with a bright light. At the same time, an inexplicable fluctuation was emitted from his body. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire primordial world. In the next moment, Ziwei Star, South Pole Star, and Huda Palace of the Netherworld shook at the same time. 3 terrifying emperors' auras rose. Together with Emperor Gao Chen's aura, a total of 4 emperors' auras spread around Gao Chen. 4 emperors and 4 emperors. The indistinct purple gold palace, the towering green jade palace. They hold the power of the 7 governments of Ziwei and are the masters of the dynasty. The 3 magnificence Yuxiu, the 5 latitudes Neon Jing. They are the pivot of creation and the great handle of humans and gods. In the Daluo sky, in the Golden Palace, the 4 emperors and 4 emperors, Heavenly Lord Jinrong Yuxiang. In the void. Suddenly, the 4 emperors' words were transmitted. Then, 4 majestic shadows of emperors appeared in the boundless starry sky. The emperor's aura rumbled and filled the world, shaking the past, present, and future. Rumble. The majesty of the 4 emperors connected into one and was vast and boundless. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen, carrying an unparalleled force and colliding with the wonderful 7 treasures tree that was rushing over. Bang! The wonderful 7 treasures tree was directly sent flying by the emperor's aura and fell into the primordial world. Chapter 538. What? Then, under Saint Juan Ti's incredulous gaze, the emperor's might swept over and directly knocked him out of the boundless starry sky, smashing him fiercely into the primordial world. Pfft! After landing, Saint Juan Ti first opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saint blood. Then, with a blank expression, he looked straight at the starry sky. He was injured. The kind that could not be recovered by the power of the heavenly path. This was the first time he had been injured since he became a saint. A saint would actually be injured in the primordial world? In Saint Juan Ti's opinion, this was an extremely unbelievable thing. However, it really happened, and it happened to him. Saint Juan Ti had no choice but to believe it. How could this be? Saint Juan Ti forcefully suppressed his injuries and once again came to the boundless starry sky. He asked Feng Zichen with a puzzled expression. Even the other 5 sages had stopped fighting and ended their battles hastily. They all looked over at Yi Qingyu. The primordial world. There was actually a power that could hurt a saint. This was simply too unbelievable. If he could not figure out the reason, the saint would not be able to live peacefully in the future. However, the saint was puzzled. Feng Zichen was also very puzzled. He was not surprised that the 4 emperors could defeat the saint when they worked together. After all, no matter what, the 4 emperors were also the supreme beings of heaven and earth, they were the supreme gods who ruled the primordial world. If they could be humiliated by saints casually, then where was the dignity of the supreme beings of heaven and earth? However, Feng Zichen really did not know that the power of the 4 emperors could hurt saints. Fortunately, soon, someone gave an explanation. Juan Ti, you've gone too far today. The 4 emperors are the supreme beings of heaven and earth. How can they be humiliated by others? This injury is the backlash of the heavenly path. It's your punishment for humiliating the 4 emperors. A faint Dao voice came from the sky. It was Dao ancestor Hong Jun who spoke to explain to everyone. The position of the saint was determined by the heavenly path, but similarly, the position of the 4 emperors was also determined by the heavenly path. Although in terms of status, the saint was slightly higher than the great emperor. However, this did not mean that the saint could bully the 4 emperors at will. If the 4 royals were in the wrong, it would be fine if you, a saint, reprimanded them with a few words based on your status. However, if you wanted to kill them, the heavenly Tao could not ignore it. The saints only had the right to recommend the 4 great emperors. They did not have the right to appoint or manage them. Only the heavenly axiom had the final say on how to deal with the 4 imperials. If a saint were to make a move, it would be overstepping his authority. Therefore, if the saints attacked the four great emperors, they would definitely suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Greetings, Tao Ancestor, Master, Teacher. Hearing Tao Ancestor Hongjuan's voice, everyone immediately bowed towards the sky. However, Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not appear. The heavenly Tao has issued a decree to establish the human race as the main characters of the world. Quickly come to the Purple Cloud Palace and discuss a constitution. Tao Ancestor Hongjun's voice sounded. He summoned everyone to the Purple Cloud Palace to discuss the matters of the human race. Yes. As you command. Hearing that, the 6 saints, Haoyan Yaoqi, Feng Zichen, and Lei Zhe all headed to the Purple Cloud Palace. How could an emperor realm cultivator bypass great Emperor Ziwei? In the Purple Cloud Palace, everyone sat down and waited for Tao Ancestor Hongjun to appear. It could be said that apart from Gaochen and Hutu, all the people in power in the primordial world had arrived. The heavenly Tao intends to establish the 3 emperors for the human race to occupy the providence of heaven, earth, and man to help the human race prosper. What do you think about this? After a while, Tao Ancestor Hongjun appeared and said, Master, may I know what's so special about these 3 emperors? The Grand Pure One thought for a moment and asked. The 3 emperors are heaven, earth, and man. Those who become the 3 emperors are comparable to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in the primordial world. Therefore, they are called absolute saints. They are respected as saints and enjoy the worship of all living beings. Tao Ancestor Hongjun explained. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Those were 3 experts who were comparable to saints. Even the magi and demons were not as strong as them. Moreover, with 3 more saints, would their status be shaken? For a moment, everyone's thoughts drifted away. Master, may I know the difference between absolute saints and saints? The Grand Pure One grasped the main point and asked again. A saint's essence soul is entrusted to the heavenly Tao. It exists with the heavens and the Tao. It can transform the power of the heavenly Tao for its own use. Therefore, it is invincible in the primordial world. As for the absolute saint, it uses the power of destiny of heaven and earth to raise its realm to the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, its essence soul is not entrusted to the heavenly Tao. They do not have the various abilities of saints. The 4-way emperor's position is also considered a type of absolute saint karma position. How could Tao Ancestor Hongjun not know what his disciple was thinking? He explained in detail to calm him down. Hearing this, the saints heaved a sigh of relief. Once Tao Ancestor Hongjun said that, they all understood. Back then, before Di Jun attained the Tao, he could fight against a saint. His methods were similar to the absolute saint karma position. It was just that it was a little rough. Do you have a suitable candidate for the 3 emperors of the human race? Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not want to waste any more time and went straight to the point. It was coming. The climax was coming. Hearing this, Feng Zichen sat up straight. Wasn't this the purpose of Tao Ancestor Hongjun calling everyone here? The so-called general trend of heaven and earth was only a general direction set by the heavenly Tao. As for the specific details, of course, they were discussed by the saints. This was the benefit of becoming a saint. Just like now, everyone sat in a row and divided the fruits. You took a little, I took a little, and soon, all the benefits of the human race were divided up. As for the opinions of the human race, they did not care at all. They had already become the main character of heaven and earth. What else did they want? The weak. What right did they have to divide the benefits? It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen came here. He wanted everyone to understand. It was not that the human race did not have any experts. In short, the most important thing for Feng Zichen to come to the Purple Cloud Palace today was to fight for the benefits of the human race. If he could not do it, he would start to cause trouble. If he really could not do it, he would directly flip the table. No one would be able to end well. Master, my brother Fushi has great merit and great luck. He should be the heavenly emperor of the human race. As soon as Tao ancestor Hung Jun finished speaking, Nuwa could not wait to say. This position of the holy karma sounded better than the position of Emperor Shi of the demon race. Feng Zichen thought for a moment and did not object. First of all, Nuwa was the holy mother of the human race. If she wanted her brother to take charge of the human race for her, no one would be able to say that she was uncomfortable. Secondly, Fushi had never attacked the human race. On the contrary, he had been kind to the human race. If Fushi had not passed down the Khanate 8 trigrams to the human race would not have developed so quickly. It had to be said that the Khanate 8 trigrams had helped the human race too much in terms of seeking fortune, avoiding disaster, and deducing the secrets of heaven. It was precisely because of the above considerations that Feng Zichen did not refuse. Moreover, Fushi becoming the heavenly emperor of the human race was also a bad thing for the human race. Firstly, he was powerful and was destined to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian in the future. With him joining the human race would definitely have another top-notch combat power and fight for more rights to speak in the primordial world. Secondly, as one of the 3 emperors of the demon race, Fushi had a portion of the fate of the demon race. If he joined the human race, this portion of fate would flow into the human race to strengthen the human race. In this case, Feng Zichen had no reason to refuse. Feng Zichen had no reason to refuse, and the other saints had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the candidates they proposed later had to be approved by Nuwa. Otherwise, no matter how much they praised, it would be useless if Nuwa did not agree. In that case, the position of the heavenly emperor of the human race will be handed over to Fushi. Seeing that no one objected, Tao ancestor Hung Jun nodded and said. The Tao ancestor had a golden mouth and jade words. What he said was the heavenly law. With one word, the heavenly secrets changed and completely decided that Fushi would become the heavenly emperor of the human race. Junior sister Nuwa, I owe you a favor. The poor Wei has a disciple named Guang Qingzi. His aptitude and talent are among the best in the primordial world. He can be reincarnated into the human race and become the earthly emperor. What do you think? Yuanshi Tianzuan turned his head and said to Nuwa. He also knew that it was useless to ask Tao ancestor Hung Jun for the human race. He could only ask Nuwa. As long as Nuwa did not agree, it would be useless for anyone to agree. Junior sister, third senior brother also has a disciple named Duobao. He was transformed from the treasure-snatching rock and is one of the most blessed people in the primordial world. If he becomes the human emperor of the human race, not to mention how much fate he will bring to the human race, but in the future, the human race will have a lot of innate spiritual treasures. After Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tong Tian sect leader continued. The 2 brothers were not bad. One was the earthly emperor, and the other was the human emperor. They did not fight for it, nor were they strong. They directly divided the remaining 2 emperors of the human race. To be honest, Feng Zichen was a little tempted when he heard this. He knew about Duobao's luck. It could be said that the innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock were all fated with Duobao. If he could become the human emperor of the human race, even if he could not achieve what Tong Tian's sect leader said, the human race would not lack innate spiritual treasures. But it could also make the human race's innate spiritual treasures less scarce. If it were not for the fact that Feng Zichen already had a plan for the candidates for the earthly emperor and the human emperor, he was afraid that he would directly hint to Nuwa to agree. But unfortunately, compared with the 2 candidates in Feng Zichen's mind, even Fushi could not compare, let alone Duobao. Teacher, I also have a suitable candidate here, seeing that Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian's sect leader had already promised Nuwa all kinds of benefits in order to obtain the qualifications of the earthly emperor and the human emperor. Zhuan Ti could not help but feel a little anxious. They knew that with their relationship with Nuwa, it was impossible for them to take the positions of the two emperors from Nuwa. So, they directly said to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Xuanti and Xuanti were really sneaky. Seeing that they could not persuade Nuwa, they planned to think of a way to persuade Tao ancestor Hongjun. Their plan was very clever. Tao ancestor Hongjun was Nuwa's teacher. If he directly decided on a candidate, even if Nuwa was dissatisfied, she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Otherwise? Directly refuse Tao ancestor Hongjun's face. Wasn't this looking for trouble for themselves? As long as they were not stupid, no one would do it. Unfortunately, Xuan Ti's plan was very good, but they seemed to have forgotten that because of Feng Zichen's orders, the position of the human emperor would not have anything to do with them, the Western sect, no matter what. Fellow Taoists, save it. Let's not talk about what you did just now. Let's talk about how you secretly attacked the human race back then and formed a death feud with the human race. How can the position of the human emperor fall into your hands? Before Tao ancestor Hongjun could speak, the Grand Pure One said lazily. In his heart, he was really happy. Originally, he was still thinking about how to kick the two of them out. However, he did not expect that the two of them would court death back then and cut off their path today. It really saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, even the Grand Pure One could not help but sigh. Fate was playing tricks on people. Back then, when Xuanti attacked the human race, who would have thought that this inconspicuous postnatal race would become the main character of the world today? At the same time, the Grand Pure One was secretly glad. Fortunately, the one who attacked back then was Xuanti and not the three Pure Ones. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Xuanti, before the human race prospers, the two of you will stay in the Purple Cloud Palace to seek Tao. After a moment of silence, Tao ancestor Hongjun said. He was going to put them under house arrest in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, Tao ancestor Hongjun had no choice. If he did not keep the two of them in the Purple Cloud Palace, there was no need to think about it. For the future of the Western sect, the two of them would definitely secretly trip up the human race. Yes, teacher. Yes, teacher. Even though he was unwilling, he was bound to be weak. Xuanti had no choice but to nod in agreement. With the elimination of Xuanti, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were even more confident. Their greatest enemy was gone. Who else could Nuwa work with other than them? As for the Haotian Jade Pool, they were fighting with each other, but unfortunately, there was no one under them. Until now, the two of them, the dignified Primordial Lord, were only slightly better than a commander without an army. It was really difficult for them to take out a candidate to become the human emperor. Just as Nuwa's face gradually showed impatience, Feng Zichen finally spoke. He. He first smiled contemptuously, then said in a mocking tone, fellow Taoists, have you forgotten something? Since it's for the human race to choose an emperor, don't you need to ask for the opinion of the human race and... My opinion. The two of them treated the human race as if they were nothing and divided the interests of the human race in front of him. This really angered Feng Zichen. Huh? The human race? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was so angry that he laughed. The opinion of the human race? The human race did not even have a single great magician. What opinion could they have? Moreover, ask for his opinion. Who did this great Emperor Ziwei think he was? He had to interfere in everything. Ask for your opinion. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning asked uncertainly. That's right. Feng Zichen nodded. Ah. This poor Wei is a little confused. This matter involves the human emperor. Poor Wei can understand asking for the opinion of the human race. But fellow Taoist Ziwei is not a human. Then why do we have to ask for your opinion on this matter? The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning asked in an unfriendly tone. Obviously, he felt that Feng Zichen was meddling too much. Chapter 539. Ha! Why? Feng Zichen was not afraid of the primeval Lord of Heaven's threat. Instead, he stared into his eyes and said word by word. Because I am the great of Ziwei. Without my consent, the light of the Ziwei star will not shine on the human emperor, and it will not descend the emperor's aura. Is this enough? Feng Zichen was very confident. Even if he was not the leader of the human race, with the Ziwei star around, the human emperor's choice would not go around him. The Ziwei star was the star of the emperor, the symbol of the emperor. All the emperors in the world were bathed in the light of the Ziwei star. Therefore, an emperor who was not recognized by the Ziwei star was not orthodox. Only the emperor who was favored by the Ziwei star was orthodox. The primeval Lord of Heaven was speechless for a moment. He had forgotten about this. The main reason was that the Ziwei star had been sealed by Di Jun and had not appeared in the primeval world for a long time. So much so that everyone subconsciously ignored this point. Even so, what can you do? Poor Wei and the others preach on behalf of the heavens and act with the general trend. Even if you are dissatisfied, do you dare to go against the general trend and deny the choice we have made? After taking a deep breath, the primeval Lord of Heaven gradually calmed down and said coldly to Feng Zichen. The opinion of the great of Ziwei was very important. However, as long as the will of the saints reached an agreement, they could forcibly set the rules for the prosperity of the human race. As for the opinions of others, they were insignificant. The power of one saint might not be able to change the general trend of heaven and earth, but if all the saints worked together, they could even change the general trend of heaven and earth in a small area. This was the most terrifying thing about saints. I don't dare. But someone dares. Have you all forgotten that the human race also has great divine ability masters? The human emperor, the great Taoist priests, Pengu, and the Zichen clan are not dead yet. The supreme treasure of the human race, the innate supreme treasure that symbolizes the supreme power of the human race, the human Tao Emperor's seal, is still in his hands. Aren't you afraid that the great Taoist priests will get angry and directly destroy your disciples by bypassing him and letting them reincarnate into the human sovereign? Feng Zichen shook his head and smiled. This was the advantage of hiding in the dark. If he came to the Purple Cloud Palace as the Renhuang, the three pure ones would be able to suppress him and force him to agree to their plan. However, with Feng Zichen hiding in the dark, everyone had some misgivings and didn't dare to act recklessly. Hearing this, the three purities frowned at the same time. Such a thing was very likely to happen. With Feng Zichen's identity as the first human emperor, it was not difficult for him to find a way to kill the person they had chosen. Moreover, there was no need for him to kill. As long as the new emperor did not hand over the human race's imperial seal when he ascended the throne, the so-called three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and human would all become a joke. Just as the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning were in a difficult position, the Grand Pure One's eyes lit up. He thought of a solution and said to Nuwa, junior sister Nuwa, the matter of the three sovereigns is a private matter of the human race after all. The poor Wei and the others will not participate. However, when the three sovereigns appear, they can't do without a teacher's guidance. Can you give the merit of the imperial preceptor to the three senior brothers? The Grand Pure One knew that the position of the three sovereigns was extremely important. Feng Zichen would definitely not watch them fall into the hands of the three sections. Then, he would take a step back and seek the position of the imperial preceptor to share some of the merit of the three sovereigns. The Grand Pure One did not lack merit. However, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven lacked it. If they did not plan some merit for their disciples to eliminate the negative karma on them, their cultivation level would really stop there in the future. That was why the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven were so eager to become the three sovereigns. I'll do as you say, senior brother. Nuwa weighed the pros and cons and nodded in agreement. Feng Zichen did not have any objections. He had to agree. At the end of the day, after the liches, the three pure ones were the greatest forces in the primordial world. If they did not share the opportunity for the human race to prosper, the human race might not be able to become the main characters of the world. How could the three pure ones be trifled with? Even the heavenly Tao was afraid of them and tried its best to separate them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the three pure ones were. Not to mention that the human race had yet to become the main characters of the world. Even if they really became the main characters of the world, they might not be taken seriously by the three pure ones. In that case, how could the human race fight the three pure ones? Since the three pure ones had taken a step back, the human race should also take a step back. If they really offended the three pure ones, the human race would only get endless trouble and not any benefits. Since you've already made a decision, let's follow the plan. Leave. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Master, Tao Ancestor, we'll take our leave. Everyone left obediently. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa was anxious about the reincarnation of Fuxi. She said goodbye to everyone and left in a hurry. Hao Tian and Yao Qi were worried about the heavenly courts and left in a hurry. At this moment, those left in the chaos outside the sky, there were also the three pure ones, Ziwei, and Lei Zhe. As for Zhuan Ti, he was left in the Purple Cloud Palace by Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, fellow Taoist Lei Zhe, Poor Wei, and the others have something to say to fellow Taoist Ziwei. Please make it convenient. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning bowed and said to Lei Zhe. Seeing this, how could Lei Zhe not understand what the three pure ones meant? They clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was alone to give him retribution. Lei Zhe understood, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said to the three pure ones, Sure. I'll leave now. With that, Lei Zhe bowed to the three pure ones and turned to leave. As a result, only the three pure ones, Feng Zichen, and the other two were left. Why? Do you want to take revenge on me? Facing the three pure ones alone, Feng Zichen's expression did not change. He even raised his eyebrows and took the initiative to ask. Without a doubt, this was the revenge of the three pure ones. Zhuan Ti and the other two had embarrassed them in the Purple Cloud Palace. They even dared to ambush them halfway, let alone Feng Zichen. No. It's just that Poor Wei's hands are itchy. I want to compete with fellow Taoist Ziwei. I hope that fellow Taoist will not be stingy with your guidance. Shaking his head, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a smile. Oh. I see. Then, are the three of you going to attack together? Nodding, Feng Zichen said without fear. Knowing that going to the Purple Cloud Palace this time would definitely offend the three pure ones, how could he not be prepared? Therefore, he had set up a backup plan early on. As long as the three pure ones did not join forces, he had nothing to fear. If the three pure ones joined forces, he could only consider himself unlucky. Anyway, he would not die. At most, he would be beaten up. Poor Wei alone is enough to deal with rebels. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning took a step forward and said. As a saint, he was suspected of bullying the weak by attacking Feng Zichen, who had yet to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. If the three pure ones attacked together, their reputation in the primordial world would be completely ruined regardless of whether they won or lost. After the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning finished speaking, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven left directly to show that they would not interfere in this battle. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, please. After the two of them walked away, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not show any modesty. He gestured for Feng Zichen to attack first. How could the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning take the initiative to deal with Feng Zichen, given his prideful personality? In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. With a thought, Feng Zichen communicated with the cosmic light array of the galaxy in the distance. He activated the god of Pangu and punched towards this place from afar. Rumble. The chaos shattered as if it was splitting the world apart. Terrifying power raged and drowned the figure of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. What a powerful power! Shocked, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning did not dare to let his guard down. He hurriedly raised the central Wutu Earth Apricot yellow flag and raised 10,000 golden lotuses to envelop himself. The power that could destroy everything surged over and shattered the golden lotuses one by one. However, the Wutu Earth Apricot yellow flag trembled slightly and the golden lotuses were reborn. They were endless and entangled with the surging power, firmly protecting the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, with this attack alone, you can be considered invincible below the saints in the primordial world. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked at the raging power around him and could not help but sigh. The power of this attack had definitely reached the level of primordial chaos. Otherwise, it would not be enough to destroy the chaos. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not hear Feng Zichen's reply. At this moment, a bad idea appeared in the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's mind. Could it be? Shocked and furious, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could not help but shout loudly. Fellow Taoist Ziwei! Fellow Taoist Ziwei! Fellow Taoist Ziwei! He shouted 3 times in a row, but still, no one answered. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's face had completely darkened. Damn it! Pangu's banner! Furious, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning directly took out the Pangu's banner and blasted it to the side. This was the chaos outside the heavens, not the primordial world. Therefore, when the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning attacked, he did not have the slightest scruple. He almost used his greatest strength to revive the Pangu's banner. Rumble! Suddenly, a huge banner appeared in the midst of the chaos. The size of the banner was beyond imagination. On the banner, there was a supreme image of the great god Pangu holding the heaven-splitting divine axe and splitting the heavens and the earth. On the banner, the heavenly divine baleful chi burst out, as if it was going to destroy the chaos and reopen the heavens and the earth. Boom! The Pangu's banner vibrated. A power that could tear apart the chaos in Hongmeng, shatter the space and time of the heavens, control the mysteries of all laws, and open up the universe suddenly burst out. In the next moment, nothing existed. The chaos aura around the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was completely wiped out, forming a state of nothingness. Ziwei, the poor Wei will not let you off. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning looked around. There was no trace of Feng Zichen around. He had taken advantage of the opportunity when he was defending and had already escaped. This time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was furious. A terrifying aura leaked out, stirring up the chaos. On the other side, Feng Zichen had already run back to the boundless starry sky. He was not a fool. How could he insist on fighting the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning when he knew that he was no match for him? He did not have the habit of being abused. Therefore, after seizing the opportunity, Feng Zichen directly ran away, leaving the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning alone to sulk in the chaos outside the heavens. He was not afraid of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's revenge. As long as he did not leave the boundless starry sky, even Tao ancestor Hung Jun could not do anything to him. To Feng Zichen, while the boundless starry sky trapped him, it also protected him, making it impossible for others to attack him. This was the so-called blessing and disaster were interdependent. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. On this day, Nuwa raised the Khanate cardinal treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth in the palace of Empress Hua. She used its power to recreate the universe to bypass the 6 paths of reincarnation and forcefully opened a reincarnation passage. She sent the remaining bit of Fushi's innate undying true spirit into it and reincarnated it into the human race. Although Nuwa and Hutu had no enmity, Fushi had perished together with the candle dragon. With this karma, she did not dare to let Fushi's true spirit reincarnate through the 6 paths of reincarnation. If Hutu secretly tampered with it, it would be all over. Therefore, after thinking about it, Nuwa decided to open a reincarnation passage herself. Although this move was troublesome, it was safer. And just before Fushi's true spirit entered the reincarnation passage, Feng Zichen agreed to Nua's request and sent a wisp of torch flame and a wisp of imperial purple qi into Fuxi's true spirit. Torch flame was formed by the destiny of the human race. The imperial purple qi was the origin of the Emperor Star. It was formed by fusing with the path of the Emperor and was the foundation of becoming an emperor. This qi was extremely pure, had endless mysteries, could destroy all methods and avoid all methods. It could be said that once the qi was released, all methods would not be able to get close to it. The imperial purple qi was so mysterious, of course, there could not be a lot of it. Even if one searched the entire Emperor's Star several times, there were only 9 of them. If Nuwa had not come forward to ask, no matter what, Feng Zichen would not have given it to Fuxi so easily, let alone add a wisp of torch flame. With these 2 treasures, Fuxi would definitely become the heavenly emperor of the human race. After seeing Fuxi's true spirit enter the reincarnation, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze and focused on deducing the secrets of heaven. That was because he had a feeling that the rise of the human race might not be as smooth as everyone had imagined. There was a feeling that told him that the primordial world would undergo a huge change soon, and the human race would definitely be affected. If he was not careful, not to mention becoming the protagonist of the world, it would be difficult to even protect himself. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, any feeling did not come out of thin air, but a sign of the future. Since he had sensed it, it meant that the possibility of this matter happening had reached 80%. Therefore, Feng Zichen abandoned all distracting thoughts and focused on deducing the secrets of heaven. This kind of thing could only be solved by deducing the source. Even if it could not be solved, it was better to know in advance so that he could make plans early and reduce the losses. When Feng Zichen was deducing, the 3 pure ones and the others also noticed that something was wrong and began deducing one after another, trying to find out what had happened. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen's full attention was involved, causing him to neglect some things. For example, long before Fuxi's reincarnation, Nuwa had let Ao Shui split a trace of her true spirit and reincarnate into the human race, becoming an ordinary human woman. Hua Su. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. On this day, the human girl Hua Su was playing in the old land of the Thunder Lock. She saw a huge footprint and stepped on it out of curiosity. The essence of the Thunder Lock surged up, and the girl felt pregnant. At the same time, Feng Zichen, who was concentrating on deducing the secrets of heaven in the Emperor's Star, suddenly felt a blood connection. Chapter 540. How could this be? When he came back to his senses, Feng Zichen's face was full of disbelief. He had a descendant of his bloodline. But how was this possible? An existence like him would never be able to give birth to a descendant unless he did it deliberately. At Feng Zichen's cultivation level, if he couldn't even completely control his own body, then what was the point of cultivating? It was so embarrassing. Therefore, Feng Zichen was sure that he, Chang Yi, and Ao Shui definitely didn't have a descendant. But what was going on now? The throbbing that came from his bloodline couldn't be faked. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness followed the connection and looked in the direction of the bloodline. That is, Ao Shui. What he saw was a woman from the human clan who looked exactly the same as Ao Shui. No. It's not Ao Shui. Ao Shui's cultivation level isn't that weak. Moreover, Ao Shui is a dragon, not a human. Seeing this woman's appearance, Feng Zichen subconsciously thought that she was Ao Shui. But on second thought, he felt that something was wrong. Not to mention Ao Shui's cultivation level, she was currently cultivating in seclusion in Emperor Hua's palace. How could she appear in the human race, let alone in the appearance of an ordinary human woman? However, this woman who looked like Ao Shui was indeed carrying a creature with her bloodline. The feeling of a bloodline connection came from this woman's stomach. But what was going on here? Looking at this woman's age, she was only in her 20s. Feng Zichen had never even seen her before, let alone had sex with her. Heavenly Tao Divine Eye, open. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zichen's purple eyes suddenly bloomed with light, as if countless Tao patterns were born and destroyed within. In an instant, everything was different. The woman's identity was also clearly reflected in Feng Zichen's eyes. Ao Shui. At that moment, Feng Zichen confirmed that the person in front of him was Ao Shui. To be more precise, it was Ao Shui's clone. Phew, taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen forced himself to calm down and think carefully about what had happened. As he calmed down, his sharp intuition returned to him once again. All the details about this matter gradually unfolded in his heart. At the same time, Nua's method of concealing the heavenly secrets was also beginning to lose its effectiveness. He understood everything now. Everything was clearly displayed in front of Feng Zichen. I see. After understanding what was going on, Feng Zichen's expression became extremely strange. All kinds of complicated expressions intertwined on his face and finally turned into a helpless sigh. This matter. It was Nua's doing. In order to stabilize Fuxi's position as the Heavenly Emperor, she had really put in a lot of effort. She had even reached the point where she would do anything. Nua was worried that a wisp of torch flame and an imperial purple qi would not be enough to stabilize Fuxi's position. Therefore, she turned her attention to Feng Zichen. If he was the son of the human emperor, then Fuxi's position should be completely stabilized. That was what Nua thought, and in fact, that was what she did. However, the son of the human emperor was not so easy to be born. Not everyone was qualified to be pregnant with the human emperor's son. Nua thought about it and finally found a suitable candidate. That was Ao Shui. In fact, in terms of identity, Wang Shu was more suitable. She was the recognized empress of the human race. However, in terms of relationship, Nua and Ao Shui's relationship was far better than Wang Shu's. In addition, in her heart, Nua still felt a little guilty towards Ao Shui. Back then, she was the one who forced Ao Shui to take the initiative to leave Feng Zichen. Therefore, based on the above considerations, Nua chose Ao Shui. He handed over the matter of this great opportunity to him. That's right. The Heavenly Emperor's mother. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Besides, with the relationship between Ao Shui and Feng Zichen, even if Feng Zichen was dissatisfied after the incident, she would not dare to say anything. In fact, it was just as Nua had thought. Even if Feng Zichen was angry now, he did not dare to vent his anger on Ao Shui. He even had to comfort her while enduring it. He was really as depressed as he could be. Sigh. I don't know how Nua convinced Ao Shui. How did she make Ao Shui agree to accompany her to mess around? Moreover, there's one more thing. F*ck, noun, a kind of plant. I don't know who was so bored back then to collect the true dragon's bloodline that he had shed out of his body. F*ck, don't let me find out who it was. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart could be said to be holding back a huge ball of fire. Anyone who had been schemed against and had a son out of thin air would not be in a good mood. Especially when he knew the origin of the Khanate essence qi that appeared in the Thunder Lock, he was in an even worse mood. After being in the primordial world for so long, how could Feng Zichen not know the magic of the primordial world? It was all thanks to Pangu that everything could transform in the primordial world. There was nothing that could not be done in the primordial world. Even a drop of blood, a strand of hair, or even a drop of tears, of an expert, as long as it fell on the Khanate qi, there was a great chance that it would transform into a human form. It was because of this reason that for a certain period of time, in the primordial world, from time to time, there would be mighty figures who were looking for their relatives. For this reason, those mighty figures had no choice but to have more children or disciples. Under such circumstances, until everyone was prepared, only then would they be able to improve. After knowing this, how could Feng Zichen not be prepared? Early on, after his cultivation had reached the large success stage, he had used a method to cause everything on his body to lose all vitality after leaving his body. Yes, the rest of the great divines were doing the same. These were all lessons. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen had calculated everything, but he forgot that back then, he had shed a part of his bloodline in the Dragon Gate. That was the blood of a true dragon that belonged to him. At that time, Feng Zichen had successfully leaped through the Dragon Gate. A mysterious force had descended and wanted to transform him into a true dragon body. However, at that time, he was thinking about Pangu's Dao body and did not want to transform into a dragon. Therefore, he had expelled all the blood of a true dragon from his body. At that time, Feng Zichen could be said to be a novice in the cultivation world. He did not know anything. After expelling the blood of a true dragon from his body, he did not care about it anymore. However, he did not expect that the blood of a true dragon would be preserved by someone. After that, for some reason, this blood fell into the hands of Nuwa. Nuwa used this blood to make Ao Shui pregnant with Feng Zichen's child. Although this part of the bloodline was the blood of a true dragon, it was real. It flowed out of Feng Zichen's body. It was his bloodline. Sigh. How troublesome. Although he was unwilling, Feng Zichen could not ignore Ao Shui. He could only divide a wisp of his divine consciousness to pay attention to her to prevent any accidents. As for this son, it did not matter if he acknowledged him. Anyway, when Fushi's true spirit awakened, all karma would be severed. Did he really think that the reincarnation of a human was to be his son? He was just using his identity. After dividing a wisp of his divine consciousness to pay attention to Ao Shui, Feng Zichen continued to deduce the secrets of heaven in seclusion. After a series of deductions, he still vaguely calculated that the cause of the change did not come from within the primordial world, but from the chaos demon gods. However, the current chaos demon gods were divided into two groups. There were few but powerful chaos demon gods. They were now in the great chaos outside the realm. There were many of them. However, the weaker chaos demon gods. They were now in the 3,000 greater worlds. At this moment, what Feng Zichen wanted to calculate was whether this change came from the 3,000 greater worlds or from the great chaos outside the realm. These two forces. Although they were both chaos demon gods, it was completely different to deal with them. If he didn't figure out which side made the move, it would be difficult to carry out targeted defenses. That's right. In the war with the chaos demon gods, the primordial world had always been in a defensive state. It was because compared to the primordial world, the chaos demon gods were too ancient. The time that the primordial world existed was just a relatively eye-catching wave in the long years that the chaos demon gods had experienced. For Daluo Jingxian and the experts above, time was not very important. However, when time reached a certain extent, it became especially important. In fact, in Feng Zichen's heart, he was more inclined to believe that the crisis came from the great chaos outside the realm. However, guesses were guesses after all. They could not be practical. Otherwise, if he were to make a mistake, the losses that would be caused would be enormous. What if both sides attacked at the same time? Everything had to be prepared for the worst. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. Huaxiu was pregnant for 12 years and finally gave birth to a baby boy. However, this baby boy was different from ordinary people. He had 2 horns on his head, a human body, and a dragon tail. He was born with a connate Dao aptitude. Fuxi was born. The birth of the heavenly emperor was naturally no small matter. Endless divine light rose from Fuxi's body and illuminated the entire primordial world. It was enough to compete with the sun. All kinds of phenomena appeared. The great Tao rumbled incessantly, as if celebrating the birth of Fuxi. Of course, these phenomena, only immortals could see them. Originally, according to the legends of later generations, after Huaxiu gave birth to a monster, she would be expelled from the tribe and left to fend for herself. However, the current human race was completely different. According to Feng Zichen's request back then, every tribe of the human race had to have at least one golden immortal as the overseer. This matter was recorded by Feng Zichen in the torch. Even if the civilization of the human race was cut off, as long as the torch was not extinguished, future generations would naturally know about it. Even the current human race was far less powerful than the ancient Lich and Demon era. It was impossible for every tribe to have a golden immortal overseeing it. However, they could still take out a mystic immortal and several heaven immortals. The tribe that Huaxiu was in had 1 mystic immortal and 4 heaven immortals overseeing it. They were so close, so they naturally saw the phenomenon on Fuxi's body. They were instantly shocked. Oh no, it was a heavenly being. Actually, even if they did not see the phenomenon, it did not matter. To be able to cultivate the immortal Tao, one had to have at least good eyesight. Fuxi had a human body and a dragon tail. His entire body was like the word Tao. The characteristics of the connate Tao aptitude were so obvious. If they could not recognize it, it would seem a little fake. Knowing that Fuxi was not simple, the tribe leader sent someone to inform the ancestral land and brought the mother and son back to settle them down. However, before the people from the ancestral land arrived, an old man riding a bull arrived outside the Huaxiu tribe. The Grand Pure One had arrived. The prosperity of the human race was extraordinary. In order to prevent any accidents, the Grand Pure One decided to personally come and take in Fuxi as his disciple. Of course, this was all said to the outside world. The real reason was that other than the Grand Pure One, no one else from the 3 sects was qualified to teach Fuxi. No matter what, Fuxi was still the top great divine ability of the primordial world and the elder brother of Nuwa. If he arranged for a second-generation disciple to take in Fuxi as his disciple, whose face would that slap be? He reckoned that before that disciple could reach Fuxi, he would be beaten into ashes by the furious Nuwa. Therefore, the Grand Pure One had no choice but to appear personally. The identity of the leader of the 6 saints was enough to teach Fuxi. Presumably, Nuwa would not be dissatisfied. Although the human experts could not recognize the true background of the Grand Pure One, they could tell that the old man in front of them was not simple from the connate Tao runes that filled his body and the extraordinary green bull that he was sitting on. In that case, everyone was happy to see that he wanted to take Fuxi as his disciple. How could they refuse? After that, Fuxi followed the Grand Pure One and began his academic career. As for Feng Zichen, he held the Zichen sword and pointed it at the northern underworld demon palace. It was time for Fuxi's Tao confirmation treasure, the He Tu and the Luo Shu, to be taken back from Kuanpeng. To Feng Zichen, taking back the He Tu and the Luo Shu was not only for Fuxi. His significance to the human race was even greater. Although the He Tu and the Luo Shu was Di Jun's lifelong numinous treasure, he represented the primordial water vein. If the human race obtained this treasure, they would be able to obtain the destiny of the primordial water vein. The benefits were self-evident. In addition, it was said that the He Tu and the Luo Shu were Di Jun's lifelong numinous treasures and the most important numinous treasures. If he could snatch these 2 treasures away, Di Jun's strength would definitely be affected when he returned in the future. With so many benefits, how could Feng Zichen not take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Moreover, this matter was not difficult for Feng Zichen. Back then, Kuanpeng was not his match. Now, it was even more so. Therefore, Feng Zichen planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He would first explain the details to Kuanpeng and ask for the He Tu and the Luo Shu. If he did not know what was good for him, it would not be too late to snatch it by force. Fellow Taoist Kuanpeng, how's your comprehension of the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Have you comprehended any of its mysteries? In the Demon Master Palace, Patriarch Kuanpeng, who was in seclusion to comprehend the He Tu and the Luo Shu, suddenly heard Feng Zichen's voice. It's you. Zichen clan. You are indeed still alive and have escaped from the seal set by Tai. Hearing this familiar voice, Patriarch Kuanpeng immediately recognized the identity of the person who spoke. Ha, fellow Taoist Kuanpeng, long time no see. Amidst the laughter, Feng Zichen came out with his sword. However, his body was extremely illusory. Obviously, it was not his real body. Yes. It's really been a long time. Looking at Feng Zichen, Patriarch Kunpeng had a complicated expression. Chapter 541. To be honest, after seeing Feng Zichen, the Kunpeng ancestor was still a little surprised. Although he had already guessed that Feng Zichen would escape, it was another matter to see it with his own eyes. One could imagine the impact it brought. May I know what brings you here, fellow Taoist? The Kunpeng ancestor asked after collecting his thoughts. He must have a request for a visit. He didn't believe that Feng Zichen came here to catch up with him. Ha! It's not a big deal. I just heard that Di Jun's lifelong spiritual treasure, the He Tu and the Luo Shu, has fallen into your hands. Is that true? Feng Zichen said with a smile. Yes, the He Tu and the Luo Shu is in the hands of the poor Wei. Do you want to borrow it to take a look? Hearing Feng Zichen mention the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the Kunpeng ancestor frowned. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he asked calmly. No. Feng Zichen shook his head and said. Hearing that, the Kunpeng ancestor was relieved. It was good that he didn't want to borrow the treasure. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to refuse. It was not impossible to borrow the He Tu and the Luo Shu. The Kunpeng ancestor was mainly worried that he would never get it back once he borrowed it. Treasures moved people's hearts. In the face of the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the top innate spiritual treasure of the untainted world, even a saint would be tempted, let alone Feng Zichen. However, the Kunpeng ancestor had just been relieved. Feng Zichen's next words directly made him angry. The poor Wei is not here to borrow the treasure, but to comply with the mandate of heaven. She is here to take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu so that she can send it to the destined person. Ignoring the Kunpeng ancestor's expression, Feng Zichen said leisurely. Borrow? How was that possible? Wasn't that leaving a topic for others to talk about? If the Kunpeng ancestor suddenly rose, he could use this reason to take back the He Tu and the Luo Shu. The human race couldn't say anything. After all, he had to return what he borrowed. Therefore, Feng Zichen directly asked old ancestor Kunpeng for the He Tu and Luo Shu, and not borrow it. It was to block the road ahead of time to prevent future wrangling. Moreover, the He Tu and the Luo Shu did not belong to Kunpeng. He had stolen it from Di Jun. Even if he wanted to borrow, he wouldn't borrow from Kunpeng, but from Di Jun. According to this calculation, Feng Zichen was not robbing Patriarch Kunpeng. At most, he was taking advantage of him. Fellow Taoist Zichen, do you think that the poor Wei is a pushover? After knowing Feng Zichen's purpose, Kunpeng old ancestor's face instantly darkened. He looked at Feng Zichen with a gloomy gaze and said. Sigh. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, don't be so angry. The poor Wei asked you for the He Tu and the Luo Shu for your sake. She was saving you. With a sigh, Feng Zichen changed into a sorrowful expression and said to the Kunpeng ancestor. From his tone, those who did not know would think that he had suffered a lot. Huh? For the poor Wei's sake. Are you saving the poor Wei? Kunpeng old ancestor was so angry that he laughed. He had seen too many people in his life, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Feng Zichen. He was clearly planning to snatch it openly, but he kept saying that it was for his own good and that he was saving him. It was really, even Taoist Junti was not as shameless as Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, don't doubt me. You think that you can sit and watch the chaos in the primordial world by living in seclusion in the North Sea, but that's not the case. You're already in trouble. Seeing that Kunpeng old ancestor did not believe him, Feng Zichen was not surprised. He continued to speak in an extremely exaggerated tone. Fellow Taoist, don't be an alarmist. The poor Wei is living in seclusion in the North Sea, far away from the disputes of the primordial world. What danger can there be? Just as he said this, old ancestor Kuan Peng's expression changed drastically. He could no longer say what kind of danger there could be. Because not long after Feng Zichen finished speaking, an extremely dangerous feeling appeared in Kunpeng old ancestor's heart. Kunpeng old ancestor could not believe Feng Zichen's words. But he could not disbelieve his own intuition. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, I think you've already felt it. Yes, you don't provoke the tribulation, but the tribulation can take the initiative to come to you. Seeing Kunpeng old ancestor's expression, Feng Zichen knew what he had felt. How could he not feel the danger? The He Tu and the Luo Shu were Fuxi's Dao attainment items. It was related to whether he could successfully attain the Dao. Feng Zichen was not the only one who was staring at him. There were also Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the others. It was related to the prosperity of the human race. Anyone who wanted to gain benefits from the human race would not allow Kunpeng old ancestor to continue holding the He Tu and the Luo Shu. If Kunpeng old ancestor really did not know what was good for him, then what greeted him would be the encirclement and suppression of the saints. Especially Nuwa. In order to let Fuxi successfully become the emperor, she had put in so much effort. If she was obstructed by Kunpeng's fate could be imagined. As the former demon emperor Hua, Nuwa's personality was far from as kind as she appeared. She also had a decisive side to her. Fellow Taoist Zichen, I wonder where the poor Wei's tribulation came from. Fearing in his heart, Kunpeng old ancestor did not give Feng Zichen any face. Instead, he asked in a tone of asking for advice. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, you have been in seclusion for too long recently. You are a little isolated from the news. You no longer understand the current situation of the primordial world. In the current world, the heavenly Tao wants to prosper the human race to replace the magi and demons as the main characters of the world. Therefore, the will of heaven manifested and gave the human race 3 supreme saint karma positions to strengthen the strength of the human race. After that, in the Purple Cloud Palace, after the discussion of the saints, they decided to let Fuxi reincarnate and become the emperor. Now, Fuxi has descended into the human race. And this He Tu and the Luo Shu is the Tao attainment treasure prepared by the world for him. If you still hold on to this treasure and don't let it go, you will be going against Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, and the Taoist priests. You will also be going against Tao ancestor Hung Jun, fellow Taoist, why don't you think about it? If you offend them, is there still a place for you in the primordial world? Feng Zichen first introduced the current situation of the primordial world to Kunpeng old ancestor, and then analyzed the pros and cons of it to him. However, Kunpeng old ancestor was stunned. Inside, why is there a teacher's matter? After a while, Kunpeng old ancestor asked in fear. Although the Nuwa 3 pure ones were powerful, they were far from being powerful enough to make Kunpeng old ancestor afraid when he heard their names. However, the Nuwa 3 pure ones could not, but Tao ancestor Hung Jun could. It was precisely because he heard that this matter involved Tao ancestor Hung Jun that Kunpeng old ancestor was afraid. However, at the same time, he could not help but look at Feng Zichen suspiciously. He felt that Feng Zichen was lying to him. After Tao ancestor Hung Jun merged with the Tao, he no longer cared about the affairs of the primordial world. How could he help the human race now? Fellow Taoist, the poor Wei is not lying to you. The 2 saints, Zhu and Ti, have been left in the Purple Cloud Palace by the Tao ancestor because they are preventing the prosperity of the human race. Before the prosperity of the human race, I'm afraid they can't appear in the primordial world. Feng Zichen felt that he was exaggerating. He quickly added. Yes. There was nothing wrong with that. Zhuan Ti were indeed left in the Purple Cloud Palace by Tao ancestor Hung Jun. As for the reason, he was indeed worried that they would stop the prosperity of the human race. However, there was no need to tell Kunpeng old ancestor the details. It was enough to say the gist of it. Anyway, he did not dare to verify it with the person involved. What? Zhuan Ti were imprisoned in the Purple Cloud Palace by teacher. After hearing this news, Kuenpeng old ancestor jumped up in shock. The expression on his face, how should he describe it? Apart from shock, there was a hint of pleasure. It seemed that the pleasure in his heart was far greater than the shock. That was true. Kuenpeng old ancestor hated Zhuan Ti and Zhuan Ti to the core. Seeing that they were unlucky, of course he was happy. Ahem. It's not imprisonment. It's to let the two of them cultivate in seclusion in the Purple Cloud Palace. Kuenpeng old ancestor said it so bluntly that Feng Zichen could not help but be speechless. Although that was the truth. He had to save some face for Zhuan Ti and the Dao ancestor. Otherwise, if the news of the Dao ancestor imprisoning the saints spread, Zhuan Ti's face would not look good, but the Dao ancestor's face would not be good either. A slip of the tongue. Fellow Daoist, don't blame me. It's purely a slip of the tongue. Kuenpeng old ancestor waved his hand and said disapprovingly. Fellow Daoist Kuenpeng, this is the situation now. In this case, do you still want to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu? Changing the topic back to the main topic, Feng Zichen asked with a serious expression. Now that he had said this, if Kuenpeng old ancestor still did not agree, then the next thing would be to fight. According to fellow Daoist, if Poor Wei continues to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu, she will be an enemy of the saints and the primordial world. After pondering for a moment, Kuenpeng old ancestor asked in disbelief. Yes. Fellow Daoist, if you continue to keep the He Tu and the Luo Shu, you will face a disaster later. Especially Empress Nuwa, she will definitely not tolerate you. You must know that she and Fuxi are biological siblings. Feng Zichen said threateningly. To be honest, at this time, Kuenpeng old ancestor really wanted to hand over the He Tu and the Luo Shu. But he was unwilling. In order to obtain these two innate spirit treasures, it could be said that he had offended Di Jun to the extreme. But in the end, he had paid such a huge price, but in the end, it was all for his people. How could Kuenpeng old ancestor be willing to accept this? Fellow Daoist Zichen, if Poor Wei hands over the He Tu and the Luo Shu, what can she get? After a moment, Kuenpeng old ancestor said with some hesitation. The He Tu and the Luo Shu had to be handed over. But he couldn't hand it over so easily. After paying such a huge price, he had to get some benefits back. Benefits? What benefits? Fellow Daoist, you have kept your life. Is there any greater benefit than this? As if he had been greatly frightened, Feng Zichen said with a look of disbelief. Kuenpeng old ancestor thought quite well, but unfortunately, he met Feng Zichen, this miser. He didn't want to pay any price at all. He only wanted to gain something without risking anything and trick the He Tu and the Luo Shu over. Since fellow Daoist doesn't have the slightest sincerity, then fellow Daoist Zichen, please go back. Kuenpeng old ancestor's face completely darkened, and he opened his mouth to send him off. He was also speechless. How could this person be so shameless? With just a few words, he wanted to get the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Was he dreaming too much, or did he think that Kuenpeng was a fool? Fellow Daoist Kuenpeng, aren't you afraid that the saint will find trouble with you? Seeing that Kuenpeng old ancestor didn't cooperate, Feng Zichen's face also darkened and he said threateningly. Fellow Daoist Zichen, do you really think that I, Kuenpeng, am a fool? Even if the saint comes and wants to take the He Tu and the Luo Shu from the Poor Wei, he can't snatch it by force. Looking at Feng Zichen, Kuenpeng old ancestor said in an unfriendly tone. He was almost fooled by the other party. So what if he was a saint? Even if the saint wanted the He Tu and the Luo Shu, he had to discuss it with him first. In the end, if they really couldn't come to an agreement, they would fight. How could there be a reason to directly snatch it from the beginning? Seeing that Kuenpeng old ancestor didn't fall for it, Feng Zichen was a little embarrassed. But how thick-skinned was he? In the blink of an eye, he suppressed that embarrassment and said to Kuenpeng old ancestor in an extremely fierce tone, Fellow Daoist Kuenpeng, are you forcing me to make a move? As he said that, Feng Zichen pulled out the Zichen sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Kunpeng. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent filled the air. There was an additional murderous intent between heaven and earth. Ha! Fellow Taoist Zichen, if you really dared to make a move, you would have made a move long ago. Why waste your time talking nonsense with the poor Wei for a long time? Seeing this, Kunpeng old ancestor was not afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud, as if he wasn't worried that Feng Zichen would make a move. Feng Zichen was silent. He really didn't dare to make a move. It wasn't that he was afraid of Kunpeng old ancestor. Instead, he was afraid of an extremely terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the North Sea. Feng Zichen didn't know who that person was, but the aura he emitted was close to primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Although he hadn't entered that realm yet, he was infinitely close. At the very least, he was a little higher than Feng Zichen's realm. But strength, it wasn't measured by realm. If Feng Zichen's original body came, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of the existence in the depths of the northern underworld. But now, he was only an avatar. Obviously, he wasn't a match for him. It was this person who had been staring at Feng Zichen after he entered the Demon Master Palace. If not for that, Feng Zichen would have snatched it long ago. Why would he still be there to trick Kunpeng? Did he really think that talking didn't waste his saliva? What do you want, fellow Taoist? Helpless, Feng Zichen could only decide to listen to Kunpeng's conditions first. But he was worried that he would ask for too much, so he warned, fellow Taoist, don't go too far. In the northern underworld, poor Wei is not without help. At the very least, she won't be weaker than the one behind you. Feng Zichen said, naturally, it was the black tortoise sacred beast. It was a pity that he couldn't walk out of the North Pole. Otherwise, Feng Zichen wouldn't be a threat, but a direct attack. Poor Wei doesn't have any other requests. As long as you lend the supreme divine ability, the great Tao furnace, to poor Wei to take a look, then poor Wei will immediately hand over the He Tu and the Luo Shu. Kunpeng said seriously. As a great divine ability expert who specialized in divine abilities, he yearned for the divine ability that Feng Zichen had used back then, the great Tao furnace. If he could see the mystery of it, his strength would definitely be able to reach a higher level. Great Tao furnace? Hearing this, Feng Zichen's expression couldn't help but be a little strange. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.